Check, mic test 1 2. Sound check. Hello, mic test, sound check.
هكذا هم، هكذا يسيرون، هكذا يتحدثون، هكذا يقودون، لكنها ليست مثلهم، إنها لكسس، ونحن لا نصنع سياراتنا كغيرنا، بل نصنعها لك دون سواك. كل خط، كل تفصيل، كل زاوية ومنحنى، كل رحلة هي ليست مجرد سيارة، بل دعوة لتمضي بها إلى أي وجهة، لأن دربك غير دربهم، قوانينك غير قوانينهم، وهذه السيارة ليست لهم بل لك أنت دون سواك. لكسس بطابع شخصي.
Shine bright like a diamond. Fine light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond.
A very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Tour 2025. We're getting ready for week 2. First day of competition here in January. We start the competition with a 2-star competition on a height of 1 meter 30. Later on the 1 meter 45 Longines ranking competition. And for the afternoon session, we go over to the 4-star action with the 1 meter 40 table A 2 faces, and later on the table A against the clock, the 1 meter 45 Longines.
This is week 2 of the 3-week instalment. It is our second edition of the Doha Tour. Great to have your company. We're live in this vibrant multicultural city. CBD itself is just quite jaw-dropping. You drive through these skyscrapers, the industry that is taking place here, the development is at a frightening pace. And this has brought the world stars here of our sport of show jumping to Doha, Qatar. My name is Ed Holloway. It is very good to bring you the action this morning. And well, the story from week 1, it was a booming opening week. It was full of the world stars, as I've indicated already. The bigger classes, the World Cup was a great win for Philipp Weishaupt. That was aboard Kobe, very, very strong. They were to win the very important World Cup. And And in the five-star Grand Prix, well, it was a podium covered by just 0.16 of a second. Geoffrey Puck was in brilliant form, and aptly so. The Austrian ambassador was here to award Geoffrey with his winner's laurels. And that was with his wonderful Maxel, Equestrian Maxel the fifth, who took that Grand Prix. 37 seconds flat. Abdul Said was second with Arpège de Roux, just 0.1 of a second behind. And Ellen Whittaker, with a much talked about Korlenski, was very impressive for third place, 37.16. So literally 1600ths of a second split our podium in the final class of the first weekend, not the five-star Grand Prix, the four-star Grand Prix, but it was five-star in terms of quality. So a warm welcome to you to this opening class of week 2. It is a strong 100-star field we welcome. €5,000 is the prize purse. And I can tell you it is a range of nations, as you would expect in this international cauldron here at Shaqab. It is going to be Qatar, the home nation, with 35 they field. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, that was a good second for Abdullah Al-Shabatli in the World Cup. Behind Philip Weishaupt,
So just a few
with
more moments to
Fiumicino
go
van der
before
Kaleverlei.
first
The Saudis
start.
bring 18 towards the start field, the start line this morning. Egypt again, a strong number with 8. France here, some very interesting riders for France. Certainly Jeanne Sadron is starting to make waves on the world circuit. She's one of the two Sadron sisters here. And Antoine Herman, he won the first four-star class last week with Pegasus Dawson's Flex. Germany has 6, and again Philipp Weishaupt alongside Jana Friedrich Meyer Zimmermann are the two headline acts for the Germans. Switzerland has 3 in this class, Jordan 3, the USA and Portugal, Ukraine and Bahrain. 4 nations bring a pair. And then Iran, Monaco, Austria, Canada, Palestine, Great Britain, Australia and New Zealand are our nationality. So they come from far and wide to Doha. And to give you a little insight into the course that is set up again last week, the lead designer Bernardo Costa Cabral from Portugal. And alongside Bernardo, it is a very good man from Qatar, the home nation. A course designer that is actually not on our list now. He was, oh no, he is. He's named, and actually I've got it wrong. I thought he was from Qatar, but he's not. He's from Egypt. I think that's a change, actually. There was a Qatari co-lead alongside Bernardo last week, but it is Mohamed Abdul Maqsood from Egypt this week. Of course, the hours here are long. I think last week it was an average of about 13 hours of competition from start to finish bell across the day, so we have to therefore rotate personnel. And this competition in 2 phases over 1.30 meters. It is fences 1 through to 6 that are the first phase. That is a distance of 240 meters, and the time allowed is 42 seconds. That is where the second phase will start. This is a special 2-phase format, so no bell to Exeter pairs that have had any jumping or time penalties in the first phase. And then the second phase is fences 7A and B. That's a double straight out of the second phase start. And they'll then wend their way in a serpentine configuration back to fence 12, that is the Visit Qatar Oxa, the final fence. The speed required for both phases, 350 meters per minute. 240 meters, as I say, in the first phase, and the time allowed in our opening phase, 42 seconds. And the second phase is 270 meters, so a longer second phase to test the horses in terms of their reflexes, their carefulness under speed. 270 meters and 47 seconds in the second phase. We get underway with Qatar, our home nation, and Khalid Ali Al Adba will launch us into action. This is the Westphalian geldings under Cayetano L, cross to Quidam de Revel. This is Khalid's own horse, as he just turns down between 3 and 4. 7 strides should come up nicely there. This is the right-handed rollback to this grey-white flanked vertical. And then Rob Aarons out on the course, teaching Georgina Lima, the Swiss rider here, and a couple of other pupils with Rob, unidentified as of yet. But it was 8 strides from the great Rob Aarons that he walked down between the Liverpool at 6 and the vertical at 5. So into the heart of the second phase goes our trailblazer. Not yet picking up the horse. Our camera crew will just be launching into action in a moment. Now the last fence goes, sadly. It's going to be that final fence is the one mistake out of the course. 12 penalties, sorry, fence 12. Just got distracted there. There's a lot to look at here, even for a seasoned commentator. It's an amazing arena. 4 penalties, the opening score for our trailblazer, Kadlele and Khalid Ali Al-Adba. The new starter, Inez Joly, getting away for France. And France bringing the 7 into the special 2-phase, 1:30 this morning. This young lady, who was brilliant to win the Longines Global Champions Tour Grand Prix of Monaco June of last year. Impressive thing with both Jeanne Sadron here, who won the Paris leg of the Longines Global Champions Tour, the Grand Prix. That was a huge win for Jeanne Sadron. And this, other very good French rider, the likes of Nina Malavey, riding for the Rain family, just had the news that Nicky van der Bishop will now join Nina Malavey's string, having had a... initially was with Beth Underhill, before going to Erin Ballard for the Olympics, 37th out in Paris, but now we'll go to Nina Malavey. So the French ladies are certainly gathering their youth generation, coming into the selectors' limelight for senior championships, no doubt. I think he head to La Coruña later in September this year, and the World Championships in Aachen now not so far away, which is a mouth-watering prospect in 2026. It's a smooth round. 44.39 opens up the clear round at Storm. I'm sure there'll be plenty, given there's 100. They will certainly go quicker, but this again is where we will get a feel for riders' instructions or their mindset, either from above or their own mindset if it's their own horse, or there's a lot of factors coming in here. You just want to get your horse out into this Al Shaqab amphitheatre. Necessarily just got to show him the way, because it is so bright, huge. There's the overhang roof to protect our spectators. There will be a busy crowd here as things go forward, as we saw last week. Flashing lights in the night, and it's certainly going to be electric as we go forward. So there's an opportunity to get your horses out, show them the ring before it ignites later this week. So now we stay with France, and Oscar Campulin is on the course. This is Lennon H. This is the son of Grand Dorado Tien, Willem Grevers. He had 2 horses long listed for the Paris Olympics, Highway MTN and Grand Dorado for the Dutch team. Sadly, that vertical at 5 prior to the little dog leg left-hander to 6 goes. So apologies that your TV scoreboard has not been corrected. I will work on that for you. And now we get the precise score coming through, but apologies, not an up-to-date score during your coverage of Oscar Campulin. So there's 9 for the second out in this 1:32 phase. 2-star open class on day 1 of week 2 here in Doha for the brilliant new Doha Tour. Out on the course, number 4, Faleh Suwaid Al Ajami for Qatar. This is Porto van der Broij jumping. This gelding son of Thunder van der Zuidhoven cross to Lord Z, bred by Birgit Engelbosch. Down into the combination. Super. You have a running score that is accurate. There's the final line, vertical. And then down, nice bowling forward distance to the Visit Qatar Oxa. It is going to be a total of 8. 44.4 with time penalties in addition to the 1 mistake out on the course this morning for Faleh Suwaid Al Ajami and Porto van der Broij, 8 for Qatar. The recent score, so still only the 1 clear all the way. 44.39 for Inez Jolie and Come On Z. Beautiful son of Comofo, Marcus Ennings, former superstar across the VDL Zorocco Blue of Vrieling fame of the Dutch team. The new starter. This man had a good week last week. Mohamed Said Haidan is number 5, our new starter. Emanuela Gaudiano had the best week, along with Geoffrey Puck of anybody, because Emanuela, he won 4 classes. It was quite brilliant. Geoffrey Puck had a strong number of podiums, plus the Grand Prix win. There's a lot of other informed riders here, but we'll delineate them as we go throughout the day. Bob did Tamis is on the course. Son of Miguel Sui crossed to Cream on top. This one owned by Federico Fernandez of some distinction for Mexico. There's been a... No, it goes wrong, I'm afraid, out of the opening combination in the second phase. Federico, incredible consistency for the Mexican national team. Bobaida Tamis runs down to the Al Abdul Ghani Motors Oxford at 8. Mohamed Said then sees a good forward distance, perfect out to 9 to set up this little half turn. Sadly, the problems out of the double rather sour the card, but it's an improving picture, that is for certain, and that is always something you can console yourself with as you walk back to the stables, talk to your trainer. And that is always a good hallmark of a cool rider, which is crucial, whatever equestrian discipline you are operating within, that you can dismiss problems very, very quickly. I come from an eventing background. I was an eventer myself, and you certainly learn eventing cross-country that if you have a problem, you've got to get it out of your mind immediately. Keep your mindset strong, restore confidence with your horse, and then you've got a chance of getting home and not having further errors. If you allow things to linger on your mind, it can get very, very dicey, certainly on cross-country. The new starter. And this man had a very good win last week. Interviewed him after his great victory. That was a 2-star speed class over 1:35 with this horse. Hussein Said Haidan, number 6 for Qatar. Di Salcedo is away. 16-year-old son, great veteran of impressive paternal lineage, son of Diarado, Paul Schockermöller's great stallion. Yeah, similar vein here, buoyed up by that win last week, as he'll then cut tight back to 9 the Oxa and then flows down 5 strides into the, I'm afraid, that is the Zabajad Diamonds vertical that claims the scalp of last week's 2-star champions. And that is a shame because, yeah, a way quicker, a load quicker, 10 seconds plus than Ines Joly, but fence number 10 will deny Hussein Said Haidan a second victory on the Doha Tour. Will no doubt just sharpen his blades as he'll come back for the two-star classes to come later this week. But it's 4, I'm afraid, for Di Saucedo and Hussein Haidan for Qatar number 6. The new starter, Alexandra Afzal, comes forward for the United States of America. Certainly being here in Doha, we're very aware of the deal on the table that is nearing its conclusion between Palestine and Israel. That all being negotiated. And a lot here, of course, the US Embassy. You'll see them early doors in the gym, and certainly a huge effort going on. So our mind being certainly diverted from the show jumping amphitheatre to the broader world issues. Alexandra Afzal out over 5 beautifully, flows down to 6. The party time's looking on form here. Nicely inside time. Already, Ines Joly must be rather twitching in her winner's chair, because this is going to be a good gear quicker, no doubt, as she just avoids that double. It will be utilised later this morning. But yeah, 20 seconds prior to 10 on takeoff to come home comfortably inside Ines Joly. So the lead here will change hands, and the Stars and Stripes will be on top of our podium. Very nice round. Yeah, 6 seconds, the best part of it. 5.76 is the advantage, and 38.63. It was a powerful round from Alexandra Afzal and Partidine van Paal Z. She's the daughter of Picasso Z Cross, the president. That is Alex's own horse. Interesting to see her wearing the air jacket. I'm currently trying to encourage the FEI to mandate that in eventing cross-country wise, but I don't quite understand it as an ex-doctor. It's an exoskeleton, and when you see the top show jumpers, even the likes of Peter Fredriksson wearing an air jacket in show jumping, you start to think, well, therefore cross-country, why is it not being mandated? That is my strong opinion. I'm working on it, but I'm probably not going to get very far. The next to come, this is Jeanne Sadron. Finds a rather backward distance into the state of Qatar. Boxer at 3. Beautifully up and out over 5, and then right in Jeanne's hand is Congratulations Pezzi KB, this mare. She turns 8 this time. Beautifully bred, daughter of Congress, the 4th cross to Berkman's Lord Petsy. We've got Berkman's Lord Petsy Jr. here with Abdullah Al Sharbatli. Certainly was here last week, and I'm anticipating this week as well. Lovely turn that Jeanne then carves back to 9. Her World Cup final debut was in Riyadh, 15th position, and behind Henrik von Eckermann and King Edward last spring. So she is really developing as a rider. That is a direct change of lead, because 35.84, beautiful from Jeanne Sadron, flows home with Congratulations Petsy KB to immediately snatch the lead away from the USA, and it's in French hands. France had a very good week last week, as I referred to earlier. Pegasus Dawson's Flex won the opening 4-star with Antoine Herman. And otherwise, Jeanne herself was impressive in the World Cup for 4th place with her superb Dexter de Kerglen. Dexter and Jeanne again were not far away in the Grand Prix. They were 6th in the Grand Prix, so again Jeanne Sadron is showing her form once again into this new season. The new starter, just mentioned him, Antoine Herman gets away. This is Foxpit Grim on course. South-Francais gelding, he is 10 years of age. Look at our Soy Cross du Papillon Rouge, and this one is nicely away for Antoine Herman. He just little squeeze of the legs, and seat compresses after 4, as if to say, come on, I need you a little bit more up in front of my hand here. That's a natural reaction from the horses in this amphitheatre. They're going to be backing off a little bit. The fences themselves, colourful, bright, but it is the context of this massive arena that, if you haven't been here, it is quite extraordinary. I'll tell you a little bit more about Al Shaqab shortly as a venue, because it's quite extraordinary what goes on alongside the shows here, whether it's Arabian shows or world-class show jumping. Antoine just holds a little bit in the hand just to make certain of the takeoff point into the penultimate. Does not want to risk a late mistake. Clearly that was a policy, just to hack this horse around and get a feel for the arena. 41.66, he'll go third. In any case, just using this first 2-star class this week as a nice preparation for things to come later this week. Now, this is a case in point of just what I was referring to about the horses coming into this arena, because this is a very experienced horse, Clash Royale, in new hands and under the saddle now of Louis Sadron. But this is a very good horse. So again, just shows how eye-catching this arena is to even seasoned horses, and I'm afraid Clash Royale ducks out of 3. So Louis Sadron, I'm afraid, is eliminated. Our grand jury, they are very, very prestigious, and our co-presidents this week are Christopher Jopling from Great Britain. Christopher, actually a former adventurer as well. I had a little chat with him last week. He was up in the north of England, competing at the likes of Gervaux and Scunthorpe, and now living in Cyprus. But great to have him here with his wealth of experience alongside Stefan Ellenbrook, the German judge, who's just an encyclopedia of knowledge, and many issues referred to Stefan that are technical, are precise, and they are the co-presidents this week. Week 2 here of Doha Tour. Sad to see Louis Sadron eliminated. The new starter, we welcome Qatar's number 11, Mohamed Youssef Al Jaber, gets the Sabrina F started. She's the daughter of Cape Coral, our BFZ crossed to VDL Sheraton. That is owned by our superb host, location at Al Shaqab. Big, rangy, scopy looking horse. He'll certainly have fun down between 5 and 6. That's a shame. Just anticipating this nice stretch, I could imagine. Didn't quite set up the turn to 5, came a little bit tight to my eye, a little bit unbalanced, and caught the top bar, which will happen as you really smooth out the turns. But great to see so many riders here learning their arts. We've had Luca Bibb out here. Luca was here last week, and Rob Aaron's out on the course this morning, so the greats passing on their insight, their wisdom to the next generation. And the 2-star class is full of that hope and promise of riders that are developing. It's a big arena to come in and learn your competition trade as well, so we have a lot of respect for our young gladiators, and we expect to see the odd hiccup here and there. Just that 4, but it's a good round. 40.88 for Mohammed Youssef Al Jaber comes home with just the lone mistake at the grey vertical of 5. If you're just joining us, very good to have your company. We are 11 into the 100 starter, so a tenth of the way through this opening 2-star class, and Jeanne Saint-Tron has got this one. I wouldn't say by the scruff and collar. It's one of my favourite commentary phrases, but I think she's got a fair grip on it as well. I think it's going to fall the time, but it is 35.84. Not to wish Jeanne any ill success, but I suspect they will go quicker, with some good ones to come in this starfield of a serious note of 100. On course now, Qatar's Hamad Twaim Ali Al Mari. It was good to be on the loudspeaker last week where I could hone my pronunciation. Some very good Arabic speakers alongside that would groom us that are not so familiar with some of the more delicate pronunciations. Nicely down through the first phase, clear, and famous now, the son of numero uno, cross to Jus de Pomme. Cuts back to 9. It's a bit of an ill-defined turn for me, that. There was a bit of a kink in it. But this horse is seasoned and pops through there nicely. This horse, Hamad, owns himself as he sees a great shot down for the last, powers out over the Visit Qatar Oxer. And I must say, it's been fascinating being here. This, of course, the time of year to visit this country. Reaches the mid-50s in the summer. And it was very good to hear from a guy who's lived here for about 5 years to tell me that Qatar, the 3rd safest country worldwide in terms of security. And certainly the city impressive. Everything operates, everything is very clean, very upbeat, and a mix of cultures which keeping this lovely atmosphere is really, really impressive. The new starter, we welcome Fahad Yassin Al-Thani for Qatar, number 13, breathes on the state's Qatar Oxer, but it stays. But that takes a little bit more than a breath, takes a gust, I'm afraid, of 4, rolls it out of the cups. This is André de Beaufort, Self-Français, Maître of Arco, cross to Diamant de Semi, bred by Eric Levallois, the prolific French breeder. I'm a huge fan of the Self-Français breed, again from eventing. Some wonderful, versatile, athletic horses with stamina. Mike Tucker brought up, so many of us British commentators used to love telling us about the introduction of thoroughbred lines in Self-Français as a bloodline, and that is why they are so good with the endurance ups in eventing, out on cross country. So it's going to be 8 penalties for the Qatari combination. 41.72 was the time. But lots to overall look back and think that was a pretty solid round. First mistake coming at the state of Qatar Oxer at 3. Now out on the course, Georgina Lima, we welcome. She's from Zurich, and certainly in Zurich's locality. This lady was out with Rob Aarons this morning on the course walk. Million Girl, this beautiful mare, she's a $1 million daughter, Dam Sahir Necton. That is Georgina's own horse, number 14 for Switzerland. Switzerland with 3 in this class. Georgina has Call Me Corner to come in the final 10 a little bit later as well. So it's a fact-finding mission as well for her second horse, as well as being competitive, no doubt, in her own right. It's a good turn. She carves away from 8, the Al Abdulhami Motors Ox. Georgina slightly forward start, slightly Americanesque in the saddle. Now showing her versatility. She seems a more Central European Daniel Deusser stance in terms of a little bit more vertical. It's a good round. 37.74 comes home nicely. Couple of seconds down only on Jean Saint-Dron. So Switzerland go into second behind France with a nice round from Georgina Lima. And again, that's quite useful, bearing in mind her second horse to come late. She's got a good feel already, and she can no doubt come and challenge number 92 she'll beat with her own and Werner Gianesi's Call Me Corner to come at the back end of this class. The new starter, Farzad Al Qahtani, getting started, number 15. QAH, pronounced as Qahtani. So one of our easier ones, but could have slipped through my my larynx erroneously. But I'm afraid their early error comes at 4. The vertical goes again, 2 in succession. Again, stuttering stride down 6, did not really commit the distance there, just left it a little bit up in the air. The horse questioning, and takes 2 within 3 fences. On to the first phase with 8. And please never think that in the commentator's chair we are critical, we're observational. We know there are so many variables, as hopefully most of us horsemen or horsewomen, that affect rider decisions, horse decisions, so it's only purely observational. And rather, we're certainly not saying we could do better. That's always one thing that rather grates us as commentators. That is very much not what we are saying. Well, there's those 2 fences down. 41.39 was the time. This was the second of the errors, but okay. Nice enough round for the big great. Cavallina comes home for Farzad Al Qahtani, number 15, with a score of 8. On course now, quite interested to see how Badr Al Fard goes for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, number 16, because he was in good form last week. The Saudis with 18, the second heaviest representation in our opening class, behind the home nation Qatar with 35. And this mare, she's a beautiful Irish sport horse, daughter of Canaan, crossed to Warrenstown U2, owned by Faisal Bouzo for Badr Al Fard. This pair were briefly in Europe. They jumped at Centaur Park in August of last year. They were third in a 2-round 1:15 competition at Centaur. They don't have a lot of mileage. Just started February of last year, so 1 year of partnership, and HW Cosette has been produced exclusively by Barda, so it's a good round, certainly. 34.07. It's a very nice round, bearing in mind the mare's inexperience, and it's a really good round for Barda Alfard and HW Cosette. They go into first place. 34.07 is the new time to beat. Jean Sadron demoted one spot into second. And we have a Saudi Arabian out in first place in our two-star 1m30. The new starter. Philip Weishaupt gets away his brilliant 12th in the Paris Olympics with Zunade. Horse is now, I'm afraid, left Philip's saddle. Sold not so long ago stateside. Philip, winner of the World Cup with Kobe, has looked in very solid form last week, as you would well imagine. This morning, Kalal L on course again. Congress the fourth is the sire, same sire as Jean Sadron's horse that lines up in second. Dam sire Asker Z, bred by Kai Liggis, this horse, and owned by the famous Luca Beerbaum stable. Nice round, no clear effort though to take over the newly enjoyed lead by Barda Alfard. He just cruises around Philip without a care in the world this morning, having had such a good opening week. Of course there's a care in the world, of course there's a production policy, but in terms of competition this morning, the great German who's won 2 huge majors, Spruce Meadows out in Canada, and Aachen, LB Conval struck twice. His pair of major wins, and it's going to be a nice round. Philip Weishaupt, clear round, but no time pressure put on Kalal L this morning. Now, talking of Centaur Park a moment ago, this is Pearl van Dorpenheide. The Philip Arts' base is local to Centaur, within a few kilometres. And this mare, she is the daughter of Jamal van der Heffink, across to also Luciana Diniz, took to big things in yesteryears. Winning mood, and owned by Al Shaqab. It is Ibrahim Yusuf Al Mahmoud on course for Qatar with number 18. Pearl clears out over 5. It's been an interesting combination, I think, in the second phase. She could certainly turn tight. And there are more gallop stretches in this second phase than being quite a long second phase of 270 metres, but that in a traditional jump off where she can maximise that turn ability. We see it there. She jinks back to fence number 9 now. So 34.07. Going to stay safe, and I think precisely because this is a rather more open galloping second phase and a tight twisty turny jump off, that Pearl van Dorpenheide will go behind the leader for the Saudi Arabians. It's a good round, and we'll go fifth. 39.21. Best part of 6 seconds is the deficit. It's been very good this week, catching up with my old buddy from eventing, Duarte Seabra, and how good it was to see him at the Paris Olympics for Portugal with Dourados II, who is here this week for Duarte. I mention him because this man, one of the pupils of Duarte, he is 28 years of age, and on course, Luis Alexandre Dolnia Ferreira for Portugal, number 19. And another eventing connection here. This is a Cheddington Tallulah. This is Cheddington Tallulah, but of Cheddington fame, the Guy's base where Christopher Burton has knocked us all on our backs with the brilliance of Berto to claim the silver. And behind Mikael Jung in the eventing, the Paris Olympics. Shadow Man on loan from Ben Hopte, that was sensational. This man trains with Duarte. And this horse, as I say, would have been initially out of Dorset, where Cheddington is located. Both Tim Price, Janelle Price, and Christopher Burton located there as an Antipodean stronghold in world eventing. But that's number 10, I'm afraid. The late mistake for Cheddington to Lula. This mare, she's a Toulon daughter across to Laudan, also owned by Netipus. Tourismus for this rider for Portugal. Comes home with just that late mistake, 33.43. It was a shame because, yes, quick enough. Just 2/3 of a second down on the leading time of Bada Al-Fard. But the mistake, I'm afraid, at 10, which our course team here wiped down. Certainly it's incredible here because you appreciate the venue's capacity. It is huge, and the attention to detail within such a powerhouse of an operation is really impressive. There are strength in numbers, of course, in terms of staff from all angles, whether it's catering, whether it's the course team, whether it's the marshals, the stewards. There are so many of us here, and detail is really, really impressive on this scale. The new starter to follow in the footsteps of our guest from Portugal, Khalid Abdelaziz Al-Ayi, number 20. Real star van der Dompelheuvel getting away. This is his own horse. She's 8 years of age this time. Now, this man has got an extraordinary record. I will not trust memory over because there are medals at Olympic level, and I will just flick that up now because it is distinguished. Real star van der Dompelheuvel runs down to the right-handed turn for Khalid Abdelaziz Al-Aid for Saudi Arabia. Chips in very effectively at the penultimate. And yes, the medal came in Sydney 2000. It was an individual bronze with Kashim Al-Am, ex-Eastern Knight. That was quite extraordinary behind the Giron double down in Sydney. There was 2 Olympics for Khalid. He was also in Atlanta in '96. 2 World Equestrian Games. He was 12th in Lexington behind Philippe Lejeune, whose son is on the stadium speaker. We're switching roles for the 3 weeks of the Doha Tour. So that is a link there into the commentary. I certainly didn't have a father who was a world champion in show jumping. I came into the scene off my own free will as a young man. Just wanted to get on a pony, so we have alternative backgrounds, Philippe and I. But also Khalid was an indoor Asian Games champion. That was in 2017 in Turkmenistan. The new starter out on the course, away from a lot of interconnected stories. Delighted to now welcome Jana Friederike Meyer-Zimmermann from Germany, number 21. This is Messi van der Reutershoff, her brilliant bay. Jana Friederike's had a good opening week. She was 5th in the World Cup with the wonderful Iron Dames Dubai du Cèdre, her new acquisition. And also 4th in the 4-star opening class with High Level, the 6th. Got to know her son Friedrich in the hotel, 3 years of age. We have a little boy who's just over 1, Anton, and they're certainly going to be, I think, buddies, having a German wife as I do. I think they'll be sparring partners in years to come. This horse got a very relaxed way of going. Of course, he's just having a nice little tune-up for his 2025 season. After a huge year on the Longines Global Champions Tour series for Messi van der Ruytershof. It is going to be second place, 48.85 in any case for the son of Plot Blue. The next combination, they looked strong last week overall, was my initial impression. This is the son of a Warrant. It's a very nice horse. Everest D getting started from Mohammed Al Asaka for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, who are our leaders. About a fifth of the way through, just over a fifth of the way through this opening class here, week 2 in Doha for the Doha Tour's second edition. Warrants across the LBH Calvados, bred by the Van Dijks in the Netherlands and owned by Mohammed himself. Just idlers out over 5. It's and down to the Liverpool. Fence 6. Not expecting them to go flat out in the second phase somehow. I think they'll be targeting some big classes in the days ahead here. It's a nice turn that is though. Angles beautifully back over 9. But still, it's in his hand, and then yeah, I had a feeling it's a defensive looking round, and I've got a feeling it's of course for the class to come, but just rode a little bit cautiously down to 10 for me, which is not quite let off the hand to really be able to use his head and neck. And it's a similar picture at fence 12, the final fence, just being a little bit choked in the hand, I think. As we say, not going forward, or not going forward because of a policy, I think, but it was a little bit sour in terms of the results, with 2 down, 8 penalties for the combination for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, number 22, Mohammed Al Asaka and Everest D. The next to come, it's a great old friend of mine. I met Anastasia at Mill Street back in 2016. I misidentified her. There was another little dot on her horse at Mill Street, and I said, it's Tatiana, isn't it? She says, no, it's Anastasia. We finally got out of a muddle as a big seasoned man and a little girl to become good friends. And her mother was in the swimming pool this morning. And it's a big week for Anastasia. Delighted to be here in Doha for the first time. She's got her good horse Calder here as well to come later in the 4-star competitions, who went very well at Prague Huchle last year. Was part of the Grand Prix there. And behind that, very good win for Matt Garrigan. Anastasia runs down to the Al Abdul Ghani Motors Oxford 8. Going to go around the houses back to 9 and 10, which again, I think is a good decision. This early class, there's no point cutting across that angle and risking a loss of confidence. It's a very good young rider for Ukraine, who, again, despite this rather more generous approach, maybe just slightly de-adrenalized, called up. This is the horse, and we'll see in the big classes to come later in the days ahead. So Anastasia Bondareva comes home. It's going to have a couple of time penalties as well. It is going to be 6 with the 1 blemish at 10 plus a couple of time. That's the Zabajad Diamonds vertical. Late mistake for Anastasia Bondareva. 6 for Calder. This man is becoming a very strong competitor. In Drammen last year, I was in the gym alongside his personal trainer. So he's throwing all sorts of different angles. It is Equestrian Pursuit of Excellence. It is Inigo Lopez de la Osa Franco on course, and this pair was second in the very first class last week. Today the replica. That was second behind Ali Osama Mahmoud Syed and Obama van der Kwak de Herve. His form went on very impressively. Inigo was third in the Saturday speed class. And fourth in the two-star speed class the day before. That was a world ranking class as well in the Grand Prix qualifier. As with Porsche Castanou, so he's in great form. And I think this could be the man here to challenge for the lead. Yeah, cuts back, angles, crosses Oxa, 180-degree turn, 8 to 9, and 34.07 to beat here. It's going to, on the cards, it's on the table, this is. I think he's going to be quicker. Yeah, he certainly is. Beautiful round. This really informed man, 32.94. Bidding for his first win here on the Doha Tour after a number of top placings last week. That is certainly going to be competitive. I still think there's more to come out there in terms of a quicker time, but I'd love to be proved wrong. Great effort. 32.94 leads away for the Principality of Monaco's Inigo Lopez de la Osa Franco, and a golden diamond, the Diamond de Semi-Stallion, Dover Van T&L, former winner of some very big Grand Prix worldwide, comes home and first place. Now this man, what a talent. Khaled Al Mobti gets started for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. 22nd in the World Cup finals with his pair of horses, including Space Cake, who is here and was here last week, and I anticipate here this week as well. All the horses, as of yesterday, re-inspected just to check they have come through the first week of competition well, and no little blemishes that our great veterinary team here needs to assess. And of course they could be excluded from competition should the vets declare not fit to compete in the horse's welfare interests. But this man, I love watching his riding style. He's balanced, he's fluent, he just seems so natural. Lovely turn away from 10 and 11, and 32.94 is going to be just exceeded, but it's a very nice round. Yeah, 1 second and 2/3 only. Podium place, 2 now for the Saudis in second and third. Bad Al Far just ahead of Khaled Al Mobti. Very nice round it is. Now this young man, his father was brilliant last week to win the Grand Prix, and his Geoffrey Puck's podium rate was something to behold. It was really awesome. Tobias Fingstel, it is. His parents didn't actually get married, he told me this morning at breakfast, so he has a different surname to Geoffrey Puck, his father, but following in his father's footsteps, no doubt. Geoffrey with an incredible championship record, which we will come to later. Levisto getting away for Tobias Fingstel. But the first fence, I'm afraid. Their base is locally to Salzburg, near Lamprechtshausen. Tobias Fingstel's got his hands full this morning. Levisto looking very bright in this atmosphere. You can talk to any rider, whatever seniority and however seasoned the horse is, they can still just be a little bit lit up in here. Of course, the morning calmer than as we go out through the day, but yeah, Levisto proving, I'm afraid, to have gone a little bit over the top in terms of Just sheer awe of this arena and just not able to focus on the job in hand, which we will see again, but I'm afraid it's going to be elimination. The bell tolls from Christopher Joppling and Stefan Ellenbrook to declare to our young Austrian it is game, set and match, and it's a sad elimination for the young Austrian. The new starter, I'm afraid, in this I hope very small emerging trend of horses being a little bit overwhelmed out there. The sun's just now getting high enough that the arena is lighting up, and I'm afraid it's a really tough start, and it's an elimination 2 in succession now for the new starter. Rami Younes for Canada is in and out. That was number 27. Comafo cross to Kroon Graf, owned by Rami himself. Community O, I'm afraid. We'll go back to the warm-up community, and I'm sure jump a fence or two outside just to restore confidence. It's a very frustrating elimination for Rami Younes for Canada. But again, we can just understand a little bit more the picture, because Community O only together with Rami since the very end of December. They were here for the one-star classes back in late December. They jumped the one-star Grand Prix in the indoor arena here. This is the Longines arena that is outside. There's the Longines inside arena as well here. So that was last week. So they are raw as a pair, and they come unstuck this morning in this imposing outside arena, which is wonderful. But if you've got a new horse or a young horse that is new to you, even more so, things could prove a little bit challenging. The new starter, Val McGarry, getting underway. Egypt has 8 in this class, and it is Ronaldo AH for Val McGarry, number 28. So 3 on the bounce, I'm afraid, getting nowhere. And again, I can tell you this is a new horse internationally. Val McGarry has had this horse since just mid-October competitively out on the international circuit. And the horse he started himself at the end of last year was a 7-year-old, so again, just not the experience ready to come in and expect to have a good round here. You've got to, of course, try. You've got to get the horses out competitively, young enough, and of course 7 is already a bit senior to be starting internationally, but this is a big venue to bring them so young. They were here last week and again had a tough pair of rounds inside, so the theme continues, and Val McGarry's got to go back to the drawing board and rethink his approach with Ronaldo AH in competitions to come. We wish them the best of luck, but it's elimination of combination number 28. Great to see our young guests enjoying themselves here. There is a huge development going on here in the Arabian nations, and great to see the pure excitement of young people watching horse sport. It is really great to see, and very exciting for us as rather more senior citizens, shall we say, to watch the energy that horses are transmitting to our next generations. It's really exciting to be witnessing the development of this sport as a tiger economy out here in the Arabian Peninsula. Just to remind you of the programme as we go through the day. This is going to be a long class, of course, with 100 starters, and the next class is the two-star Grand Prix qualifier. That is a world ranking class as well. We'll be starting at 1:40 p.m. That is local time here on the Arabian Peninsula, and then 4:50 p.m. will be the four-star opening class of the second week. That is a 1m40. And then 7:30 tonight, it is going to be the 1m45 competition against the clock, and again a world ranking class. So two world ranking classes today. And start numbers 60, 36 and 40 respectively for the two and then the two-star and then the two four-star classes. So let's hope for a smoother round here as we get hopefully back up on our feet here. Now, this is really bizarre because this is a very good combination on course. They were placed here last week. Rambling Loon it is. Yeah, and it's another one. Sadly, we say farewell to. This is Mustafa Said for Egypt, number 29. Rambling Loon was third in the two-star immediate jump-off class. That was in behind Grace Healy and Jabad Abadou, and second was the horse we saw earlier, Luis Ferreira, Portugal, with Cheddington Tallulah. So that was a real drop in form as of last week, and I'm just wondering whether it is the fact the sun has risen quite sharply to now put shadows on our early fences. The shadows are very much on the landing side, so maybe horses are seeing these and putting the brakes on. It happens, of course, and that's my best explanation at the moment. The horses that were good last week, but being caught a little bit off guard this morning. The new starter, Basim Mohammed, gets away. Strong start for the rider for the home nation Qatar. This is a Ratina Lynn van Het Netterhof on course. Belgian mare. She is 8 years of age this time, daughter of Jacqueline Blue, crossed to Diamond de Semi. This again is owned by Al Shaqab. That's a convincing ride down through the double. Some crowd whistles to infuse him into the second phase. Well, he cuts inside, but then makes a really nice little bow at the end of that diagonal line between 8 and 9. So again, sensitive to his horse, Basim Mohammed. A superb rider. That was a really good bit of horsemanship. And that is a great round to restore confidence out in the collecting ring. Yeah, 6 seconds down, but it is for 9.18 and 7th place for Basim Mohammed. I love the very clear plan. You speak to any of the top riders now, I'm sure it's always been the same, but becoming ever more surface territory to hear about the deliberate plans, the quick retirements if it's not going to plan. There's a lot of structure because of the sheer scope of competitions that we enjoy on the world show jumping scene. So becoming a very precise art. It's not just a matter of the here and now. There's a lot of thought going into production of horses, to best plans for horses, and whether you come in wanting to be competitive and it doesn't go your way, a quick adjustment of plan will calls quicker than I think the times in the past. Used to be a little bit more deliberated out on the round as to whether they would happen, but now we see it time and time again. Sort of in Geneva, it's straight out when it doesn't go your way. The new starter, Mohamed Jabor Al Naimi, is on the course, number 33 for Qatar. Bonhomme Dorval. Self-Francais Gelding just breathes on top of 6. Just flattened down to the Liverpool. Rossi across to Dandy Duplap, and this horse, Mohamed's own horse, he'll take a slightly more inside line. And there we see the difference. Takes the top of the Oxa from Bargos, and of course he couldn't really be watching the rider before, Mohamed. Bassi Mohamed, I should say. In fact, I think we had a little change in the running order here, because I think 2 were meant to come. So I just got my eye drawn to the wrong start number momentarily. But yeah, didn't follow Bassi Mohamed's example. He does have the 8 penalties at the end of their 2 phase, 1:30. Bonhomme Dorval and Mohamed Jabor Al Naimi completing for Qatar. So this is now one of those that was due to come a little bit earlier, but I'm assuming request put into the grand jury, maybe through a shoe out in the warm-up. We do not have the information. But on course, Mohamed Abu Hamour is number 32. We go to Jordan now. And Kwanzu Odeveld, this mare, she's a daughter of Kadan van der Mispelen. Mohamed owns this horse himself. He comes down to fences 3 and 4. This horse, yeah, encouraging here, because up in the hand of the rider of Jordan, maybe 2 onward bound actually. The reverse problem with those we've seen getting eliminated, but a little bit too strong, quite deep into 5, the top bar of the vertical falls. Haha, so maybe was backing off more than we anticipated, or more than we could see from the sidelines. That's why he was a little bit strong early doors, as he now, I'm afraid, comes unstuck. And that was a tough moment for Mohamed Abu Hamour. He is up on his feet, that is the great news, and walks away. But a nasty moment there where the horse just reared up, thankfully didn't come over back on himself, and Mohamed thrown nicely clear, and no collision on landing at all, so they're okay. Horse is caught and we can go on. It's elimination, but of course, importantly, Mohamed Abu Hamour none the worse for that awkward moment into the double at the start of phase 2 here at Al Shaqab for week 2 of the Doha Tour. Okay, so I think there was a misidentification earlier. Said Nasser Al-Kadi, in fact it was, who came earlier. Fury LS, and our apologies. We will do our very best. There will be little adjustments that we'll just have to update you with. The TV box is a little bit away from our judges. They've got to be left in concentration. I've got to also keep my eye on my game, so there might be the odd little miscue here and there, but we'll do our very best for you. So this now, though, and that's the reason, is Mohamed Jabor Al Naimi. So I'm just logically assuming Said Nasser Al-Kadi was the one that I had ID'd as this combination, who are with us now. Bonhomme Dorval getting started. But already, fence 6 is the 4 penalties to exit the first phase. Mohamed then breezes down to 8, so a beautiful forward shot at the Oxa. Now this is a new line. I like the line actually. It just eliminates any need to either angle or risk fence 9 falling or take a little bow. I prefer that. Go outside, get the horse lined up, cuts in between that unused double in this round. It's really good. Yeah, it's a new line and I like it a lot. That is 4 penalties for Mohamed Jabor Al Naimi and Bonhomme Dorval. Strong round, and we see a novelty in terms of approach back to 9. Which again, bearing in mind this class is acting as a warm-up for the bigger things to come for both 2-star and some 4-star horses. Calder, Anastasia Bondareva will see going 4-star later today and over the days ahead here. 3 days of competition. We will be competing on Saturday with the 4-star Grand Prix. Sunday, for religious reasons, a non-competitive day here in Qatar. The new starter. We are live with Egypt, and Halim Ahmed Abdul Halim El Barashi is our new starter. Aslan casts us back to the great Chronicles of Narnia of C.S. Lewis. Lost the stirrup he has as he comes down to 6. This horse, Hanoverian, son of Askari, crossed to Count Granas, that is owned by Nasser Al Ghazali. 32.94, the lead for Inigo Lopez de la Osa Franco for Monaco. Bada Al Fard led just for a tiny flash second, with Inigo following him. Bada Al Fard second with H.W. Cosette, 34.07, and third, 2-3 for the Saudi Arabians. Khaled Al Mobti and Marianne in third, 34.55, but good round, 35.48. Is going to go into 4th place and will knock Jean Saint-Grand down into 5th place, our early leader. We've had a real mixed bag in the last half hour of eliminations or leading rounds. Jean Saint-Grand goes into 5th place, and up into 4th goes Halim El Barashi for Egypt, and Aslan with a very smart rounder. Early mistake at the State of Qatar Ox. Haya Abdulaziz Al Raban is our new starter, number 35. Catano is the son of Katoki. Corner Zablensky here, the dam sire. This one is Haya's own horse. As she runs down, 6, I'm afraid, goes again. 2 in the first phase, decapitated, forgive the expression. This should be the last of the first session. Hand goes up to signal to our ground jury that I'm afraid Haya Abdulaziz Al Raban has seen quite enough, and Catano, I'm not quite sure, I think Catano is going to retire. So, ladies and gentlemen, into the break we go, and Inigo Lopez de la Osa Franco sits in first place, 32.94, just a second and a little bit in second place is Bada Al Fard. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia having a very good opening class here on day 1 of Doha Tour's second week. Bada Al Fard and Khaled Al Mobti 2-3. Then it's Egypt's Halim Ahmed Abdul Halim El Barashi in 4th, and Jean Saint-Grand, who led early, is now 5th. The best for France, with more to come for the French. We take a short break and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Great to have your company. Do not stray far from your screens, please. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we resume the second session. We are 1/3 of the way through this 100-strong Special 2 phase, 1m30. Class 1 of week 2 of Doha Tour 2025. This, I think, is going to be an influential session because some very quick combinations to come in the next group, and I'm eyeing up number 44, Grace Healy, and Jabba Dabba Doo. They were brilliant last week. I had to interview Grace. I didn't have to. I was happy to. Of course, it was my job as well, but it was very nice to speak to her. She trains with Duarte Seabra. And she had a very good win. That was the intermediate jump-off class on Friday that she won. And she was also 4th in the opening class on the first day as well, so she's in good form. She'll be coming in about 10 horses time. We restart with number 36. Shady Ashraf Hassan gets us back underway. This is Magic City. Makes a good start here out of the first phase without a penalty, owned by the Armed Forces Equestrian Club for Shady. Magic City, inside cut, back to 9. That is how to do it exactly. On an angle, but again, just a shallow one to leave the front bar standing. Now this is quick here, the crowd whistles. 32.94 will stay unsullied, but it is a very good round. That's going to go up into the top placings. Yeah, 5th place. Great round. And Jean Saint-Laurent again will slide. In fact, it's 0.2 of a second down is Jean Saint-Laurent. It's a very good round from Shady Ashraf Hassan, 35.64 as opposed to 35.84. My old eyes were straining. I thought it was the same time for a moment. But it's a very good round that will be just 0.2 clear of Jean Saint-Laurent. And into 5th place. Now, for Qatar, number 37, Salman Sultan Al Suwaidi getting underway. This is Mohammed Sultan Al Suwaidi and beautiful stallion, a Westphalian, son of LB Crumble Cross to Clida the first. That is 9 years of age, the turn of this new year. Very happy new year to all of you tuning into the Doha Tour belatedly. Magic City, beautifully out over 6. The red ribbon to denote to those in the collecting ring. Of course, this horse could be a little bit sharp with his back legs as a stallion. Magic City runs down now between 9 and 10. It's a good round, 38.74 was the time, and a very nice round that will go up into 9th place. Yes, early mistake, sadly, for our new starter. This is Kamal Abdullah Hamdan on the course for the Saudi Arabians. His Belgian mare, daughter of Grand Cru van der Vief Eiken, crossed to Solitaire that Kamal owns himself. He's got a brilliant record. One of the elite few over a good decade or so for the Saudi Arabians. Now down into the latter stages of the second phase for Quickly. This was bred by Eddie Sips for the Saudi colours ultimately. Maybe not ultimately, but certainly currently. Of course, horse ownership could change and rider partnerships vary. Just one down, 4 penalties, 44.4 for Kamal Abdullah Bahamadan. And that is Quickly across the finish line. Combination number 38. That was the first of the errors for the very nice combination. The next to come sees a good spot into 3. Out on course, Mohammed Ali Al-Adba. This is number 39 for Qatar. It is Flarion jumping. This gelding, he's Dutch bred rather. Just backing off into 5, and the vertical goes. This round feels like a little bit of a deflating balloon here. Juice feels like it's just running away a little bit, and now, yeah, we can see the evidence. It's quite a deep spot into 3, and I was already a little bit on guard. I had a good stride, but I was already aware that the horse was not really travelling off the leg of Mohammed Ali Al-Adba. Flarion grinds to a halt, I'm afraid. But now, finally, going forward, travelling on well between 9 and 10. 10 goes as well, but I'm just glad to see some real positive forward momentum after the loss of impulsion into the double start of the second phase. So it's going to be a troublesome round. It's going to complete, but it is 27 penalties from Mohammed Ali Al-Adba and Flarion. They regroup well to come across the finish line, bearing in mind their halfway troubles. The new starter, this is the turn of number 40, Egypt's Mohammed Lofty Solomon, getting away this Ala Waziri's Heathcliff Blue. Their bridle number is 306. The horses, yes, have a running start number, but they have bridle numbers that our stewards can cross-refer any issues back to our judges, of course, to keep an eye on horse welfare. Any little observation, our steward teammate will be reported to our ground jury. So the FBI keeping great overview in terms of any issues that need to be looked into further. Hopefully there are none, of course. This horse gets off to a quick start here. Heathcliff Blue turns back to the 3-rail vertical. Nice filler in the base of it to get horses up and airborne from our course team here. Bernardo Costa Cabral from Portugal, assisted by Mohammed Abdul Mahsoud from Egypt. Now that was very quick down into the double start of the second phase. So this pair are having a cut here. 32.94 is the time to beat. The crowd getting electrified here, but I think it's going to be a little bit behind in any case. Great round. Certainly that gets a huge reception, and delighted to see the reaction from Mohammed Lofty Solomon. Great round. He will go second, 33.83, within a second of the lead of Inigo Lopez de la Osa Franco. So Bada Al-Fard finally will drop into third. He stays on the podium, but it's a very strong round for Egypt, and great to see just what that meant to Mohammed Lofty Solomon. We go now to the Kingdom of Bahrain out on the course. There is just one for Bahrain in this competition. No, two actually. I make a long list in the morning with such big classes, but no, there's a second one. I thought I checked my list of multiple represented countries carefully, but no, the old eyes falter again. Get the opticians when I get back to Austria. Mind you, as a young dad now, your eyes are on other things that are more important than where your glasses are. Just to see where Anton is off scurrying to, so may have some correct fitting, appropriately visioned glasses, but won't necessarily have them with me to commentate. The new starter, the first of the pair for Bahrain, Ahmad Majid Hussein Fakhwari. This is Kamikaze Van Het. Bontehoff said, boy oh boy. Glad I only said that once at the end of the second phase. It's a couple down out on the course this morning, but good overall impression. That is not a bad round to open up the field of play here for Ahmad Fakhwari. Kamikaze comes home with that rail. That Oxer goes, both rails going. But a good round overall, given some have fallen into trouble over the last 45 minutes here in the Longines Arena at Al Shaqab. Week 2 of Doha's tour. It's great to hear the crowd here. There is a lot of Arabian support. Grandstand actually just down below us in the commentary position. We're alongside the judges with an eagle-eye view on the arena, but there's just a huge lots of people down below us that are enjoying this action, which is great to hear. The new starters, we welcome Youssef Said Al-Hamadi for Egypt, number 42. Gigi Boss is this very nice grey mare out of the KWPN stud book. She's very fleet-footed, just dancing footwork wise ahead of 4, jumps it very smartly. Gigi Boss then rattles down to 8. Open distance comes up very smartly. Youssef Al-Hamadi turns back to 9, and this is good here. No, one fence down. Just trying to unlock the FEI database, which I've got a huge personal database, but such as the variety of riders here from the Arab nations that I don't have on my database, I've got to access the FEI to give you some current information. At the moment, they think I'm a robot, so I'm just trying to hack that. So I'm just, apologies for taking my eye off the state of play on the field of play. It is 4 penalties for the rider for Egypt. Gigi Boss has 1 down out of the course for Youssef Said Al-Hamadi. So very happy to say that with a bit of technical assistance here, myself being an absolute dimwit when it comes to computers or anything technically minded, I have got now access, which is great. So results becoming thick and fast for those I don't know, and there are plenty here in Qatar. But on course now, delighted to welcome Fanoon Al Humaidan for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, number 43. Oliver Twist van der Berg-Herve is on the course. Gelding, son of Lababda Rev, crossed the Cassini the first that Fanoon owns himself, bred by Paul Schocker-Möller. This horse impressed last week. He's a Rolls Royce of a horse. He's got a big ground covering stride, very, again, flexible over his vertebral column to bascule, French word to describe the arc of the horse over the fence, and it's really nice to watch him. He's not the quickest this morning, but scopy, big striding, and must be a lot of fun to ride for Fanoon Al Humaidan, who comes home 39.69 and 13th place for the combination for Saudi Arabia. Interesting background because Fanoon shares a ride with Bandar bin Mahfouz, both from Saudi Arabia, and also had a spell with Sergio Neukman Jr. I'm assuming they're all stable together. But now this is the one we're going to watch carefully, because Grace Healy getting underway now for Great Britain. Winner of that immediate jump-off class that was held last Friday, day 2 of week 1. But no, Jabba Dabba runs into trouble. The form book is being absolutely diced up this morning. It is really unusual, actually. Yeah, and that's elimination. One of my picks in this second session just shows, yes, results and yes, stats are valuable, but that is the fascinating thing about horse sports. You cannot necessarily write the results in stone. Of brilliant Sam Watson, Dern Byrne of Equiratings are doing a brilliant job in analysis of horses' results at the highest levels. They give them an ELO score and an equine equivalent to the chess ratings. And of course, they're a great guide for all of us, whether commentator, fan, spectator, team managers, of course, also will be looking at these very interesting data profiles, but the in-ring results can sometimes go the way of the predictions, but often, not often, but sometimes go a way out of the hand of our wonderful team of researchers and analysts. The new starter, Sheikha Fatima Jabor Al Thani, gets underway, number 45 for Qatar. This hour on the course now. This mare was good last week. No top placing, but again, I enjoyed watching the rounds. She's a Belgian mare, daughter of Echo van der Spieveld, crossed to Balu Grand Z, that is owned by Sheikha Fatima Al Thani herself. Makes a good turn between 5 and then again that lovely little bit of footwork which you need as a rider occasionally. And again, improvising into the double. But I'm afraid, yeah, we've seen some improvisation, and it is a fall for Sheikha Fatima Jabor Al Thani. She's up on her feet. We pan away, of course, out of respect and privacy considerations of horses and riders in a fall, but very good. I can see the bird's eye view of the arena, so I will give you quick information as to the state of affairs. And very good to see none the worse for wear after her fall with Hour. It was just a little bit too much footwork perhaps happening, and then the indecision coming into 8. I'm afraid they are eliminated. The horse and rider are okay. Hour caught, and Sheikh Fatima Jabal Al Thani walks away and looks absolutely none the worse for wear. The next to come forward, we welcome. It is the turn of Egypt's Mohamed Osama El Borai, number 46, just under the halfway point of our marathon opening class here. The special 2 phase, 1m30. Bijuke Van Tekatanai Z gets on course. This is owned by the Armed Forces Equestrian Club for Mohamed. Beautiful blood mare. She's 9 years of age. Mohamed, part of the Mediterranean Games in Pescara in 2009. And also had a very good Pan-Arabian team silver medal. All the starts at the either Mediterranean or Pan-Arabian Games were with Nirvana. As in 07, the Pan-Arabs team silver. Games held that year in the Egyptian capital, Cairo. Now, Bijuke still going very nicely. Really lovely mare for Mohamed Osama El Borai. It is a horse that he's only had this season. It was produced by a young rider from Saudi Arabia, Abdurrahman Gohal, and looks like a really smart mare for the future for Mohamed Osama El Borai. He will come home with a smart, clear round, no pressure on our podium, but it's a good round. The next to come, number 47, we go to Qatar's Hanim Nasser Al Qadi. This is Morocco, the new starter. This stallion, he is 17 years of age this time. He is the son of 4 Edition Cross to Wanderer. That is co-owned by Hanan El Darini and Muda Zayada. Muda, one of our very good international show jumping riders. Bright start out over the state of Qatar, Oxa. There is such a buzz here. Crowd volume and frequency of little whistles and applause is really encouraging. It just shows how much the crowd is engaging with the sport here in Qatar. International guests joining us from worldwide. There's one of the Austrian ambassador here last week to present the Grand Prix trophy to Geoffrey Puck. Morocco makes an idle turn back between 9 and 10. No real thrust on the accelerator by any stretch of the imagination from Hanim Nasser El Qadi, but as we'll say till we're blue in the face, this the opening class on the first day. Yes, it's a new week, and yes, a lot of the horses were here last week, but still there'll be new horses here in this class for this second week. So again, an introductory round is paramount to get your horse nicely confident in this cauldron of an atmosphere, which it not only is visibly in terms of the infrastructure of Al Shaqab, but now with the crowd already here and buoyant on the opening morning, it is giving some of these horses a little bit of an eye-opening, ear-opening experience. But now back to this very good man. Khaled Abdulaziz Al Aid comes forward. Individual bronze some quarter of a century ago, pretty much exactly, back to 2000 in Sydney. Raqqa DMC on course for number 48. Khaled Abdulaziz Al Aid gets away again, his second ride in the class. Now this all-important turn back to 3 and 4 to set this round up well. I think this is an important line to state your intentions early to your horse, to commit to your round, whatever it is your policy is. You've got to commit to it, whether it's a defensive strategy, preparation strategy, or a attacking approach. And Khaled Abdulaziz Al Aid sadly topples the top of 5 with Raqqa. Just to once again make the point, I'm sure those of you watching are all very much au fait with the two-phase distinction between the traditional two-phase, where you must be both clear jumping and inside time in the first phase to go into phase 2 competitively. But this being a special two-phase means that whatever goes, barring elimination in the first phase, you can proceed. Creates a longer class in terms of those that are not competitive being able to go on, but again, that is the fact it's introductory in nature to the week. So that is the concession, to allow horses that have had a mistake to go on and soak up the atmosphere. It is going to be 7 out on the course for Khaled Abdulaziz Al Aid, and his second ride of this 2-star 130 Raqqa DMC, completing with 7. It's an early look out over the Oxer at 2, back to the Oxer at 3 from our new starter. For Iran, Adel Kashavaz getting started, number 49. It's been very interesting for me this week talking to Daniel, one of the vets here at Shaqab. He's been telling me all about Iran, which I was very blind about. He can be on the beach, he can ski, he can be in the forest or in the jungle within one day. That is the scope of Iran as a nation in terms of landscape and activities available, which was real news to my ears. I travel a lot, but I haven't been to Iran, and that was really interesting to hear the insider perspective. I'm afraid not going the way of Kadeen B out on the course. This is the 10-year-old daughter of Berlin, and looking like it's going to be a retirement as... Yeah, just misses fence 10. So it's an error of course. I thought it was a retirement. Clearly just lost concentration given the problems that Kadeen B was encountering. Adel Kashavaz is out of the special two-phase 2-star this morning. They'll brush up, I hope, as we go onwards. But again, this is observational because the atmosphere out there, the excitement of the horses about being here with so many equine colleagues, the atmosphere cannot be underestimated as to causing a little navigational moment of confusion. The new starter. We go to Qatar now. Saeed Mohammed Al Kuwari getting away. This is number 50. Beautifully bred mare, glamour girl. This is, she's 14 years of age, daughter of Eldorado van der Zeshoek, across to Silverstone. Powerful bloodlines, two pillars on either side of the genetics. This one owned by Saud Mahmoud himself. This is exactly the halfway point, so an apt time to remind you of the position that has been rustled up by Mohamed Lofty Solomon's very good round into second for Egypt with Heathcliff Blue 33.83, trailing by just under a second. Inigo Lopez de la Osa Franco sits with high hopes of his first win here. He had a number of loud knocks on the winning door last week unanswered, but really could be his moment. The way things are unfolding, 32.94 is the time to beat, but another one, I'm afraid, to receive the belt from our judges and to give you all of our judges in name, because they work very hard on a number of different angles, whether it's competitively, whether it's assisting the stewards, whether it's filling in reports to the FEI. Christopher Jopling from Great Britain, alongside Stefan Ellenbrook, are our presidents. I'd like to welcome Ahmed Younes Badoui from Qatar for this second week. Andrew Pollard here, his first week from Great Britain. Great to have Andrew alongside. Francis Hethkes Jones from Italy was here last week. Khalil Ibrahim Murad from the United Arab Emirates here for his first week. And Yi Cheng Ye from Taipei. Warm welcome to Yi Cheng. And our foreign judges, Jerry Koo was here last week from Hong Kong, but great to welcome the man from Kobe in Japan. Kazu Hirayama is here for his first week in Doha. Going the conservative approach back to fence number 5. And then again, yeah, defensive out over 6, but a precise, deliberate approach that then yields a clear round that now is going to be utilised by the looks of things. Comes down to fence number 8, and again angles out over that beautifully. Inside line, cut back. Absolutely superb is the distance down to fence 9. This is really good here. 32.94, the leading time, is going to come under fire. This is very close here. Down to the last fence, it's going to be into the lead by, yes, 1 1/3 seconds. What a good round. That was brilliant. Mohamed Khalifa Bakia for Qatar takes the lead with Dukan, also by the Qatar Equestrian Federation. Breezes home, the son of Toulon. Here's confirmation, 31.65, leads by 1 1/3 seconds over Inigo Lopez de la Osa Franco, who will have to content himself maybe with another podium. But still a long way to go at the halfway stage. Maybe will drop off, you'd assume so statistically. Very good round that puts 31.65 into first place. Well done to the home nation. Great win for Qatar. Hussein Haydan won the Sauceda, the 2-star speed, last week. That was the one home victory through the 2- and 4-star classes in week 1. So we have hopes for a home victory, 31.65. The new starter, we go to Egypt now. This is the Apple Grey Holstein Stallion, My Lord Conrad, getting started. This is the 10-year-old son of My Lord Carthago, crossed to Contender, property of Abdel Fattah El Hussein Aissa, ridden by Ali Massara for Egypt. Number 52 makes a, until that point, just when I was starting to think it's a secure start. Fence 8 early on in the second phase drops to the Shaqab sand. Alan Massara comes home with My Lord Conrad, and it is going to be a total of 8. With the final fence, the Visit Qatar Oxa at 12, in addition to the Al Abdul Hamid Motors Oxa at 8. They are the 2 errors, 8 penalties for My Lord Conrad for Egypt. Egypt fielding 8 into our special 2 phase, 1 metre 30. This is the son of Dola de la Pierre, cross to Vassi donc Longines. It is César de Marquet on the course for Yassim Al-Kouari for Qatar. Yassim's own horse, bred by Cédric Bonnet in France, comes down to the exit fence of the first phase. Very agile, quick thinking, quick reflexes from César down through the double. Because he jumped in big and then had to be, again, very athletic to clear the Oxa. César de Marquet turns now to the final line. Still clear, this is a good round. The Yassim Al-Kouari, that will be confidence giving. 4 seconds down on the leading time, will be 7th place as we stand. It's combination number 53 out of the 100 to get underway in the special 2 phase of 1 metre 30. Good round for the home nation, and into 7th place they go. The next to come, Sheikh Ali Khalid Al Thani getting started, number 54. This is Cheddington Blue out on the course, early stages of the first phase. Al Shaqab, this incredible venue. More about Al Shaqab to come once we get a little bit more time to breathe and explain the story of our venue here. As the classes in numbers will thin out a little bit as we go on, the intensity will go up as we go to bigger classes. A little bit more breathing space to fill you in on some of the incredible stories that this venue has opened up to the world. Cheddington Blue turns down to 9 and 10. Looks very, very happy. This stallion about his work. The 10-year-old bred by Alphonse Anneken comes down to the last fence, and it's a really strong round to watch it. It's a very content horse under a very good ride from Sheikh Ali Khalid Al Thani, just precise, flowing, not manufactured in look, and that is what I've been drawn to with this round. Just a lovely free flow nature, which is ideal. The new starter, Christopher Klesner, getting underway. Number 55 for Germany, the umlaut on the A. AE is the full version. So Klesner, it must well be. Getting started, Jack Van Het Dennerhoff is his, again, Toulon son. Quidam de Revel here, the dam sire. Christopher spins back to 5, left-handed dog leg to 6. 5, I'm afraid, topples. Christopher rode at the Pony Europeans at Bishop Burton. I was there that year to see Bertram Allen claiming his European individual title with Cassandra Van Het Rollerhoff back 15 years ago now. Christopher was 15th with Sonny that year. Just that mistake of 5 on the German card as he turns down to the final line with Jack Van Het Dennerhoff. Elegant horseman, he comes home. Rides for Kamal Abdullah Bahamadan. I'm fairly certain that horse formerly ridden by Kamal, still under Kamal's ownership. He's in our hotel, and I don't like to bother all the riders when they're having their breakfast, but we've got to get our databases polished, so I'll try and find out his story during the days ahead. But it's a very nice round with just one fence down for the talented young German, Christopher Klessner, number 55. The next to come, we welcome Mohammed Salem Al Mari, number 56, for the home nation Qatar, getting started. This is Nuance Van Het Groshoff getting away. Long stride, he finds down to fence number 4 after an open gallop between the states of Qatar, Oxa, and the vertical. This horse again owned by our Shaqab. Spins left-handed with purpose into the second phase here. Mohammed Khalifa Al-Bakr has just seized the lead. If you're just joining us, that was Duquesne in this 100-strong opening class of week 2 on the Doha Tour. 31.65 was a very good round to lead by 1 1/3 seconds over Inigo Lopez de la Osa Franco. Still, he's denied his opening win here. It looked possible, but his podium strike rate has been really impressive over the last 8 or so days here in Qatar. 42.93 was the time. 4 penalties out on the course, but a convincing round. Very nice to watch. Here's the overall impression. And these things are important, of course, in terms of spotting really good horsemen and horsewomen. Just the entry out of view, just out below the veranda that our spectators cover from, but just block our eyes, commentators that don't want to have our eyes fixed on the screen. We want to look at the overall impression as well. The new starter, Mohammed Abdullah Juma, gets underway, number 57. This is Nebraska. Deauville Van T and L cross to Landslake at the first. That is owned by the Qatar Equestrian Federation. They make a very solid start, but that is becoming a recent theme, which is encouraging, because we had a lot of horses just for a spell that were, I think, getting a little bit bemused by the atmosphere, coupled with a few powerful shadows that are thankfully dissipating largely. There's still a few out on the course, but seems to be having less effect on the horses' optics. Nebraska deep into the penultimate, but no problems at all. Well down on the time, but it's a very secure, solid round that is rounded out beautifully. 44.26 was the time. And into 20th position goes Mohamed Abdullah Juma and Nebraska. The next to come forward, we welcome Mohamed Alassika with his second ride in this opening class of week 2. It is Kareem jumping, number 58. This was owned by Her Highness Princess Dina Al So for Mohamed. It is Kareem on the course. Holstein gelding, he's son of Clarimo, crossed to Queenar, bred by Alvin Schmidt. But I'm afraid the round sours early. Disappointing to see the elimination for Mohamed Alassika. He was second in the one-star Grand Prix here last week with Scooby Lenski. Face was a very good one-star Grand Prix finish. The 2- and 4-star class happening in the outsider in here, the Longines arena outside, but the indoor arena hosts the 1-star classes, so 3 Grand Prix it was last Saturday. Just to give you the full picture of the Grand Prix winners here. Doha Tour week 1. The 2-star Grand Prix went to Emanuele Gaudiano with Quirinius. One of his 4 victories was incredible. Geoffrey Puck, he won the 4-star Grand Prix with Equestrian Maxwell the 5th. And indoors, it was Khaled Al Hadi who won for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia the 1-star Grand Prix with Doremi Duflo Z, ahead of Mohamed Alassika and Hayek Khalid El Hitimi for Qatar, the top 3 in the 1-star. The new starter, Georgina Lazarus, gets away, just one for Australia in the opening class this morning. Murosa, adding syllables, such as the quantity of force. I think sometimes your brain, your larynx get a little bit severed, the connection, certainly stretched. We'll blame the numbers anyway, see if I get diction better later, and then we'll prove the theory or not. And that's a good round, away from commentators' daily dilemmas. One down, which is a shame because time-wise is very, very good from the Australian. Nice round, yeah, just the opening fence actually. Just craned my eyes out. We're sitting way up in the skies here. Not always zoomed in, of course, until the highlights. So again, I'm searching for excuses for my well, impressions of the round, but it is 4 penalties for the combination for Australia, Georgina Lazarus and Murosa. It's a quick time. The second now to come for Bahrain. Khaled Halal Al Khatri getting started. Just to confirm the top 3 as we stand, Mohammed Khalifa Al Barka out in first place for Qatar, the home nation, bidding for their second win on the 4th competitive day of the weeks here so far on the Doha Tour. 31.65 leads by 1 1/3 seconds over Inigo Lopez de la Osa Franco. His terms leave out Isel, call him Lopez. But he is having a brilliant pair of weeks with Golden Diamond, and his form is unrelentingly good. And third, Mohamed Lofty Solomon and Heathcliff Blue. Podium finish at the moment for another very nice grey for Egypt, 33.83. Khaled was part of the World Equestrian Games in Tryon 2018, prior to the disbanding of the disciplines, the Equestrian Worlds, featuring the disciplines apart from the eventing. It was held in Qatar in 2022, and also the carriage driving held in the beautiful foothills around Rome, volcanic ashes that Giuseppe Chiesa crafted for the World Equestrian Games, to the brilliant British win. In the eventing, it's a good round though. Very nice clear round for Khaled Halal Al-Khatri. He also rode at the Asian Games in Jakarta and in Doha here in 2018, and the Games here in 2006. Comes home in 38.76 as a time, and we'll go into 13th place as we stand. Taking a moment to compose himself before the get-go. The King of Saudi Arabia gets a big cheer away from the start. He is one of 18 for the Saudi Arabians today. One of the best received riders so far, Abdul Malik Abdul Hadi gets on course. This is Edwin jumping. This horse he co-owns with Princess Al Johara Al So. It is number 61 on course. A very good ride he gives this bay down between 5 and 6, and then foot down into the second phase here as he tries to join the podium. Big striding horse, who now opens up down between 9 and 10 impressively. This is a very good round. 31.65 will not be beaten, but goes very well. 32.94, and yeah, second place, well done for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Mohammed Khalifa Al Bakr stays out in first place for Qatar, but that is a very good round that will knock Inigo Lopez de la Osa Franco down into third. Great round from super performance out on the course. Abdul Malik, Abdul Hadi and Edwin go into second place. In fact, there's a tie in second. It was exactly the same time. So we have a share. It's a dead heat in second. Inigo Lopez de la Osa Franco and Abdul Malik Abdul Hadi have exactly the same time, 32.94, to trail by 1 second. The third of our leader, Mohammed Khalifa Al Bakr. The new starter, Nadia Peter Steiner, getting started, number 62 for Switzerland. Nadia, who actually does not have a trainer, she does all the work with her horses herself, essentially unassisted. Talked to her mother on the Longines Global Champions Tour in Rome last year. She had a taxi ride in to the incredible venue to reveal the story of Nadia. This is a lovely looking mare. It is Casalco's daughter. tailor-made Fia Confara jumping Damside Confargos. Just love this mare's athleticism and attitude, just so forward-thinking, is bolt forward, but can adjust as well, showing boldness and carefulness in mind as well, which is a very nice combination. Super round for Nadia Peter Steiner to watch, and 42.58 is the Swiss time to go into 21st position. What an end to the season Martin Fuchs enjoyed, winning the Rolex IJRC Top 10 final for his first time in Geneva with Leonie J. His year was exceptional, and looking forward to seeing more Martin Fuchs fireworks as we go on was this year, and look towards the European Championships later in La Coruña. The new starter, Hamza Kizwani, getting underway for Jordan. We have Mamara VG on course. This mare, she's another Grand Dorado TN daughter. Early rattle survived by the combination for Jordan. Padina Seer, the dam sire, that is co-owned by Hamza and Saleh Kizwani. Great Seahorse now into a better flow. Fairly certain it was a light effect with shadows earlier. It's just that, again, most likely cause, but it could have been something else. But whatever the reason was, it's certainly now evaporated, which is great to see. Because some really good horses. I'm thinking of Grace Healy, Jabba Dabba Doo, one of my tips for the victory. They had 2 run-outs at 3, so very bizarre in form. Winning pairs from last week to be eliminated this morning shows there was something anomalous about the conditions out there to cause in-form pairs to bow out. So good round, clear round, and 20th place as we stand. Very smart from Hamza Kizwani and Mamara VG for Jordan. New starters, this pair looked good last week, and I'm hoping they can continue their form. Salim Gaffar is on the course for Egypt. It is number 64, undercover jumping. She is 12 years of age, daughter of Ultimo Cross to Zandor, bred by Gestud Rachmanshof and owned by Ala Waziri once again. Very good getaway. She blazes back to 7A and B to get into the second phase. Clear through there. Slim Gaffar, 31.65, his target time. Not a million miles away as they arch out over 9. Stride left out to 10. This is still on here. 31.65 is going to be pushed to the wire. Going to go for the last fence. Will be down a little bit, I think, but wow. Yeah, great effort. And way away the last fence, and just clutches his fist together because that was so nearly a very strong placing. Was going to go into 4th place. Would have been, or was, just 0.12 of a second down on the shared time between Inigo Lopez de la Osa Franco and Abdul Malik Abdul Hadi. But the last fence will drop, I'm afraid. Slim Gaffar out of the top 5. Great effort with undercover. She's again showing her form is sustained into the second week. The new starter makes a very decisive little half turn between 3 and 4 that comes up beautifully. Hamad Nasser Al Kadi on course for Qatar. Edison Z powerfully away. This horse was produced by Muda Zayada. Has been with Hamad since August of last year. This is their third two-star weakest combination. They debuted in Valkensvaart in August of last year. They jumped 2 classes to 2-star class 2 with us for week 1 of Doha Tour 2025 last week. They've had 1 top 10 finish in their careers so far. That was a 1-star 130. In fact, that was with Muda. So Muda had a top 10 finish August of last year, so that's a nice round. Will not shake up the leaders, but with 100 in the field, I think you'd need a more established partnership probably than one that has been only since August in formation. Nice round though in any case for Hamad Al Kadi. Edison Z is well clear. The new starter, 2 more to come before the next short interval. 2-star special 2 phase, 1 meter 30. Mashal Sultan is on the course for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And it's a very good class for the Saudis. 3rd is Abdul Malik Abdul Hadi. 5th, Bada Al Fard. It's Khaled Al Mopti's in 6th place. So 3 in the top 6 for this nation. Quidamos Valentin looks very rangy as she rips down between 3 and 4. Quidamo across to Romancier, owned by Karine Tabara for Mashal Sultan. Swings back, quite a spacey approach back to, I don't mean in terms of outer space, I just mean big curve into the 2nd phase. This mare, excuse me, the stallion, I just assumed Valentine was a lady. This stallion is careful and he's agile. Comes down through related line 9 to 10 beautifully, and Mashal Sultan here to come home. It's a very good clear round through the pair of phases. Smart round, and 40.78 will go into 21st place. We now jumped 66, so pretty much exactly in the top 3rd of finishers at this point, as we're just going into the last 3rd of the 2-star 1 meter 30. Combinations take us into the break. It is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's Abdullah Al Frey jumping. This is his own Haskell on the course. Now this is the son of Cardento, who bows out of the 3rd. Cardento, one of the most prolific stallions in world show jumping, and one of the horses of the hour, still at 18, 19 this time. Is Peter Fredriksson's Catch Me Nortes, who was 3rd in the World Cup finals in Riyadh spring of last year. So just shows the quality of Cardento offspring. Yes, in incredible hands with Peter Fredriksson, one of my all-time top riders. There's a very elite list that includes the likes of Samar Todd, who did the double in the Olympics, as did Peter in both eventing and show jumping. We'll have John Whittaker in the list. There's a number, Luke Beerbaum, you must consider, but yeah, Cardento offspring proving longevity and high performance ability time and time again. So tough round, I'm afraid, to bring us into the next short break. There's a completion round with a little bit of, not luck, but good stride at the last, which they find very nicely. But it is going to be 17 penalties for the last of these, this mid-session. Abdullah, Afray and Haskell completed with 17. So, ladies and gentlemen, into the break we go. And we'll have the remaining third of this voluminous 1m32 star special 2-phase competition to bring you from Al Shaqab, day one of week 2 of Doha Tour 2025. Our course team take a stretch. Thanks to everybody out in the arena. They are certainly putting in a lot of mileage per day with the long hours and many classes that must be assembled, taken down. Got to be, of course, built up and around the prize givings and the light shows. There is a lot of variables that our course team must navigate. Thank you to all of them. And into the break we go. Mohammed Khalifa Al Bakr leads for the home nation Qatar as Qatar bids for its second win here on home sand. Monaco's Inigo Lopez de la Osa Franco sitting again in a podium finish, but still he's denied his first victory on the Doha Tour. And a very good recent round for Abdul Malik Al Abdul Hadi for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has Edwin on the podium, 32.94. We take a short break from the action. Don't go far, we'll see you soon to see who wins this massive opening class.
last part of this competition, and we welcome the number 68 on your start list. We go back to Qatar with Khalid Sinan Al-Nuaimi with Nobile.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we restart this marathon opening class on day one of week 2 of Doha Tour 2025. We are about 25 minutes outside the heart of Doha here at Al Shaqab. It is a sensational arena. I enjoyed preparing prior to coming out as to what this venue does overall, and I will start to reveal some of the incredible aspects that, as a sports commentator or as a horse enthusiast, we must cover. More of that to come soon because it's a multi-purpose facility. We get underway with Khalid Sanad Al-Nuaimi. This is number 68 for Qatar. It is Nobile della Genesiana jumping. This gelding, 12 years of age, owned by Eddie Sepul for Khalid, and the son of Katoki. Makes a solid start. Just rather economical into the double, didn't give the vertical in much clearance vertically, but carefully clear is our restart. Gelding Nobile della Genesiana jumps beautifully out over 9 and 10. Not a quick round, but it's a solid round. Great lines, great awareness, as we're aware from Khalid Al-Nuaimi. Jumps a very nice round to get us back into action. So now the insight, I will tell you, I've been promising it, and I can tell you that it was 1992 that Al Shaqab was founded. It was founded by His Highness the Father Emir Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani. Its initial purpose was to build on Qatar's Arabian horse heritage and to further the Arabian horse breed. The Emiri stables are the stables here, and the founding stallions Gazelle, Al-Adid and Marwan, all with the Al Shaqab suffix. It's a beautiful grey Al-Adid, and the two dark coloured stallions are Gazelle and Marwan. This is the Longines arena that is the competition centrepiece of the facility. Al Shaqab itself has got twin functions, breeding and showing. There are many pure Arabian shows naturally held here as well, alongside the world-class show jumping. We also have a state-of-the-art equine veterinary centre here. There's also an equine exercise centre with treadmills, a horse walker, a swimming pool that is droplet-shaped with lovely straight entries and an exit, with a circle at the heart of the pool to keep your horse's limbs nice and loose in the beautiful waters here. And there's also the Equine Education Centre, where young Qataris can learn about horses and their future riding them. So that is the overall package that we are delighted to be welcome as for the Doha Tour's second edition. So apologies to our combination on the course, but no other option but to reveal the huge operation that we enjoy here. It is Michel Alandas who comes down to the last fence with one fence down. Him Graf, that is owned by Mohammed Al-Maki, comes across the line. It is 4 penalties for the combination for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The Saudis having a very good class, as we've indicated in this 1m30, or I've indicated. We often co-commentate, so we becoming a very popular word as we must broaden commentary outside of commentators into riders, into trainers, get perspectives from a lot of people who know intimately the sport of show jumping. The next to come, we go to combination number 70 for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Abdulaziz Fahad Alaid. This is Miss Cooper jumping. This mare, she is 13. Cooper van der Heffing across to the brilliant Clinton. This was owned by Khaled Abdulaziz Al-Ayed, the Sydney Olympic bronze medal winner back in 2000. a bit of a get out of jail card. They pop out onto the table of 4, having rather miscued, and the round is going to falter after that loss of rhythm. Defence 5 is the first 4 penalty. Takes a wide line sensibly into 9 and 10 after the little rhythm loss between 4 and 5, so either a very quick bit of rethinking or a solid plan B brought into play from Abdelaziz. Sensibly so, as they amble down to the last fence to come home. Just the one mistake at fence 5. Good round overall. After it's 4 penalties for Abdelaziz, Fahad, Alaid and Miss Cooper. Time, therefore, academic 46.05 it was. Showing some serious scope early doors, such that Hussein Saberi Rad has to sit very tight out over 3. Gets airborne over the state of Qatar, Oxa, Belarus, this Balu de Rouemet. And then you look at the bloodlines, you understand the sheer power and scope. Le de River is the dam sire, owned by the Bless stables. Slight doubt about that as being an accuracy on our start list. I will just check the database. Horse transfers happening, increasing frequency naturally in our booming World Sport Show jumping, so the database proprietors hard to keep up with the transfers. Just confirm that for you, for me as well, not for you. It's a lot of interest as well. I can now tell you that it's a big score of 8 penalties out on the course for Amir Hossein. And yeah, it does seem that the Bless stable does own this horse. That was certainly the case as of mid-December last year, so I'm assuming no change in the short time intervening. Comes home, but a troublesome round, I'm afraid, for the combination. Belarus has 8 penalties. 40.06 was the second phase time for Amir Hossein Saberi Rad for Iran. The new starter, number 72, Germany's Lara Sakakini, getting away. This is Sergio Malotto's My Kiss jumping. This man young, 8 years of age. Lara Sakakini is number 72. Good turn back to 5. Wide turn, so good if you want to be cautious this morning, which I can well understand. Of course, it's just caused enough problems that the rider's very aware in the collecting ring and watching prior to getting on their horses as well. That is the luxury of a big class in terms of start numbers. There's a lot of viewing potential for riders to come later in the draw. Lara Sakakini still clear. She, yeah, just trails, dangling down through both elements in 9 and 10. Has just picked up the pace, and My Kiss not quite understanding the change in pace, and feet not quite keeping up with the difference in velocity. does come home, but it is going to be 8 penalties with a sudden change of tempo from Arasaki Kini, which is, of course, one of the features you would expect to see in a two-phase competition, but the horse not quite keeping up with the reason for the different speed. 8 penalties for the combination for Germany. Lara, who's been a regular here in Doha. She competes actually the horse we saw with the new rider Hour. That was here last year in February. So joy's coming to the beautiful country of Qatar. The new starter. And delighted to welcome back Annabelle Francis now for New Zealand. Annabelle is aboard Thomas called Victor. He's the Irish sport horse son of Verdi TN crossed to numero uno that is owned by Deborah Francis. This horse bred by Catherine Thornton. The Irish sport horse turns back to 5 to then make a good turn down to 6. A long way away, but very powerful and scopy, as the Irish horses will tend to be. Annabelle Francis, a pea on a pod on top of this very nice Thomas Court Victor. They had a win in Oliver. That was a 7-year-old victory in early October last year. They actually had a pair of wins in Oliver. Same category. Also, Annabelle started competing in 2023, so this is their 3rd season as a combination and their 3rd full season they now enter. In addition to those 2 wins in Spain, they had 2 early wins in their career. Again, one was at Oliver, one was at Vejer de la Frontera. One late in 2023 and one early in 2024. So 4 wins on the horse's card. And it's a good double clear for the pair for New Zealand. The new starter, this is for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Delighted to welcome His Royal Highness Prince Mansour Al Saud, number 74, getting underway. Glory is his Canin Diamant, a semi 9-year-old that gets, I'm afraid, off to a faltering start with his 2nd error. Early days on Bernardo Costa Cabral's course. Powerful bay, compact, muscular. Down the line between 9 and 10. Just that looking around, there's plenty to catch the eye, but keeps true to his line, true to his task. Out over 10 successfully. We'll have time as well, but it is going to be a jumping and 2 time penalties for the combination completing. Very nice round to watch overall for His Royal Highness Prince Mansour Al Saud from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Glory comes home with a couple of errors and a couple of time penalties. The new starters, away now goes Saifiasa Fekri for Egypt. This is number 75. We are 3/4 of the way through exactly the opening class here, day 1 of week 2, and his rider Mambria. She's owned by the Armed Forces Equestrian Club, and Mambria, 8 years of age, getting started. Morning prayers in the background as we are at 11:45 here, local time. Very good footwork into the double combination from the mare, who then spins back. Nice cut-back turn for Mambria. It's the real blood type of mare that has been produced exclusively by CSI2, and actually only since mid-October last year, so it's a very good effort. They have a late full penalty at 10, and it's a shame because that was a nice round for the pair for Egypt. They've had a great run so far. They have enjoyed 4 podium finishes. 2 of those came in the Egyptian capital, Cairo, in late October last year, and 2 of them came here last week inside in the 1-star, so a 3rd and a 2nd. Mambria clearly looks like a very good prospect for CSI2 Fekri. The vertical 3 from home is the 4 penalties for the combination. New combination as well for Egypt, and they're impressive in the Longines arena. Starter makes a very good start through and out of the first phase. Apollon du Bani getting started. Jabba Rashid Al Amri on the course for the home nation. This pair had a very good win here at Al Shaqab. That was the Al Shaqab Champions Open class they won in late December. Boy, they're flat down to 9 and still clear. Chance at 10, but still clear. Now, could this be the round here? Turning back to the final fence, 31.65 here, surely it's going to be put to the side. The torch, yep, it's a very good round. It's a 1/3 of a second quicker, 0.033, exactly a 1/3 of a second. Ahead goes, well, home 1-2, Jabba Rashid Al Amri leads the way. Very good from Apollon du Bani. It is 31.32. And a 1/3 of a second precisely, well, minus the 0.33 recurring. Things that non-mathematicians don't worry about. It is a very good round. Mohammed Khalifa Al-Bakr goes into 2nd with Dukan. 31.65 is finally relegated. And Inigo Lopez de la Osa Franco, he clings on to another podium after his great flurry last week. Golden Diamond is now 3rd for Monaco, 32.94. That was a superb round. To come, we stay with Qatar, and Ali Said Al Misned is away. This is Calgary Van Het, Van der Hartenbeek Z jumping. Zabensky across to Kanchuro, that is owned by the Qatar Armed Forces. This beautiful burgundy jacket of the home nation. Turns now back to the entry fences into the 2nd phase. Jumps down through the double powerfully. Certainly a mood here that the home nation is feeling buoyant, understandably, with a 1-2 and the great win last week. Hussein Haidan Di Saucedo looking for, as a nation, Qatar, their 2nd week on their beautiful Doha tour. Another very good round to follow in the brilliance of Jabba Rashid Al Amri. Very good round indeed, 36.37 for Ali Said Al Misned. He goes into 12th place. Difficult start for the new combination. A bad omen. Let's hope they regroup quickly. Nasser Al-Bagami is on the course for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This is Nasser Al-Qahtani's Aaron Z jumping. They make a good regroup after a bit chancy. They were at the first fence. Confidence back to fence 5 as if to say, let's get this round now really secured. Aaron Z, Ankaran's Hero Z cross to Farmer. Number 78 is live on the course here in Doha. Peaceful lights, mahogany bay. Leans his coat again, speaks volumes about home care. Appropriate nutrition. Let out some feed supplements for this beautiful glossy coats. And we must say, of course, grooms becoming ever more appropriately so, importantly so, in the world's frontline view. Great initiative set up by Cian O'Connor to really start to recognise our top grooms on the world stage, and that is brilliantly important because the work they do behind the scenes we cannot even get close to understanding. I've groomed myself at a high level in eventing, and yeah, you just learn what has to happen to put up time after time reliable winning performances, and it is a huge team that must be not faltering it even for a hair's breadth of a moment to come out on top of the podiums, such as the calibre internationally these days. So well done to our grooms, thank you to our grooms, and certainly I don't know who the groom of the beautiful Aaron Z is, but well done to the groom of Nasser Al-Bagami. We go to number 79 now, and Jordan Ali Abu Hamel getting underway. Ibeya Shmeshi is Laura Crespo Vidal. Hamid's own horse has the first fence down, I'm afraid. That is the Doha Bank vertical. Bold looking chestnut. Time exactly in the early days on my setting up into eventing was the hunting field in Great Britain with the Equestrian modern chase. Dorian Williams, who was one of the brilliant voices of the BBC prior to Raymond Brooks, Ward, Mike Tucker, Nick Clark has been the run-through. Dorian Williams was part of the modern chase or best of a mile pony club, and this would be a horse that I'd love to take out into our country, not a country the size of great hunts up in Derbyshire, the Mennel, Fernie, Leicestershire, but this would be a good horse hunting field if ever need was. A couple of fences down, I'm afraid, out on the course for Ibeya for Ali Abu Hamel. Laura Crespo Vidal sees good stride, but the last fence, I'm afraid, also falling for the third penalty out on the course. 12 it is for Ali Abu Hamel and Ibeya. 39.71 for a target of 12 for Jordan. Saudi Arabia still with 3 in the top 7. Best finish just off the podium. Abdul Malik, Abdul Hadi as we stand. We now welcome combination number 80. Is Khalid Al Hadi, Capoen for the Saudis on the course. This is the Gelding Converter, the sire Darko, the dam sire that is owned by the club Ipico Calancino. 19 years of age. Same age as I just referred to. hour or so ago, Catch Me Not Tessa. The Greflin Stable of Peter Frederiksen. They started a really good gallop here. This is one to watch. Capo N storming. Not, we don't watch all of them, but this is one to watch in terms of winning potential. Comes really powerfully down towards the last pair of fences, and 31-32 is going to be, no, what a shame. It's a flyby at the last fence. They were up on the time, I'm pretty certain, but just a loss of control. Such was the adrenaline surging around Capo N's vasculature down to the last fence, and what a disappointing full penalty. 46.75, they were on target. It was either going to lead or be a very narrow second. I think it was a leading round, but for that moment, the next to come after that disappointing final fence approach for Khaled Al Hadi. We go now to Qatar's Salman Mohammed Al Emadi. This is Little Lord Petsy out on the course. Now this is the son of Buckman's Lord Petsy, Damsire Caratello B, that is, owned by Abdullah Hassan Al Emadi, number 81. Takes a very valuable moment to prepare himself for the task ahead. That's a really important little punctuation point for riders, just to let the nerves settle. If there's no nerve, just absorb what you're going to try and do. Get your mindset razor sharp before the set off. This horse 15 years of age. Good start as they come down to the exit fence of the first phase, jump it well. This horse looks very careful-minded. Just then a question of, there's quite a lot of questions no doubt, but Salman just trying to get Lord Petsy moving forward. He's certainly very aware of himself and proximity to fences, which is, I guess, how we would define carefulness, and the ability to react on those calculations, which happen rapidly. It's a lovely round. It is a clear 40.05 and 25th position goes Salman Mohammed Al Emadi for Qatar, and Little Lord Petsy completes after a good round. Start their week off here, week 2 of Doha Tour, with a lot of confidence.
We go over to the number 82 in North America, leaderboard starts. الفرص التالي على أول ميدان من فلسطين والشبر حصلت جواد إيلور.
The next to come, we welcome Palestine's Egor Shibrik. And of course, our thoughts very much with the work going on here in Doha now to try and bring Palestine and Israel's conflict to a conclusion. Egor Shibrik is away. Ilero, number 82. This one is a stallion. He's Dutch. He's 12 years of age, son of my Lord Carthago. Now jumping, Le Provose, former team ride for the French, but yeah, I'm afraid it's a grind to a halt, I'm afraid, at 5 for this big grey. Not many have fallen foul to a similar fate if I was toppled, either with not the best turn or other reasons unresolved, but that was a very bizarre moment for Equestrian, but now I'm afraid it's clear. Ilero out of sorts, Egor decanted and rather swung down, so that would thankfully have lessened the impact. Air jacket as well comes off, but I'm afraid it is elimination. Equestrian is okay, he's up on his feet. And Ilero also caught now. He'll go to be checked over by our doctors in just a moment. But I'm sure nothing to concern. The new starter, Inès Joly, getting away number 83 for France. Itulka LS Dogbini is on the course. South Francais Mare, she is the daughter of Orange Deschamps. Across to the brilliant Cassel, owned by Jolie Horses. Now this 7-year-old mare in this very exciting colours of Inès Joly, these very exciting colours. She is having a brilliant run, crowned by the Longines Global Champions to win in Monaco, June of last year. This pair have got a lot of good form. They were here last week, unremarkable, but September in Liège they had a number of top 10 finishes, young horse classes. Their last win was in Qatar back in early May of last year. That was a 5-6-year-old, 1m25 they won in Qatar. They also had wins in Villamora, a couple of wins in late 2023 as well. It's an interesting horse here. Inès has produced entirely herself competitively. And down to the last fence, that's the very quick leading time, 31.32. Of course, this young rising prospect for Inès Joly, not going to be broken out of her rhythm, but delighted with Itula. And as Dogbini is Inès Joly. Lovely round to watch. She will go 22nd. The new starter throws a beautiful jump out over the Doha bank opener. Combination number 84, excuse me. Qatar's Faleh Suwaid Al Ajami. And the classes are so big you rather lose track of time, get a little bit disorientated, either number-wise or hour-wise. It's 12:05 for local time. We have been underway for 3 hours and 5 minutes minus 10 minutes, so 2 hours 55 of live action. With the 2 breaks we have gone quickly through. Quick Bill is on the course. This horse had a very good finish in the Deurne one-star Grand Prix in the Netherlands in September of last year. That was second. Meter 35, the fences. This is under flexible. That stallion has been in the limelight here because the first 4-star win last week was for Pegasus Dawson's Flex of Anton Edman, son of Flexible as well. He won the opening 4-star here on the Doha Tour. Good round. And it's a very nice 8th place for Faleh Suwaid Al Ajami. 34.59 was the time for Quick Bill. It was bred by the Doyle family in Ireland into our top 10 back end of the opening 2-star. the next to come forward. We go to the home nations. Mohammed Said Haidan, number 85. Medina, Dutch mare. She's the daughter of, and we mentioned earlier, Leonie J. Martin Fuchs's Great Grey, winner of the Rolex IJRC Top 10 final. For Martin's first win of the Best 10 in the world show jumping, on the run-up to the brilliant Concours Hippique International de Genève, alongside Lac Le Mans in the northwest of Switzerland. So same sire as Leonie J has Medina, dam sire Pythagoras, that is owned by Mohammed Haidan himself. And actually you can see a little bit of Leonie J in the head carriage. High, independent look I like as a model of show jumper. You need horses, of course, to have their head down a little bit on take-off, not too high in carriage that they then hollow their backs, but an interesting hallmark of a horse that knows exactly what he or she is doing. This pair together since July 2023, produced by Kelly Jochems. And their best finish so far was third in the Shaqab Open class. That was a champions class here in late December, just a couple of days prior to the turn of the year. That was a very good third place, so this is an informed pair. Turn very nicely away from 8. Super smooth turn to 9. Yeah, really perfect, that one. Didn't angle too much, didn't go diagonally too much on a straight line and then have to curve afterwards. That was absolutely immaculate. It's not going to be the quickest time, but really good round it has been to watch. 34.2 seconds, and in 7th place with a really good exhibition of horsemanship. Mohammed Said Haidan for Qatar and Medina join the top 10 with only some 15 more to come. Six more to come in this opening class of week 2 for the home nation Qatar, and it's looking very good for the home nation to lock down the second home victory of the 2 weeks. Of course, it's day 1 of week 2, so still early days for the home nation to assemble a significant win number, but I'm afraid it won't be the same Haidan. He has the out part of the double combination 7B, Yahipi Doze. Rashid Al-Amri still out in first place with Apollon du Bani, 31.32. 33 hundredths of a second down in second. Mohammed Khalifa Al-Bakr for Qatar again with Dukan. So tough round, having had a very nice start, but things started to falter, and then I'm afraid the knitting rather out of the fingers of Hussein Haidan. Yahipi Doze just does complete, but it's a small cricket score. the new starter, hails from California, where we'll go for the Olympics. Los Angeles 2028, Galway Downs the venue, Temecula in California. Temecula is inland, it's between LA and San Diego. Santa Ana Hills just in behind Galway, beautiful wine region. It will be very, very exciting. Aside from the Olympics, the entire region, a lovely location, wineries, a lot of hiking possibilities. Of course, it will be hot, but some really nice things you can enjoy alongside the games in LA 2028. And this lady, Alexandra Afzal, has a concierge service to support riders who want to compete abroad. Alexandra started in the saddle at 4 years of age, and she starts in the show hunter world at 8 years of age. Not going her way with Cockpit Emme, her second ride in this 2-star 1m30. Yeah, it's a tough enough round. It is going to be 12 penalties, 38-73, and a little bit of a grimace, sadly, for Alexandra Afzal as she comes home disappointed with the daughter of Canan, across to the incredible Kumano, who won the world title in Aachen back in 2006 with Jos Lansing, who has just stepped down as the chef d'équipe from the Dutch team after his superb reign at the helm of the wonderful riders for the Netherlands. The next to come, this man had a very good opening week yesterday as he headlined the first 4-star win with his own Pegasus Dawson's Flex. Antoine Herman getting resumed in week 2. Out on the course for him, Je T'adore jumping, number 88. This, the son of Je T'aime Flamenco that Billy Toomey took to the highest of levels, the wonderful Irishman who learned his trade from Michael Whittaker. This horse owned by Chevelle, the Saint-Rons company, based in the southwest of France. Antoine Herman rattles down to the Oxa, still clear. I don't think going to be quicker than 31-32. He's been brisk, but he hasn't gone flat out, which you're going to have to get ahead of Jabbar Rashid Al Amri. But clearly a policy to get a good, solid round. Yes, not slow either by any stretch of the imagination, but not a winning round. But such was his plan this morning. Into 11th place goes Antoine Herman and Je T'adore. Good clear round in the Al Shaqab centerpiece, the Longines Arena. That's a very tough start, I'm sad to see, as they come to grief at fence number 4. We have a broken pole as well, missing the stride, I am afraid to say, but that is the nature of horse sport. It will not always be pretty or winning. You've just got to survive these uncomfy moments. I certainly remember my most poignant memory of an awkward moment. I'll come to in a moment because it never really left me. So now trying to regroup is Mohammed Youssef Al Jabber Serendipity. She's 12 years of age, daughter of Louis Dam. So again, this is a Guidam son. And you think to Hong Kong, to Rofran Bengtson's brilliant Ninjala Silla, who won the individual silver in behind Eric Lemaz and Hickstead in the games of 2008. But I'm afraid bloodlines will not save the pair from Qatar. It is elimination for Mohammed Youssef Al Jabber and Serendipity. Yeah, my moment of shame was training. I was on a Lucinda Green clinic. My mother, Marilyn, had very kindly bought me a ticket to go and be viewed by Lucinda, and we were at a lovely hilly venue in Bedfordshire in England called Carlton. I was on my pony Farndale, and I thought I was, going quite nicely generally as a rider, but my position was clearly too far forward on landing. My horse hit the vertical prior to the water. I was forward. I then, as he jumped, as he would boldly, always down the step, and I was out of balance, and I fell absolutely face first into a rather dirty pool of water. Got myself very, very wet, and I thought Lucinda would be sympathetic as she approached me, and she said, "That will teach you, Ed. You were way too far forward." And that was the embarrassing moment that I never forgot, and I don't think I really fell off, apart from one rotation I had one day in an intermediate in England from that point onwards. So we all have to learn, and that was my moment on a very, very big scale in front of Lucinda Green. The new starter, Hamed Twaim Ali Al Mari, getting underway, number 90. Baron ZH is a very nice son of Bamako de Musa, across to San Patriano Cassini. This one owned by Hamed himself, number 90, back end of the two-star. They're all trying to get ahead of the pair for Qatar that are out in front. Jabba Rashid Al Amri, clear of Mohammed Khalifa Al Baka. And then another podium at the moment looms for Inigo Lopez del Osa Franco. But this is a great gallop to the last fence. He takes off over the final fence away. It comes off beautifully, and Qatar have now got 3 in the top 5. Very good round from Serendipity. No, excuse me, from Baron ZH and Hamed Twaim Ali Al Mari. They come on beautifully, and it is into 5th place. 3 now in the top 5 for Qatar. Just to reflect quickly on Inigo Lopez's first week form, he was 2nd in the opening class with Golden Diamond. He was then 3rd in the 2-star speed class, again with Golden Diamond. He was 4th on Friday. Now is in the 2-star speed competition world ranking class with Porsche Castanou. I think there's one more. I'm just going to check in my overview. No, so I think 2 podiums and a 4th place actually, but it was impressive in any case from the young man from Monaco, and he's got another podium on the cards. We now go to Fahad Yassim Al Thani. This is combination number 91. Qatar's rider Hazel Deluxe. Holstein mare, she is the daughter of Cascadello, cross to Cash and Carry, owned by Said Nasser Al Qadi, and it's another good round. They're firing now out of the shotgun barrel, one after another. Beautiful round for Fahad, and Hazel Deluxe will go into 11th place, 34.97. Great effort. He is 3 2/3 of a second, only down on Jabba Rashid Al Amri, who stays out in front. Just casting my eye down this start list, there are some very good combinations to come. Top riders, likes of Philip Weishaupt, Jana Friedrich Meyer Zimmermann, and Inigo Lopez del Osa Franco is the last to go, so he has still got a chance of claiming his first victory. We are on course now with the second ride for Switzerland's Georgina Lima, based locally to Zurich. And Rob Aarons has been such a guiding light for the Dutch horseman over the years, former chef de keep, and now coaching a number of riders here, including the lady on course, Corby Cornets. Cornets Baloo cross to Corofino for Georgina that she co-owns with Virna Giannessi, is number 92. One down sadly, so the Swiss challenge capitulates at 8. The Al Abdul Ghami Motors ox at the front bar deposited, and another error on the home run. The Doha Tour vertical is the second mistake. It is going to be 38-28 for Georgina. Disappointment for the young Swiss rider out on the course. The new starter, Farazad Al-Qahtani, gets underway for Qatar. This is number 93, Hidien jumping. This mare, the daughter of Whitaker, Cancherano, the dam sire, and owned by Shaqab, makes a good start. Very nice turn back to 5. It's a lovely little light squeeze of Faris's legs on Hidien's flank in approach to 6. She responds very nicely. And this mare is really responsive. She's got a forward-thinking brain, but she's listening as well as being independent in her work, and this is really good to watch here. 31-32 is coming under fire. Comes under real fire. It's beaten. Very good round indeed. That was immaculate. I love the partnership between the two, which we saw evidence in the first phase, pays dividends in the second as they just adjust, they adapt beautifully as a combination. That was really exciting. Hidien goes out into first place for Farazad Al-Qahtani. It is now a Qatar podium entirely. 35-2, leads by 0.8 of a second. Jabir Rashid Al Amri denied his win, and we're within the last now 8 to go. Great for the home nation to have an entirely home-dominated podium. Will it stay that way is the burning question, given the qualities I've just referred to. Badr Al Fard gets away for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This is number 94, Ascentino. This gelding, he is 9 this time. Accord Plus cross to Serrano, that is owned by Faisal Bouzo for Badr. The Saudis now have got 2 in the top 10 because of the home form. Abdul Malik Abdul Hadi 4th, and Badr himself with his very smart Irish sport horse mare, HW Cosette, lying 8th. In fact, no, they've got 3 in the top 10, my apologies, because Khaled Al Mobti is just holding on to 10th at the moment with Marianne 34.55. I'm thinking Khaled is going to drop out of it. I hate to be the bearer of obvious news, but one of these last 7 or so, given the all-star card, you would think will do something, if not winning, certainly competitive. Late mistake, I'm afraid, for Badr Al Fard, so his best finish will be with HW Cosette. 8th place he occupies at the moment. It is 4 in, 2 down actually. The last fence is going to be put back in its cups. It is 8 for Asentino and Bad Al Fahd, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This man will fly home at the end of this second week because his young son Shaqab turns 2 at that beautiful base near the Gebirbaum stable. Talked to Philip the other day. He's got a very nice old style house that he occupies with Dominica, his wife, and his 2-year-old son. Very happy birthday to Shaqab. Dad brought home the World Cup laurels, so hopefully Shaqab gets a really smart birthday present. I hope his English is not good enough to reveal that Philip is rather obliged to produce something special. And this is Poivre Bleu du JP for Philippe. It is young son of Plot Bleu crossed to Canaan, owned by Charles Bettendorf. Poivre Bleu is going to go around the houses here with Philip, having a little discussion on the turn, and this incredible rider just takes his moment to balance, to say to us, look, you can't just run through my hand out on the course. Treating this like an educational round for this very smart bay. Jump to the last fence, and 44.86 with no real interest in the time, just going to teach this horse that he must listen regardless of the surroundings. And Philip Weishout has a very smart jump and clear for 40th position. Into the last 5 we now travel, and Qatar's number 96, Ibrahim Yusuf Al Mahmoud, getting away. This is Qatar van Het Texelhof on course. Belgian gelding. He is young 9-year-old son of Cordon van T and L. That is owned again by Al Shaqab. Shaqab spelled with an A, but for Arabic pronunciation reasons it is Shaqab rather than Shaqab, how we in England would naturally pronounce it. Great little acceleration down into the start of the second phase from Ibrahim. Qatar is travelling on nicely here. Big rangy bay, covers a lot of ground, and then again, even though fast, can well balance before 9, but 10, I'm afraid they're losing a little bit of control here. Hit 10 and then the horse just got unsettled. It's a real shame because it's going well, but it just got lit up, and yeah, puts his tongue out as if to say, I'm not in control of this one, and let's hope he can just settle things down here, because Qatar is starting to really gallop. It's one of those moments where you just hope the rider can regain control. Thankfully, this arena is very open, but it is a horrible feeling. We had this in Herning once inside, and that was very unsettling. Just a question of what to do as a rider when your horse is basically bolting out of your hand. just trying now to settle the horse down. And he's just now getting onto a tighter circle to try and slow things down, and the other horse acts as an effective brake, and yeah, he gets off and just hangs on very well. Philippe Lejeune on the stadium microphone just encouraging with some calming woeing that the horse comes back to control. So wonderful to have a horseman, a world champion's son, and a very good show jump in his own right, knowing how to calm the horse. And our thoughts very much go out to Ibrahim Yusuf Al Mahmoud, who will need to be, or certainly taken off and given a moment to console and just to regroup. That would have been very, very frightening. And we wish him a very quick recovery after a shock. Horse and rider are okay, and the young man will regroup. So just to recap on the position after that unfortunate spell for Ibrahim Yusuf Al Mahmoud, and great to see horse and rider okay after a very unnerving experience. The top three for Qatar: Faris Saad Al Qatani sitting in first with Hidien, brilliant mare, 13 years of age, daughter of Whitaker. 35-2, out clear by 0.8 for second of Jabba Rashid Al Amri, second with Apollon du Bani, 31-32, and then Mohammed Khalifa Al Bakr, he is third with Dukan, the son of Toulon, 31-65. Then comes in to go Lopez de la Osa Franco, Golden Diamond. Their great run continues, although yet to claim a class which you feel must be likely for Inigo in the next competitive days, either this week or next week. And Abdul Malik Abdul Hadi is fourth, and that tie for fourth with Edwin, 32.94, same time exactly. And then in sixth is Hamad Twaim Al Mari, 33.63. But on course now, we are live with a very competitive pair, Portugal's Luis Alexandre Dona Ferreira. This is Jalabad de Rev on course number 97. Luis himself was second, and behind Grace Seeley, both Duarte Sabra pupils in the immediate jump-off class back on Friday. Not with this horse, that was with Cheddington Tallulah, and that will say his best results so far, because it is one down for Jalalabad de Rev and Luis Alexandre Dona Ferreira. It was a shame, quick time 33.11 was going to go up into sixth place, but for the error, that was the vertical, the Azerbaijan Diamond vertical prior to the home turn at 10. The new starter, one of the biggest world guns on the top circuit here this week. It is the turn of Jana Fredrika Meyer Timmerman on the course. This is Iron Dames, Just a Dream, number 98. This horse, Irish sport horse, he is again the son of Toulon Cavalier Royal, the dam sire. Jana's parents, Holstein breeders. She was a London Olympian in 2012 in Greenwich Park for 43rd individually with Selegon Lambrasco 13 years ago. Quite extraordinary. The time wheel turning perpetually. And Jana comes down to the last fence, jump it well. She won the Aachen Grand Prix in 2011, so her form has been quite extraordinary. She's been recently on the winning team, the Mercedes-Benz Prize in Aachen. That was last year. Germany's win with Jana Vargas, Christian Kuckuck, who went on to claim the Olympic title, and Andre Thiemer, who'd won the European title in Riesenbeck back in 2021. Nice clear for Jana Fredrika Meyer-Zimmermann with her team of horses as she starts her 2025 season here in Doha. The penultimate in this two-star 1m30 gets away. So my list is Anastasia Bondarieva. I'm just clarifying that information. Could well be, but just in a different outfit that I'm used to seeing her in. I'm just checking that, whether somebody's coming a little bit later. Yes, it is Anastasia Bondarieva who comes to the end of her competition. 19th position, so top 20 is guaranteed. That was Capri Soap who completes for Marita Bondarieva. Anastasia will go into 19th with one to come. And this man will complete the opening class of day one here, week 2 of Doha Tour 2025. Inigo Lopez de la Osa Franco gets started. Trying to improve on his current position. 4th place again, just off the podium, and he's had a brilliant number of classes last week, so we hope for a good round here. Demeter de Carmi is on the course this mare. She's a Cardento daughter dam sire here for pleasure, of Nieberg fame. Garrett, who took the Rolex Grand Prix away from Scott Brash with that incredible new route he found the jump off a couple of years ago to deny Scott the Aachen title again. Lars Nieberg with full pleasure. But now, in the go, 35-2 is going to stay safely in the winning chair. It's a good round again for this in-form man. But, oh well, he goes into 4th and 5th, in fact, 32.51. His superb run continues. He really is ultra consistent. It has been great to see his quick ascendancy in world show jumping. I can now confirm the top 5 at the end of the two-star 1m30 special 2-phase competition. Inigo Lopez de la Osa Franco misses out on another podium, but he has more than consolation in 4th with Demeter de Carmi, who completes the class 32.51, just 0.43 slower. And 5th is Golden Diamond, his very reliable stallion. Here's the confirmation in 3rd place in his all Qatar podium. Delighted for the home nation. Our brilliant hosts. It is Mohammed Khalifa Al Bakr, who is third with Dukan, 31.65, just 1300ths a second down on the winning time. In second, Jaber Rashid Al Amri with Apollon Dubani, 31.32, and the win by 0.8 of a second exactly goes to Farisad Al Qatani for Qatar with Hidien. Our congratulations, 35.2 the winning time, and these all double clears. Some very good rounds, some exciting young horses. Enjoyed watching. The likes of Ines Jolie, Itulka, LS Dopenilo, very, very good. The Sydney Olympian who won the bronze in the Games of 2000. Again, showing his horsepower, even though a quarter of a century later here in Doha. Khaled Abdul Aziz Al Aid. And well, we go down, is about nearly half the field having double clears. With two time for the great Messi van der Reutershoff and Jana Fredrika Meyer-Zimmermann. We take a short break. The prize giving will be coming up straight for you here in the Longines Arena. From myself, Ed Holloway, thank you for your company. We'll take a quick pause prior to the award ceremony when we're welcoming the home winner, Farisad Al Qatani. Our hearty congratulations.
Award ceremony of this first international competition of week 2 at the Doha Tour 2025. A pleasure to welcome our guest who will be offering the trophies to the best riders of this competition, Mr. Omar Al-Bouanainin, Championship Directorate and Deputy Event Director, joining us for the award ceremony.
إذا نرحب بالسيد عمر البوعينين نائب مدير البطولة سيتوج الفرسان.
The time that the top 3 appears in the arena for the award ceremony, you can also enjoy the last images of the winning combination on our giant screen. The winning ride of Faris Al-Katani and Hidian getting the fastest ride in 30 seconds 5-2. And also to mention a podium for Qatar today.
Welcome back to the award ceremony for the opening class on day 1. Doha Tour's second week here. This is our second edition. Last year the theme was a Gaudiano theme, and Manuela was in brilliant form here in 2024, and his run has continued with 4 wins and the 2-star Grand Prix, topping the Italians' scorecard last week. The Weishaupt won the World Cup and Geoffrey Puck won the 4-star Grand Prix. The first 2 major classes. The qualifying class for the World Cup was a win for Mariano Martinez Bastida for Spain with his great horse Yup that had won the London Grand Prix in December last year at Excel in the British capital. Welcome to the award ceremony for the 1m30 special 2-phase 2-star class, and it's an all Qatari podium. Delighted to welcome Omar Al-Bouanainin, who is the Deputy Director of the Championship Directorate of the Doha Tour 2025. Omar Al-Bouanainin will be making the awards presentation to the home podium.
في المركز الثالث من دولة قطر محمد خليفة
1.13 seconds, only the spread of our top 3. It is Mohamed Khalifa Al-Bakr third with Dukan, Jabba Rashid Al-Amri, the reserve champion, with Apollon du Bani 31-32, and the great victory, our congratulations, Farisad Al-Katani wins with Hidian 35.2 seconds of the winning time to claim his first victory on the Doha Tour 2025. Congratulations to Faris. And his mare Hidian was exceptionally good. It was a very quick class with 100 starters. And we stand for the national anthem of our home nation here, Qatar. Detail here in Qatar for the every little minute detail is honed to perfection. The team here is huge. terms of our championship directorate and the support staff. The entire organisation is polished to perfection in many, many months that build up to Doha Tour 2025. I must say it is so good to see 3 home riders gracing the podium. The product of hard work, of determination, of goal setting, of team building. It's quite extraordinary the quantity of things that must be calculated into winning efforts, and certainly podium efforts in this kind of class. You must have very similar respect to all of our top 3, bearing in mind the differential, very, very small. Even more so that was the case in the 4-star Grand Prix with just 0.16 between our podium back here on Saturday. So congratulations to our leading 3 riders. Thank you to Omar Al-Bouanin, our Deputy Director. And Farzad Al-Qahtani remounts to the end for his lap of honour. The crowd here has been totally wonderful. They've backed every rider here. We say it could of course just be an old wives' tale, but I promise you I'm no old wife. I'm a new husband, a new father, but not an old wife. And these people love horses. They're Arabian enthusiasts. They've welcomed the world show jumping scene with open arms to their home here in Doha, and it is rich reward for our audience that has been so active, regardless of nationality, that it is a home podium. Well done to Qatar. It's a wonderful effort. Farzad Al-Qahtani wins the 2-star 1m30 with Hidiane Jabber Rashid Al-Amri second, with Apollon Dubani, and third Mohamed Khalifa Al-Bakr with Dukan the third. So, ladies and gentlemen, we take a short pause, but do not go far from your screens, because we will drop down to Philippe Lejeune Jr., who will be interviewing our winner in just a few moments' time, once our very good champion drops off his horse to give his reaction to Philippe Lejeune Jr. That is Farzad Al-Qahtani. We'll catch up with him in a moment. And after that interview, do have a little bit of downtime from us live here in Doha, but do not go far, because 1:40 p.m. here local time, 13:40 hours, we will bring you the 2-star Grand Prix qualifier. That is a world ranking class over 1m45 with 60 starters. That is the next class, and just to again give you the full picture, 4:50 p.m., 16:50, 100 hours, the 4 stars opening confrontation over 1m40 is a 2-phase class, and 7:30 p.m. tonight, 19:30, 100 hours, it is the 4-star competition against the clock. And we'll go down now to Philippe Lejeune, catching up with our champion, and a very good afternoon from myself, Ed Holloway. I look forward to welcoming you back a little bit later.
Farzad Al-Qahtani, the winner of the first international competition here of week 2 here at the Doha Tour 25. Also, first victory this week. Must be really happy.
Of course, I'm super happy and glad. Today I got first out of 100 riders, and I want to thank Khalid Hilal Al-Khatri and happy that the podium is three from Qatar. Also, it was a tough course and really fast. Out of 100, you know that. So yeah, I'm just happy and super glad by this mare and hope more and more.
And one more time, congratulations.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
We remind you that the next competition will be starting at 20 to 2. That will be the next competition for the two-star riders on a height of 1.45 m. Table A against the clock at 20 to 2. The time to set up the course, designed by Bernardo Costa Cabral.
نصنع الأصالة، نصنع الثقة، نصنع راحة البال. نحن لا نصنع سياراتنا كغيرنا، نصنعها لك دون سواك. لكسس بطابع شخصي.
Thank you for that smile on your face. Thank you for that beat that flows with grace. Now the dark days are done, now the bright days are here. My sunny one shines so sincere. Sunny, one so true. I love you. Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond.
A very good afternoon, everybody. Great to have your company. We are live here from Al Shaqab for week 2 of the Doha Tour. This is our second edition. This is an incredible venue, the Longines Arena. This is the outside showcase of world-class show jumping. Inside, it is the Longines Indoor Arena that is featuring the one-star classes again this week. This is going to be a very exciting class. It is 60 combinations that assemble. 19 nations are represented. And I can tell you that Qatar and the home nation Egypt, they have 12 each. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia fields 8. They're in good form. The Saudis, second in the World Cup, was Abdullah Al-Sharbati behind Philip Weishaupt back on Friday last week. Italy has 5. It is 3 for the Olympic champions, Great Britain. What pride that brings me to be able to declare that it was so smooth in Versailles. And Scott Brash very much was here last week, and we'll see Scott a little bit later. Liechtenstein, Portugal and Austria, they have 2 each, a pair for the 3 nations aforementioned, and 10 nations have 1 each. It's a very good one for Germany, for the Weishaupt, winner of the World Cup and 12th in the Olympics, with Zinedine, who sadly has set to other shores since that great result in Paris. It is Switzerland, the very first to go. This is a new ride. Now, it was a surprise, actually, that Nadia Peter-Steiner did not know was going to join her in the stable in Doha. What a start to her 2025 season. Mila just popped up. Her mother had organised it, and an incredible story that we have enjoyed hearing here in Qatar. Otherwise, it's one for Iran, Australia, New Zealand, Spain, and a very good one, winner of the London Grand Prix in December. And he won the World Cup qualifying class here last week, Mariano Martinez Bastida. And then we go onwards with the Lone Wolves. And I can tell you, it is then Norway, Denmark, Rikke Blinde Barker, Monaco and Jordan. And the man in form for Monaco is Inigo Lopez de la Osa Franco. He's been regularly podiuming last week and 4th again this morning in the 1m30. So this course set up by Bernardo Costa Cabral, 500 meters its length. This is a 2-star world ranking class competition, so Group D, Longines world ranking points available this afternoon. It's 20 to 2 here local time, and there are 12 numbered obstacles out on the course. 2 combinations, and our trailblazer Nadia Peter-Steiner through the opening double for A and B, and this the approach now to the treble. It's a committed one stride that Mila eats for breakfast. Given her experience, it's no surprise. Mila turns out over the vertical 4 bars at 9, then towards 8 or 9 strides down to the state of Qatar Oxa. Duarte Sabra, Portuguese Olympian from Paris, just walking there with Grace Healy, his pupil, and again, the question came whether it's 8 or 9, and there's a variety of options here. There's some really interesting cut lines you can make early. It's a very good start. 67.85 is the opening clear round time for Nadia Peter-Steiner and her gift into the new year. I think it was a birthday present. I haven't quite got the inside story from my wife, who delivers the news off the social media. I've come away, such as the need to focus on work. And I think it was a birthday present, I would imagine. But in any case, that is a lovely horse to have in your stable as a surprise. The cut lines I'll talk you through now, because this our second. It is Serine Sharif for France. There's a rollback turn between 2 and 3 that is an inside line that is utilised by Serine Sharif. Easy Boy de Le Mans turns then again inside to 4A and B. Now this is the next tiger line. She utilises that as well, back to 5. You could go around the back of 8, but that is the trap, of course, here Bernardo Costa Cabral's using. Inside cut lines early could tempt horses to lose confidence early if they've been going to the well too often before they've established their confidence in this massive arena. I think that is the purpose of these, what I like to call tiger lines early. to really showcase those combinations that can come into this amphitheatre with confidence. That is a tall order. But this stallion has not lost confidence in any tangible form, because was awkwardly positioned taking off into 7 ABC and comes out of there without a further penalty. France with 6. Jean Sadron in good form in both the World Cup and in the Grand Prix. Jean was 6th for Dexter de Kerguelen in the Grand Prix behind Geoffrey Puck last Saturday, and also 4th, forgive me, in the World Cup behind Philipp Weishaupt. But Serine Sharifia understandably deciding to retire. It was a brave start, and certainly the quality of the 60 to come this afternoon. You have to be brave and take maybe not all the inside lines, but with the likes of Manuela Gaudiano to come. He won 4 classes last week. You better bring your A game out tonight in your brave, or this afternoon in your brave game. The next to come, this pair also in great form last week. Roberto Previtali hunches his shoulders as he cuts away from 2. Hachiko makes a very good start here. Roberto with this stallion, he's 9 years of age, runs deep on the angle to 5, but really flying here. Arches his back, got in deep to 6 to Liverpool, but still emerges from a deep spot to come down with momentum and confidence oozing from Hachiko. The Al Abdulhami Motors Oxa now. This is lightning from Roberto Previtali. He's trying now to seal his first win on the Doha Tour, to start to be able to have a conversation with Emanuela Gaudiano, who won 4 classes last week alone, including the 2-star Grand Prix. And there we go. Super round, 64-47. Powerful, committed, but all in control. And that, of course, is where near misses are converted into potential wins. Brilliant from Roberto Previtali. This is early statements of intent. Saw a beautiful stride flying out over 3. That was brilliant. World class from Roberto Previtali. And Italy bidding for their 5th win as a nation. They are the nation in form. But now the man from Matera in the deep south of Italy initially. Emanuela Gaudiano with 4 wins last week and the 2-star Grand Prix win with this horse, Crinius, back on Saturday. Emanuela Gaudiano to take chase, 64-47. 11 years of age. Quality time, cross to Ballot de Rouet. Poof, and it's really close, 300ths of a second outside. Nothing to split the paceman for Italy. Emanuela rides in the State Forestry Corps colours of Italy. Stato Forestale Corpale. Super angle to 11. That may be the decisive moment. No, 11 drops. That turn was so brave. It was inside, but it was flowing. And wow, 0.3 of a second is the advantage, but that late turn that Roberto had forced Emanuela into taking, I'm afraid, will deny Emanuela Gaudiano his 5th win. Great effort, but it is the penultimate. 0.3 of a second quicker, but 4 on the Gaudiano scorecard. Now this young rider from Liechtenstein, who is gathering an enviable international string. Winner to De La Hamente Z here, former rider of Evelina Tovek. The Swedish star, Nations Cup stalwart as she became for Henrik Anker Krona. who's now retired from show jumping to concentrate on the Tovex family business in Sweden. And there's the other horse that Evelina also piloted at high level, but I'm afraid Murbato van der Rosshoven are away from that first combination entrance. The Oxa toppled at 4A, back bar goes. Now Jennifer takes a moment here, either to regroup or retire. Things not quite feeling as she would ideally like, far from it, I'm afraid. She's very young, she's very talented, but it's not always easy to step into the shoes of a world-class horse and rider combination. Yes, the horses have mileage, but it's not actually as easy as I think some people would imagine. The horse, yes, produced, yes, has got top-class experience, but you've still got to find the correct controls, and that just takes time, which is the phase that Jennifer Hofstadter is going through with her horses. And the hand goes up, and it's an uncomfortable-looking Jennifer, sad to see, retiring Murbato van der Rosshoven out on the course of Bernardo Costa Cabral. Qatar as a nation, I think, starting to really believe they could continue their great form of last week. Super win it was. Hussein Haidan and Di Sorcedo won the two-star speed 135 last week. That was on the final day on Saturday as well. Big late home victory in the opening week. And this morning the podium entirely for the home nation, but I'm afraid, maybe gathering confidence, but I'm afraid the new starter for Qatar, the first of the 12 for the home nation, Nasser Al Ghazali, comes unstuck into the big double. It's a big Oxa. Of course, it's fascinating. That is a very square Oxa. The first Oxa is a little bit ascending at 1, not too wide either, the Visit Qatar first fence. That is the first Sirius Oxa, plumb square, and looks very substantial. So wait on the scorecard. And Dexter, he is the son of Darko, crossed to Karambar de Musa, owned by Manar Fahed Al Fardan for Nasser. Yeah, I'm not actually surprised by this, because that first combination would have been a bit of a confidence blow to Dexter, and then that treble is again very substantial. It's a committed one stride between the vertical and Oxa 7A and B, and having had the stuffing knocked out of him a little bit early on. No rider, of course, for just one of those strides out of a corner you just don't ideally want to be meeting. Yeah, this is always going to be a tall order. And sadly, we say farewell. It's a retiring home rider. Qatar's Nasser Al Ghazali retires Dexter out of the world ranking class 2-star this afternoon. Now the turn of a great old friend from eventing. Duarte Sabra gets started. Duarte's a long-time rider for Carol G at the Fernhill Sport Horse Base in Ireland. Now actually riding horses for Carol, and brilliant was his Dourados in the Paris Olympics, his first Olympic cap in either eventing or show jumping. Impressively, in the sport he turned his hand to. Towards this afternoon, it is a lovely stallion. Diamond Semi across to Chelano Z. Daylight EMZ gets started for this powerful rider for Portugal. Both his pupils here, Grace Healy and Luis Ferreira. And both have been in good form. Grace won a 2-star class here last week with Jabba Dabba Doo. And Luis was second with Cheddington Tallulah. Duarte Seabra breezes down through the treble. He's world number 212 in the world rankings. This horse is a brand new ride for Duarte this year. Former ride of Ricardo Correa Reina, the Brazilian. Manuel Thierry for Belgium, and latterly Mario Prieto, Portuguese rider prior to Duarte in the saddle. So he does come home, and it is going to be all-time penalties for Duarte Seabra. The 5 all on the clock, but that is of course a reflection of the newness of the combination. And it's a testing track. Yes, it's a 2-star, but not to be underestimated this afternoon. It is 5 for the Paris Olympian, Duarte Seabra, and his new hope, that is Daylight EMZ number 7 for Portugal. Prize purse this afternoon, €28,200. So very, very rich money on offer. Not, of course, freely on offer. You'd have to fight for it. You're going to have to really tussle for it, I think, to come out ahead. This is an interesting start field. I'm sure you all had a good look down it, but some real speed to come as we go forward. The new starter, this superb horseman for Saudi Arabia, Khaled Al Mobti, getting started. This is Sokero the second. Gelding son, 17 years of age, so a veteran, son of Singular Yotta, crossed to Casal. This was co-owned by the Saudi Equestrian Federation and Khaled himself. Yeah, beautiful stride. He sees down to 6. He's one of those riders, I think, we're just biding time before a massive victory looms. Exactly where and when we will see, but he's so consistent, he's elegant. Got a bit of a Simon Delestre style about him to me. Light in the saddle, very effective. Just looks like an all-round out-and-out horseman. Space cake. 22nd in the World Cup finals in Riyadh last year. And Khaled Al Mobti purrs home. Beautiful round to watch. 66.36 is the time. Just again a display in fluent speed riding. I think we can learn a lot from his balance, his poise, his hands. It's all there. And that's a very nice round for Khaled Al Mobti. He'll go second, 66.36 in the 2-star world ranking class. Just about 2 seconds in arrears of Roberto Previtali, who set a very bright pace. The next to come. This is the second of the 12 for the home nation. Sheikh Ali Khalid Al Thani is number 9. This is Isis on the early part of the course. Budabai crossed to Labour's VDL in Dorado. That is owned by the Qatar Equestrian Federation. Sheikh Ali wheels a beautiful turn back to 3, angles out over the yellow, white, grey vertical. This is the crucial turn. If that goes wrong, or this turn goes wrong into 4A and B, you are a bit of a sitting duck for a problem either there or later, as we saw sadly with the combination who just retired recently. Yeah, Sheikh Ali, though, I'm afraid. I was just thinking, was looking almost a little bit nonchalant out there, and the horse just loses concentration, I think, on the turn there. There's a lot going on around the shorter and very long sides. They're all long sides here at our Shaqab, but down that end is the kids zone as well. Just lost concentration, and then the remedy attempt again yields a penalty. Out over that big vertical at 7C. So it was a lovely start, but I must say I walked the course and I thought, well, there's a lot of committed lines and quite committed distances, particularly into 7A and B and C. 7A to B walks a forward one. It's a completion round, but a disappointing conclusion. I think the review video will just reveal just a little loss of concentration mid-course from the home pair. 32 penalties, but certainly around, I think Shaqab's trainer will look over and say, okay, well, we can build on that. There's no reason for any loss of confidence. Just want to put your legs on him and ride a bit round the turn between 6, 7A, B and C was my interpretation. The next to come, Grace Healy in really good form. She had a super win last week. That was the what we call new format to me, immediate jump off class back on Friday. She won with Jabba Dabadoo in great style. Grace brings Maputo do Porcino to the start. Colt says they're the sire of this big, powerful grey, not entirely dissimilar to the horse we've just seen. Not only in colour, not quite so easily persuaded, but in body type as well. Lovely loping, rhythmical armchair canter. Grace Healy opts for the outside line to 5 just to make sure confidence is high before then throttling down to 6. Yeah, this is a nice flowing committed turn, but still you see it's a long one stride in between A and B. Yes, we're way down on Roberta Previtali's lightning time, as are most, if not all, of those to come. I think clearly World Challenge is Antoine Herman, who won the very first 4-star class with the same horse. He'll come at number 12. Last week, Pegasus, Dawson's Flex. I think they'll be contenders, bearing in mind their 4-star win. Mariano Martinez Bastida, he can do nothing wrong at the moment. He's 3 from the halfway break with Origi Vante Gay-Zeven. So couple down for Grace Healy, 83.52 for 6th place. Mariano can certainly feature. Ellen Whitaker has looked very good. She was 3rd in the 4-star Grand Prix, and that's not the same horse that is the very exciting Kolensky for Ellen, but it is Quainton X-Rate has come at number 37. Manuela Gaudiano comes late, 4th from the end with Chalou. He'll have seen all the others as well, which is another benefit, as if his 4 wins last week doesn't stand him as one of the favourites. And Geoffrey Puck comes at 50. He's in great form, having won the Grand Prix here back on Saturday, and again having a collection of podiums to the Austrians' laurels last week. We go on now with Jeanne Sadron. This lady had a very good week, as I mentioned earlier. She was 4th in the World Cup with Dexter de Kerglen. She was also 6th in the Grand Prix with Dexter. And this afternoon, Jeanne aboard Funky Boy de Rêve. He's a gelding son of Viggo d'Arsuy, crossed to Cooper van der Heffink, owned by Benjamin Edin for Jeanne Sadron. It's a nice round. She's just constructing here. She's a rider I've known quite closely for 5 or 6 years. I used to commentate at Upside jumping at Grimaud and Valence, and Jeanne was really starting to develop then. The likes of Van An, the horse she jumped her first 5-star Grand Prix with at Upside a few years ago, but the form that Dexter de Kerglen has been establishing with Jeanne has been brilliant to watch. Her confidence, her performance at the highest level has been really striking. No more so than 15th of the World Cup finals in Riyadh. Her debut at a World Cup final, which is some stage for this young French operator. 4 penalties, it was 70-45 was the time. Great to have Jeanne Sadron, her sister and partner Antoine Herman, all here this week. And these weeks, no doubt, she'll be here for next week as well in Doha. Yes, this is Antoine Herman himself, Jeanne's partner, getting away. Now this, the 4-star winner, as I referred to a moment ago. Pegasus Daughters Flex is on the course. Irish Sport Horse Son, or Flexibil, crossed to Kildalton Gold. Yeah, it looks like Antoine has made a decision calculated prior to entry to not chase down Roberta Previtali. Jess will be keeping this horse for 4-star classes to come later this week. I think it's just a little loosener for Pegasus into the second week, so he doesn't give chase to the Italian leader. Understandably, he was so fast. Six Strides comes up beautifully between the penultimate and the Doha Bank vertical. It's a really interesting use of the wing there from Bernardo Costa Cabra. Those wings, the horse will be using his peripheral vision to judge his highest point on his apex of his jump. It's wonderful once to be sat down and taught about these matters by Captain Mark Phillips a few years ago in Virano, the wonderful cross-country course designer of Burley and many others for many years, Captain Mark, and he explained to me exactly about the use of the wings and why you mustn't have a wing or a peripheral decoration backwards of the front bar. The horse must clear, otherwise the horse will be deceived. So a lot of factors course designers are weaving into their tapestry to create influential but safe courses, whether it's in show jumping or eventing. The new starter. Away goes Mohammed Khalifa Al Bakr for Qatar. This is Lisbon jumping. It's a very good gelding, son of Buckman's Lord Petsy, who falters into the first of the 2 combinations. Balube de Rouet, Rodrigo Pessoa's legendary chestnut, the dam sire. Must be fun to gallop down to 6 on such a scopy, powerfully built horse. It would be a wonderful run, no doubt, to this huge square oxer over the water. But problems out there today, not quite going accordingly for Mohammed Khalifa Al Bakr. It's number 13. 60 starters in total, so just about a quarter of the way through Class 2 already. The crowd is a little bit quieter now. Earlier we had a vociferous audience that were just giving their everything. It was a really big atmosphere created for the 2-star. At the moment, I think just over lunch, and our visitors, guests, they've come from far and wide to our Shaqab, just taking a little breather whilst they enjoy their midday meal. But surely later it's going to pick up again into a fever pitch atmosphere. Disappointing, I'm afraid, for Mohammed Khalifa Al Bakr. Not the clear he wanted with number 13, Lisbon. So Egypt come with 12 to battle. It's a serious squad, same number as the home nation Qatar, and we welcome Ahmed Al Ragab. Number 14, Calgary, gets away. This gelding cocktail jet, cross to Kalido, the first, bred by Sasha Hahn and owned by team Rizekamp Göttering. Excuse me, Götter King. Gonna have to get an eye test, I tell you. So not particularly good. Of course, looking at the horse is not the start list. That's what a commentator should be doing, but I won't get into nitty-gritty of why I'll defend my my odd slip of the tongue. Yeah, Super Eye down, out over the Ox at 6, and now the crucial turn. I think the 2 turns into the combinations are going to prove vital, and again a little bit underpowered there, rather just sort of scuttled into the treble, got away with it, but must have been a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment in over that vertical. Ahmed Ala Ragab runs down to the state of Qatar Oxa, just losing momentum, that is the impression. Just would like to ignite the fire a little bit more with Calgary. Well, he just comes home, but will have time penalties as well. It's going to be the 4 jumping and 9 for time, and hence that reflecting the rather underpowered picture for the first of the 12 free jets this afternoon. The next to come, the second of the Egyptians, and looking for better form, Vile McGarry gets away, angles out over the opener bravely. He'll go outside though, won't utilise the cut inside the final fence back to the vertical at 3. And he'll go very safe and go outside of the Zabajad Diamonds vertical as well, back to fence number 3. So Crockett W clearly just having a little canter round. This horse has been up a few levels higher than the 1-2 star this afternoon we enjoy. But this is sometimes the issue. If you bring a horse down the levels and you ride at a fairly steady pace, they can get a little bit almost disorientated, I think, and just think, what is going on? And 5 topples. Yeah, and this round again, the Egyptians both losing power, and I know this horse has jumped some big tracks. I think this is the message. If you're going to drop down a gear, you've got to come out and still be committed, otherwise your horse is just left at 6s and 7s. And a repeat picture for the pair for Egypt, and it's sad to see because I think it's easily coached through. It's just one of those mindset things. You think, well, my horse can do this easily, and then you come out a little bit casual, and this happens. It's going to be 27 penalties, and Var McGarry, well, completes, but I'm sure that is a bit of a disappointing round for the good rider for Egypt, and a good horse as well. Comes home with 27. The new starter, Philip Weishaupt, comes forward having won the World Cup here back on Friday. Philip is aboard the ES Equestrian teams. Caraldo, this is number 16. This stallion, he is 10 years of age. Harley crossed to Chin Chin, bred by the VDL stud. Philip Lovely cut turn to 4AB. He will not be relinquishing a winning chance, I don't think, up on Roberto Previtali, but it certainly could get quicker than those we've seen recently. 1.12 seconds, the German deficit as he comes down to the treble. Comfortably through, but Philip not quite ready to pressure this young stallion, which is always a really important decision as a rider, when you just say to your horse, okay, this is our moment. Not easy to know, and somebody of Philip's experience knows exactly when it's high time, and until then they'll just be competitive to show the horse what's going to happen as he proceeds with fast rounds required. It's still a podium finish at the moment. 6.657 Philip Weishaupt, but a very pinpoint precise ride from the senior figure here for Germany. He'll go third in the two-star world ranking class. The new starter clips the first fence, but it stays, and Ghanem Nasser Al-Kadi for Qatar, number 17. Casal de Forêt ambles down to 4A and B. It's a lovely chestnut gelding. He's a Mozart de Ayed, son cross to Jarnac. Good round they're putting together here. Not going to go to try and topple Roberto. I think we'll see that approach quite often, actually, now that time has come up so early in the class. But faltering out of the treble. 7C is the first blemish. It has been a very solid round to watch indeed. Just the one down at 7C, but very nice, encouraging round for the pair, for the home nation. Ghanem Nasser Al-Kadi, forgive me, comes well out in the two-star world ranking class with just the error out of the treble 7C. 79.01, and the Qatari combination, they go into 8th place here in Doha. There's the mighty Al Shaqab Equestrian Centre. State-of-the-art facilities here. Veterinary centre is incredible. I haven't visited it, but I've been talking to an Iranian vet here, Daniel, and he's just mighty impressed by the facilities. There's an equine physiotherapy centre again. Treadmill, horse walker, beautiful swimming pool, droplet formation. The horses have a really luxury time here, as I must say we all do. It's brilliant to be received so warmly and impressively by our hosts here. Long hours, but boy, it is a wonderful tour, and we are all loving. Speak to the riders, they are absolutely relishing the opportunities that the start of this year bring here in Doha. Now, this is a bright start here, away from the surroundings to the here and now, because Ismail Osama El Borai purring for Egypt. This is Kadoki. Dutch mare comes down to the treble. Okay, still down on the Italian time, but that's going to be a major theme as we go onwards with 60 starters, and I'm starting to wonder who can beat Hachiko. I'm sort of thinking that even Emanuele Gaudiano and Chalou, I'm going to put my neck out on the line and say, won't beat him. And I'm starting to think maybe that was the winning round we enjoyed. Do not go from your screens. I hope I'm wrong. I hope there's a real challenger, or maybe 4 or 5, but I'm not sure. 8 it is for Ismail Osama El Borai, 2 down. Good round for Egypt. He comes home 75.7 on the clock and in 2/10th position. the next to come. In 2019, he was part of the Asian Games in Pattaya in Thailand with Classic. Finished very well in 10th place individually. Adel Keshavas is on the course for Iran now. This the lone wolf for the Iranians. Number 19, Lina Z, daughter of 11, and angles out over 3. Dam side flipper Del, the Arts Nationaux former French national stud, sadly now deceased, the Arts Nationaux. This one owned by Gerhard Heilemann for Adel. Again, angles out over 5, so taking the bull by the horns here this afternoon. Different type of horse entirely to Hashiko, hence the time deficit is sizable, but still committed. Angled lines, just holds a little bit down to 8. There's certainly a free-flowing stride to be cut out of that related distance between 7C and 8. It was Teizo Sugitani for Japan who won those Asian Games in Thailand 2019. But yeah, it's a great round start their 2025 season off in fine style. They were here last week for their initial gambit of the year. Their last outing late last season was at Denmark, or in Denmark at Herning, venue of the EcoFEI World Bag in 2022, to end their 2024 season. Good round for Adel Keshavas and Lina Z. We'll put them into 6th position. So just to recap, Roberta Previtali heads and shoulders above the others. Hachiko 64.47, just under 2 seconds in arrears. Khaled Al Mobti for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with Sokero II, and Villa Weishaupt. His great run here, having won the World Cup on Friday, continues. Corraldo third, 66.57. Egypt has had a very disappointing afternoon. I hate to be the truth bearer, but I think one of the things I love about other sports commentaries is the direct nature, and I think equestrian commentary rather suffers from beating around the houses, and we've got to tell the picture accurately. Even though we are sensitive to the fates, we must be well, accurate as to what's going on. And Abdel Fattah El Hussein Aissa is on the course, number 20 for Egypt. This is Ilsa, his own mare, who, yeah, struggles down through 7A, B and C with the forward distance between the two in elements. This is actually the third mare in succession. Kadoki, Lina Z, and now Ilsa. The lovely grey for Sheikh Ali Khalid Al Thani came earlier. Isis also a mare, and Mila the very first to go. So this the 5th mare of the 20 starters so far. But struggling, I'm afraid. The last will go to just add a little bit more salt in the wound, I'm afraid, for Abdel Fattah El Hussein Aissa, and it is 42. And sad to see the Egyptian exiting, but Ilsa has completed, and they will hopefully pick up their form as we go onwards in week 2 here of the Doha Tour. The new starter feels a very impressive classical seat On course, Awad Al-Qahtani for Qatar, number 21, joins us. This is Florian, the other Estonian horse of note here. This is the very nice horse for Abdul Said. This horse bred in Estonia, as is Bon Ami for Abdul. Flores Cross to Carrie's son, owned by Edco Sport Horses for Awad Al-Qahtani. He makes a very purposeful start here. I haven't watched him closely yet as a jockey, and I must say, he's stylish, he's elegant. But this is again the danger point. If you come around that corner without some real wind in your sails, you'll either not get in or you'll struggle to jump the middle element or out. That is the very clear picture that is being painted on the Al Shaqab. Well, not a lot of wall space on the glass front of our impressive central tower. But again, lots to like overall, I think, and Awad Al-Qahtani will go away and review that round, and many prospects, I think, for this combination, but not their round at the halfway point. It was going beautifully, but it is a retirement. The new starter, Saif Eldin Essam Abbas, is away for Egypt. This is number 22. This his own Qasid Boskayu jumping. Number 22 angles out well over 3. And as are 95% of combinations, they go inside to 4A and B, but the very square opposite in is the first blemish, and hopefully the last for the Egyptian pair. This again is a mare. She is 13 years of age. But I'd love to know the story here, because she only started jumping in October late last season. Her debut was in the Egyptian capital, Cairo. And she actually jumped the Grand Prix there. That was the World Cup qualifier. And she was 15th, had it 3 fences down, but that was some debut. And last week jumped the 2-star Grand Prix here. That was, again, couple down. So it's a brand new combination. Why she started at, well, a 12-year-old, I do not know, but I'd like to know the story. It's a couple down, 8 penalties for Saif Eldin Essam Abbas and Qasid Boskayu. Certainly will be an interesting pair to follow as they go onwards in the mare's latter years at the start of their international career in show jumping. The new starters, Georgina Lazarus gets away, number 23 for Australia. Finlandina is her Holstein mare, daughter of Spartacus TN, crossed to Quo Vados. This horse is owned by the team Equestrian Property Limited. Georgina makes a good start, not, again, a competitive start to dislodge the likes of Roberto Previtaglio, Khaled Al-Mobti. Down, poor deep in again, but yeah, strike pattern falls a little bit queasy, I'm afraid, down through that treble. And I think we're going to say farewell shortly to our visitor from Australia, who's going to jump a fence and I think, exit. She'll take on 8 and maybe goes on, but I'm assuming will retire somehow. No, the Aussie goes on. Not known for turning out of competition, the Australians, whatever sport we are referring to. I think actually it's a good decision, because ultimately if you say to a horse in this arena you're going to retire, I think your chances of having a good round later on are hugely diminished. I think to continue, actually, unless there was a really clear reason in the saddle to not feel your horse was operating, best to go on, try and preserve Al Shaqab arena confidence and hope a good round comes, or not hope, but plan for a good round to come later in the week, because I think to pull out here, you're rather saying to your horse, I don't think you can jump here, which is not at all the message the rider would like to convey. So good move, I think, on reflection from Georgina Lazarus. Finlandina does complete, but again, it's a small cricket score. We stay with the Antipodes, and for New Zealand now on course. Annabelle Francis gets away. Annabelle turns down through 4 A and B and smoothly through. This is Nebraska Vanta Vianahoff on course, her Belgian mare, daughter of Elvis de Putte, across to Vigado Soy. World champion Vigo in 2010. Lexington with Philippe Lejeune Senior, juniors here. Philippe Lejeune Jr. commentating either stadium or TV. We're flipping roles for the 3 weeks here. Annabelle spins back to the vertical at 9. This is very polished here. You'd expect nothing less from the New Zealand riders, whether certainly in eventing. It's been quite awesome to watch the Kiwis over the years, the likes of Sir Mark Todd, Andrew Nicholson. The list goes on and on. It really is impressive. But it is going to be 6th place for Annabelle France, 69.76. And a very solid round for the little Kiwi out on the course of Bernardo Costa Cabral. This combination, they were here last week in the big arena, the outside arena, the Longines outdoor arena. That was 11th in the 2-star Grand Prix. And the horse that Annabelle took over just over a year ago from Nissa Luneburg, who's been a real stalwart at the Hamburg Derby. Nissa over the years. Annabelle took over in December of 2023. Completes a good round here in Doha. The next to come, we go to Mohammed Said Haidan now for Qatar number 25, with 7 more to come before the halfway break of the 2-star world ranking class that Roberto Previtali has really got by the throat. It's a grip he's got for certain, and I think he's going to be undefeated. But we watch and pay close attention to how things are unfolding. Rocket Man is on the course. Early stages for Mohammed Haidan. This, the son of Milo Carthago, cross to quality time TN that is owned by Søren Trulsen. Down to the treble. Yeah, exactly. You've got to power up into corners, approaching any fence, to the best of my knowledge as a former eventer, and then some show jumping I did latterly, and particularly into a treble. You've got to come with the goings on around with a real head of steam to meet that treble that's committed on a good distance. If you dither in the corner, you're basically toast. And we're seeing it time and time again. And I think that is what Bernardo Costa Cabral is quietly stating to the riders. Look, it's an imposing arena. You're here because you want to be competitive, and if you're going to be competitive, you're going to flow, you'll be quick. So you can't really come in and just prepare your horses for class to come here without falling into trouble. I think he's saying, look, this is a huge international competition, and you've got to come attacking, otherwise you're going to struggle on my courses. With the back-off factor of the arena plus the forward distances at 7A, B and C, this is a very clear message from our excellent course designer from Portugal, who was in London for the incredible international show at Excel, December of last season. So H. Power, the Brooks Ward family, clearly agree this is a very exciting course design as we look onwards. The next to come, we welcome Fahad Abdulaziz Al Aid is on the course for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Intolaris is his stallion. Dutch bred out of the KWPN stud book and 12 years of age. Intolaris goes outside of the first fence to turn back to the first of the two combinations swiftly through, but is opting for ground speed and wide lines is the approach. Intolaris picks up a great distance. I saw that one a long way away from my commentary box. Beautiful flowing curve down to 6. And then, yeah, fleet-footed down through the treble, but just the flip story, carrying too much momentum to then topple the vertical out. But better that way than rather scrubbing into the treble. That'll be the lesser of the two evils for certain. Intolaris comes back to the final two fences. Fahad Abdulaziz Al Aid comes home with a good round to my estimation. It was positive, it was committed. Yes, we'll have a little clutch of time plus the fence errors, but I think overall it's a good round for the beautiful grey for Fahad Abdulaziz Al Aid for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Out on the course, number 27, with now just 5 more to come before halfway. It is Noor Hazem. Egypt out on the track with La Blue. This is Noor's own horse. He's a tall figure as he cuts down beautifully through the combination for A and B. Come up fluently. And La Blue again. Great stride down to 6, just slightly away from the ideal takeoff point, probably. Maybe just flattened a little bit prior to the launch point. This pair here last week had a very good third place in a 1m30 two-star class here. They ended very nicely last year as well. They were 5th in the Grand Prix of Cairo mid-October. This pair together since November of 2023. The state of Qatar, Oxa also falling prior to the homebound turn at 10. But a good round to watch overall. 8 penalties for La Blue and Noor Hazem out on the course. Now 73.11 was the Egyptian time. The weather here these weeks is absolutely superb, not to make you all envious at all, but just to explain the very good conditions for the horses here. Mid-20s, no sweltering heat at all. And in any case, the facilities here, if horses were to need any attention of any sort, they are abundant and impressive. The new starter, but Al Fard has had a very good week. He's been knocking on the doors of many podiums over the early stages of the second week here. Kimberly, she's a Dutch mare, daughter of Zapatero VDL, crossed to Endoctro. Yeah, super approach, and the dividend is a smooth passage down through 7A, B and C. They rather paddle out over 8, just losing a little bit of impulsion down between the treble and the ox. But things righted well by Bada as he now turns for the finish line. Clear rounds fairly few and far between. We have just 7 at this point, and we stay with 7. The last fence goes, and a real dismantling of the Doha Bank final vertical. Real shame. Had to be clear on number 8, having stretched every sinew, ligament, tendon to get out over 8. But then the last fence is a cruel denial of our 8th clear rounder. Very nice round to watch from Bada Al Fard and Kimberly for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This man is in superb form. He was red hot at London to win the Grand Prix with Jupp in December, and he's continued that run despite no doubt a very good New Year's Eve welcome into the New Year party, because he won the World Cup qualifying class here last week with Jupp, same horse that had won in the British capital. Mariano, though, I'm afraid, one of my picks to keep your eye on this afternoon. He falls out of the double for B. Sits on the sand. That is Origivante Gezeven on the course. He's a stallion. Just flash my eye down to the next one. That is a mare, Queen of Van Het Lellehoff, Marit Horse Scholar at Cox. Carsten Surley, the Norwegian judge, has been grilling me over the last week to get Hor pronounced correctly. Mariano comes down to the state of Qatar Ox. So just the one down for the very exciting rider for Spain. I talked to him via Google Translate because, as we saw at London with the interview after his Grand Prix win, language of British not his forte, and but we had a Google Translate conversation, and I said, I think, why not for the La Coruña Europeans, given his great form late last year and the start this year. And he certainly is excited for the year ahead, and La Coruña in the north of Spain will be his target. Get selected firstly and then aim for an individual medal. Not totally impossible given his awesome form at some very big starts of late. The new starter. Now this is Marit Hor Scholar at Cox on the course for Norway, number 30. Queen of Van Het Lellehoff gets started. Belgian mare, she's 9 years of age, daughter of Jensen van der Meulenhof, crossed to Camus. Cara Cox, Marit's partner, so this horse owned by Cox Sport Horses as they run down out over the Liverpool at 6. Marit just shows how to ride the troublesome line 788 BC to 8 perfectly, just forward and flowing. Trusted her eye out of the corner. But then, yeah, away from the state of Qatar, Oxer at 10. That's the last big wide Oxer, because 11 just a little bit narrower to encourage if you want to cut that turn a little bit tighter. It's not wide, so that's the last big Oxer. At 10, that is the late mistake for Maritor Scholar at Cox and Queen van Het Lellehoff for Norway. This lady had a brilliant week last week. She was second in the opening 4-star class with Quick Diamant behind Antoine Herman. Her results just kept coming, one after another. Top placings. She was 5th in the 4-star world ranking class on Saturday, again with Quick Diamant. Millie Allen gets away. British hearts buoyed by the very good 3rd place for Ellen Whittaker and the unbelievable mare Korlensky in the Grand Prix behind Abdul Said and Geoffrey Puck. Millie with Genesis Talma, last of the first half, make a very secure start. This lady was just a clear out machine last week. It was just one after another. I have to look at her record closely, but I don't think had very many poles at all. But week 2, I'm afraid, is the blemish out of the treble. I think once you got in there, you maybe just take a little breather. If you got in well, the 7C could be your little error, having done the hard work of getting in and getting the middle part jumped successfully. So good round for Millie Allen. Really, it has been wonderful to watch her superb form here over this our 4th day of competition. 3 days per week here for the 3 weeks of the 2025 Doha Tour. 4 penalties, and that will bring us up to the halfway interval. And the, well, competition was just signed and sealed early. That is still our gut feeling. Roberto Previtali, devastatingly quick. He leads by the best part of 2 seconds, 64.47. It was a brave effort from Khaled Al Mobti, the stunning rider for Saudi Arabia. Sokar the second, 66.36, is the runner-up at the moment. And the winner of the World Cup here on Friday, Philip Weishaupt. He didn't go flat out, but Corraldo still good enough for the podium. Here's the confirmation, 66.57. And the surprise present for Nadia Peter Steiner on arrival in Doha, Mila. It's a very nice present, 67.85. And 5th place for the winner of the first 4-star class here last week, Antoine Herman and Pegasus Dawson's Flex. We take a short break from the Longines Arena, but let's hope things hot up. There are certainly some very quick ones to come. Roberto Previtali, he comes again. Emanuele Gaudiano comes again. Geoffrey Puck, winner of the Grand Prix, also comes at number 50. And Inigo Lopez de la Osa Franco searches for his first win. He's in great form, the man for Monaco. We take a short break and we'll be back very shortly. It is a beautiful afternoon here in Doha, Qatar. Welcome back everybody to the second half of the two-star world ranking class this afternoon. Roberto Previtali has got, I think, a nearly unbreakable grip on the title, and it would be justice in a way because he's had to play second fiddle to Emanuele Gaudiano, who has won 4 classes. Roberto had a very good week, however overshadowed by his Italian colleague. We wait and see, but I'm starting to think that really this could be cut and dried for the Italian. Not to turn any of you away from your screens, not to negate the quality of the pairs to come, but just a gut feeling. The next to start, we welcome to restart action here in Doha. Mashari Al-Harbi gets us back in action for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This is high there jumping. It's phenomenal. Nabavdarev, numero uno stallion, owned by the Saudi Arabian Equestrian Federation. Makes a great turn out of the opening of the pair of combinations. Yeah, 3 seconds adrift. The split time is standard over the last 45 minutes or so. Roberto Previtali, for just joining us, came very early and he was exceptionally quick. Roberto was second in the two-star Grand Prix qualifier. This is not the Grand Prix qualifier, but last week there was a world ranking class, there was also a Grand Prix qualifier and a speed class that Hanchiko was the runner-up behind Chalou and Emanuele Gaudiano, who will come a little bit later. 2 down for our restart combination. Mashari Al-Harbi has a couple down with this extraordinarily good high there completing. France with 6 this afternoon, and Ines Joly gets the French campaign back started after the brilliant team bronze France as a nation in the Home Olympics last summer. It's the upcoming generation here in Qatar for the Doha Tour, with the likes of Jean-Louis Sadron, Antoine Herman, Ines Joly. No senior figures for French show jumping here, but this their upcoming generation. Ines Kraktaguizet comes back to the treble. She takes a check into that. Such is the power and scope of this Comme il faut son. Bred by a legend, therefore can throttle back and still sit confidently, knowing she's got enough juice to get in and out of 7ABC. Ines Joly turns down to the final fence. This bright start for France. It was awesome last year to watch both Jean Sadron and Ines Joly having Grand Prix wins on the Longines Global Champions Tour. Ines winning in Monaco, Jean in Paris. And it's another good round for Ines Joly. She completes the course of Roberto Previtali. He has owned the course, but of Bernardo Costa Cabral. Ines Joly goes into 7th place with Kraktaguizet, the time 72.28. Well done to her. The new starter, Gerfried Puck's son, is on course Tobias Fingstel starts up with Equestrian Junior this afternoon. Yeah, just hunches his shoulders, has to press for the 2 strike distance in between 4A and B. This pair competed last year locally to their home base, which is at Lamprechtshausen, not far from Salzburg. That was at the very nice Salzburg Horse Show. They competed in the Amadeus 4-star trophy. 11th that was, 4-star competition, and 4th in the opening 4-star class in the Messezentrum. Tobias Fingstel gets out of jail. Gave 9 the Shaqab vertical. Quite a sizable rattle, but thankfully it stays. You need a little bit of that luck, certainly. I like the Fred Couples saying in golf, it's funny, the harder you practice, the luckier you get. But we know in equestrian sports you do occasionally need a little bit of luck on your side, even though the likes of Mikkel Jung and the luminaries prove that to be a bit of a myth, but still, we all know the tiny margins, and that is a good round, but the luck runs out at the Doha bank vertical. 4 penalties for Tobias Fingstel. 71.11 was the Austrian time, and that was a shame. Nice round for Tobias, and he would have gone into 7th place. He'll drop into 11th. We have the 8 clear rounds, and the quickest 4-fault round is for the pair that won the 2-star Grand Prix here on Saturday, Manuela Gaudiano and Quirinius. Then Jean Sadron, the 2nd quickest with Funky Boy Der Rev. And Tobias Fingstel, 3rd quickest of the 4-4 rounds. You can just see those who are chancing their arm to run into one mistake. The new starter. Just going to check actually, because it's running a little bit out of order here. It looks to be Khalid Mohammed Al Emadi on the course with Jakita row jumping. It's a good round. This is 1.5 seconds only the deficit. 1.57 back. This Westphalian mare. She's a Colbert Phantom daughter that Khalid owns himself. But yeah, big distance into 8. I was sort of holding my breath, watching intently. It was a big ask at 8, and can't leave the top rail standing. Good effort, but the Oxer at 8 is the 4 penalties, the Al Abdul Hammi Motors. Very square Oxer on this really tough long line. 7A, B, C to 8 is the teeth of the course, really, from Bernardo Costa Cabral. The new starter is the distinguished figure of Kamal Abdullah Bahamdan on course number 35 for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Humphrey G getting started. It's a tough start as well, as the Doha Tour vertical tumbles at the 2nd for the world number 463, but his championship record is mighty. 5 Olympics, Atlanta through to London, and 4th individually, Noblesse des Tests in London, Greenwich Park, team bronze as well. Detes, I should say. 4 World Equestrian Games. Rome, 98 through to Lexington, 2010. Pan-Arabian and Asian Games as well, both actually here in Doha. The Pan-Arabian Games here in 2011, the 06 Asian Games, and individual silver. Team gold came in the Pan-Arabian Games here in 2011. Kamal turns down to this real sort of energy test at 10, whether you've got enough in the tank still to jump that very big oxer. Having Kamal hasn't really, of course, gone fast, but whether if you have, you can clear that final big speed bump. Yes, 2 fences to go, but that fence at 10 is very, very chunky. It is going to be 9 penalties. We'll have time penalties, 5 of those, and 4 for the error. Out of the course for the 5-time Olympian, that is Kamal Abdullah Bahamdan and Humphrey G for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Not his round this afternoon, but I'm sure it'll be one to watch come the likes of the big class on Friday and Saturday here at our Shaqab. As if the start of the course heard me saying that the treble at 7, 8, BC and 8 were the teeth of the track. The very start now proving demanding back-to-back errors. The first goes this time. We welcome Mahmoud Noureldin Mahmoud for Egypt, number 36. And this is just Soleil, the third Z. Now this is the son of Jean-Merci Van Tienel, who won the Rolex Grand Prix at Le Bourg a couple of years ago with Beth Underhill for Canada. Damsar Epsom Genere, and this was owned by Mahmoud himself. Well, shame just the very early error at the opening fence, but does stay on the 4 penalties, so good round overall. Not easy when the first fence goes to regain your composure quickly. Solid effort from Mahmoud Noureldin Mahmoud and just Soleil the third Z for Egypt. But now Ellen Whittaker comes forward. How we enjoyed watching the brilliant Get My Horse documentary regarding John Whittaker. That was sensational. Ellen Whittaker is on the course, and Ellen was third in the 4-star Grand Prix here on Saturday with the outstanding Kolensky, young mare that looks astronomically good. But now Quainton X-rated jinks away from 4A and B, and Ellen Whittaker is taking on Roberto Previtali. Ellen, winner of the Hickstead Speed Derby back in 2010. Her laurels endless. The Whittaker family laurels quite extraordinary. The number of pure world-class talents from the north of England leaves us all, even within Great Britain, speechless, let alone the worldwide audience of show jumping to watch on at the Whittaker ever-evolving story. It's a great round for Ellen Whittaker. She's going to be down on the time, but 1.55 seconds is a super round, and her strong run here in Doha continues into second, 66.02 the British time. And that is the closest to Roberto Previtali so far. Trails by just 1.5 seconds. 1.55 the deficit. Ellen Whittaker goes second, confirmation 66.02. Khaled Al-Mobti drops into third, 66.36. That was another brilliant display from Ellen Whittaker. The turn from 4B to 5 was the first real sign that she was here to mean real business. Now this caused a little bit of discussion in the judges' box last week because it's another Hachiko on course. Same name, an unusual name, so that is what left us all a little bit flummoxed for a moment. But now this is a very nice horse for Oscar Cambrulin. This one is a Dutch 13-year-old son of Eldorado van der Zeshoek, across to Heartbreaker, owned by Colleen de Kormink for Oscar Cambrulin. And it's a secure start. No fireworks as of yet, but I think we understand this policy. This is for me, that if you don't want to try and beat Roberto Previtali, this is a great approach, forward flowing. Get a confident round under your belt without risking a loss of confidence. He has the back of the Oxa at 8. But I think unless you want to win today, this is the optimal approach. Exactly what Oscar Cambrulin is displaying. Well, the two Hachikos are both very nice horses, that is for certain. As our leader's namesake idles home with just that one down, back of 8. 71.16 was a very nice round for Oscar Cambrulin. And his second week here in Doha is set up beautifully. This 9-year-old is in very experienced hands indeed. Khalid Abdulaziz Al Aid, he won the individual silver medal back. In fact, I've upgraded him 25 years ago. He won the bronze, I apologise, in Sydney in 2000 behind Geraint Daboudin. This is Qulayan on course. His own horse, Khaled, calves down very nicely down to the Liverpool at 6. Khalid comes down to the state of Qatar, this final big square Oxa. I must speak to Bernardo and ask you if I could have the exact course plan with the dimensions of the fences, because at the moment I don't have that information, and that I will work on. I'll have a talk to our Portuguese designer and see if I can bring the exact dimensions, because that is another dimension that we should be making you aware of, and my apologies so far. I just had an anchor replacement actually 10 weeks ago today, so I'm a little bit slower than normal, but I will get a wiggle on. Nice round for Qulayan, but Roberto Previtali stays way ahead of the field. This man is very stylish and effective. Basim Mohammed gets on course, but another one. The start of the course is starting to really sharpen us up here. It's kind of a formality earlier until this turn, but 1 and 2, I guess with the problems that lie ahead, maybe sitting ducks if you're not coming out of that start gate really committed and concentrating and not thinking about things to come. That's my best interpretation, because they're not hard on their own merits. Basim is aboard Thorter Vilgen Z, gelding son of Taran de la Pomme, cross to Balou de Rouet, owned by the GBBS International Company. We're 2/3 of the way through this class precisely. It's number 40 of the 60. That will join us for the second class on the opening day of week 2. This the 2-star world ranking class competition. Group D points available. There's a tiered system, a weighted system. AA is the most heavily awarded world ranking points class. That is the likes of the majors, the likes of Aachen, Spruce Meadows, Dutch Masters, and Geneva. The Longines Global Champions Tour Grand Prix, they are all AA ranked classes as well. Many international classes are, but there's a weighted system. And Group D, I think the lowest world ranking points on offer. But still, they will add to your world ranking, and the slippery slope to try, can anybody get ahead of Henrik von Eckermann? I think 29 or 30 months into his undisputed reign as world number 1. It's a Tiger Woods-like domination back in Tiger's heyday in golf that Henrik von Eckermann has established. And when you bear in mind Martin Fuchs's winning streak last year was breathtaking, crowned in Geneva with the top 10, just shows how good Henrik von Eckermann is to keep the likes of Martin, Steve, and the others at bay. The new starter. Now, this man had a good third place last week with Rambling Loon, who was out of colour this morning, bizarrely having had a very good podium finish. Mustafa Said is on the course for Egypt, number 41. This is Castellino jumping. Holstein Gelding, and it's a fast, if yeah, 4-penalty start into the double of 4A for Castellino. Casal Lorraine, owned by, according to my database, Piers Schwitzer. Just try and confirm that. Information seems a little bit unlikely. It's not impossible. I mean, Piers Schwitzer is in his early 60s now. He's still at the very highest of the Swiss elite team, but still would be surprised. Just trying to connect to the Wi-Fi to confirm or deny the truth of our start list, not to question our brilliancy that prepare these fantastic start lists for us. That is a luxury of modern commentary. But in any case, a tough round. This was the start of it, but lots like from the Egyptian combination. Mustafa Said. No, the FBI sadly again thinks I'm a robot, so I can't confirm that for you just now. We go on now with Qatar and Ahmed Mohamed Al-Badi. Takes, I'm afraid, the back bar of the opener. The Visit Qatar Oxa. This is Tom Ford on the course. Linton cross to Larioni, owned by Team Harmony for Ahmed Al-Badi, number 42 for the home nation. Powerful grey, real, the definitive armchair horse by the looks of things. Just has got a lovely rhythmical canter. Can get into a deep spot and still operate. This is exactly the kind of horse that I would like to be sat on. Whether show jumping, take him novice eventing, take a day hunting, absolutely perfect. Has another fence down, sadly, back of the Oxa 7B for 8. been a pleasure to watch him. He looks a real star. He's 16 years of age this time. Tom Ford comes home. Ahmed Mohamed Badi is going to have a few time as well out on the course. No, the last, it's going to be 1 for time, 12 jumping, 3 fences down, 1 time penalty, 13. But a great horse to watch. But now I can confirm this point about the ownership of Castellino. We're back into the database. Just introduce the next to come, and delighted to welcome Hedi Samir Gabir for Egypt on course number 44. This is Cox jumping. Ala Waziri, a huge owner for Egyptian riders, and it is Ala's Cox now jumping. Number 44, we are very much into the last quarter. And yes, Pia Schwitzer looks to be the owner. Whether the FEI database hasn't been updated, we don't know. The stories, we try and bring you the big ones, but there will be little minutiae that even a diligent commentator will not be able to bring absolute precision to the information. Outside line, that intermediate line we saw earlier, which I think is, unless you're going to try and battle the podium, the most reliable option to get back to fence 9. Little rattle at the penultimate, but it is just going to be the 1 fence down overall. Very solid from just completing Hedi Sami Gabir for Egypt, and Cox 79.62. He goes 23rd into the latter stages of the world ranking 2-star here in Doha. The next start comes at a bright, breezy pace down to the opener. Andre Sacchini, Italy gets started. This is the Scuderia 1918 Capital Company's Heaven's Light H. On the course, this Holstein mare, she is 10 years of age, daughter of Stan 4, cross to San Patriano Corrado. Andre carves a beautiful turn away from 4A and B, back to 5. Effortless cut line, and then good head of steam. He establishes out over 6, but this turn is not easy and survives, but it was sketchy. The turn, it is so bustling, the atmosphere. There's some trade stands down there, the kids zone as I referred to earlier. It's a real hot spot of activity. Andre Sacchini just flattens with Heaven's Light H down to the takeoff point of 10, the state of Qatar, Oxa. The front bar goes. Well, good round, very nice to watch. I had a little heart-in-mouth moment as I watched on into the treble, but sustained very well from Andre, by Andre. But the third from home, the state of Qatar, is a big Oxa, as I've banged on about a little bit, but it is substantial. Is wiped down by our course team here, and it is 4 penalties for the combination for Italy. 71.08 was a good time and would have been quick enough for 8th place, just quicker than Ines Joly, but for the penalty. new starter. Mohamed El Nagar gets away for Egypt. This is combination number 46. Now, Var McGarry, we saw earlier, struggling a little bit with Crockett W. To recall truthfully, this is Vile's own indicator jumping. Beautifully bred gelding. He's son of BZ Madden's former top horse, Breitling, crossed to Rash. Stuck in the rut of beautiful at Geneva. Beautiful, just littered the indoor cross country, and I think I haven't changed the overused adjective at the start of this year, so that's the last time we're going to use that word. We must go into new adjectival territory. Apologies for the unimaginative use of the language. This is a great round though. Mohamed El Nagar, no. That Oxa claims another scalp. So the emerging picture, it's fences 1 and 2, 7A, B, C and 8, they're all causing trouble. And I think now, becoming equally influential is the state of Qatar Oxa at 10. He will have one-time penalty as well. And it looks a little bit bemused if to say, oh, that was a shame. 5 it is, after a good round for the pair for Egypt. Indicator and Mohamed El Nagar, Val McGarry's Big Bay. The new starter, Rika Belinda Barker, comes to the start. This is Zarko Di Arezzo Z for the Dane, 1 for Denmark only this afternoon. Rika's record impressive. She was the first Olympic reserve for Paris. She was the first reserve for the home Worlds in Henning 2022. Her championship debut was in Milan with Tabalu late last season at the San Siro Stadium. Her goal very much is LA 2028. She topples 5 sadly. She hails from the north of Copenhagen initially. She's now based at the ST Stables with her partner Steve Tinti, Rika's partner and coach. But another one and a world-class rider falters at 7ABC. Their family business is in storage containers. Rika sadly lost her mum a couple of years ago. She's the youngest of 3 sisters. They're all part of the business of storage containers, even though Rika has got, of course, a blossoming international career and yet met her other sisters. But I'm afraid it's going to be a retirement for the rider who idles BZ Madden. BZ's balance, lightness ahead of power was inspiration as a young rider. And she won the 5-star Grand Prix in Monterey with Tabalu in late 2023. But I'm afraid not the afternoon that Rika Belinda Barker would have loved this morning. It's a retirement for Zarko Di Arezzo Z for Denmark and Rika Belinda Barker, number 47. But now, please let it be this man's time to shine. He's had a wonderful, opening week and opening class today. He was 4th and 5th today. He had a string of podiums last week. But searching out for his opening win, Inigo Lopez de la Osa Franco gets away. This horse just different in type to Hashiko, much bigger, substantial frame as opposed to the light horse for Roberto Previtali, so I'm afraid again for Inigo. His right this afternoon, Porsche Carrera Castanu. It went very well. This horse had a big record of last week, and he has so many results. Just picking out this horse's one is just takes a moment. I'm afraid, the state of Qatar Oxer. Fence goes. Yeah, this horse fourth in the two-star Grand Prix qualifier on Friday, fourth behind Emanuele Gaudiano and Chalou. The last goes as well, so disappointing for Inigo Lopez de la Osa Franco. But he seems a very determined, very calm young man. It is great watching him develop. And the Hackamore, Porsche Carrera Castanou, disappointing this afternoon for 8. For this man who's really now starting to establish an international presence. More to come in the two-star world ranking class. And still, Roberto Previtali leads by 1.55 seconds, clear of Ellen Whittaker, Quainton X rated in the runner-up spot for Great Britain, and Khaled Al Mopti third for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with Sokaro the second. On course now, Faleh Suwaid Al Ajami for the home nation Qatar, number 49, Karmalensky. 10 years of age this time. He's, as ever, prolific jumping son of Kornet Zablensky. Damsire here, Douglas. He, given his quite awesome father, just runs down through 7A, B and C as if to say to others, well, what's all the fuss about it? It was nonchalance. Karmalensky, though, another one flattens. I think now the most influential fence, the state of Qatar Oxer. Kind of had to be, because it's that big, it's that square, it's right down into that hotspot of activity. The hive that's distracted them at 7A's entry. Big and square. End of the course where endurance just starting to come into question. So becoming very influential. It is 8 penalties. Ultimately, with the final fence added to the Oxer at 10. 8 for the Qatari combination of Faleh Suwaid Al Ajami and Karmalensky coming home. The new starter, this man was quite brilliant last week, Geoffrey Puck, who claimed the 4-star Grand Prix here on Saturday. His form was quite unrelenting. He was 4th in the 2-star Grand Prix earlier on that same day. Otherwise, podiums came thick and fast. 2-star podium, 3rd in the opening speed class. I won't distract you now, but it was quite consummate from the man based locally to Salzburg at Lamprechtshausen. Now, 300s only here. The difference for Geoffrey Puck, Equestrian Melody van der Smit-Server, Belgian mare. She is 13 turns now, angled to the vertical at 9. The crowd starting to ramp up their volume as Geoffrey Puck here, 64.47 on the table. It's going to be, I think, just down, but it's not a big margin at all. It's close. 65.27. He lost 0.77 of a second in the latter stages. It's a great effort again. His form is quite sensational at the start of his new year here in Doha. Geoffrey Puck will push Ellen Whittaker down into 3rd. And bear in mind, Ellen was 3rd in behind Geoffrey Puck in the Grand Prix here on Saturday. Great round again. Equestrian Melody van der Smit-Server, 65.27. And the deficit is exactly 0.8 of a second. The new starter into the last 10. We travel in the world ranking class this afternoon. Some very classes to come later. Don't stray from your screens too far. Abdurrahman Al-Namir is on the course for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, number 51. Auckland is jumping. So Francais, son of Jarnac, across to Rocky Ducarel. Abdullah's own horse turns back to 5, great turn. Yeah, far left flank. Take an inside line there, 4 down 6 and meets it optimally. Again comes bold as brass into the treble. Has the impulsion, the momentum, but just the foot, the tenderness, front foot error into the treble. Auckland then just steadied into this challenging, toughest line on the course now. 8 and 9 goes again, sorry, 10 goes again. But it's a good round, it's a committed round, and I think a round that will instill confidence as we go forward into week 2 here on the Doha Tour at Al Shaqab. Abdurrahman Al-Munir crosses the line, 8 penalties, 69-31. I will occasionally flip a digit. I've got dyslexia, so the 9 becomes a 6 quite quickly to my mind. And apologies for these little glitches in the processing unit of your commentator. It's a good round. 64-47 though leads the way, and we have a change on our podium. Geoffrey Book second, Alan Whisker drops into third. Haya Osama El Borai gets away. This is the last chance for Egypt this afternoon. They brought 12 to battle. They've had a tough afternoon. Magnus GS is an 11-year-old gelding owned by the Muller family. Haya Osama makes a good turn. This rangy, scopy looking dark bay lines up with a real intent, just leaving the odd front foot on rails, but such is their flow, their confident outlook, it is all standing. Oh, massive strike she sees at 6, it's away, but still clear. 4 seconds adrift, but of positivity, and that positivity nearly carried them through 7A BC, even though an awkward entry distance. Mid parts, back row goes with the Oxa. So the Oxas, I'm afraid, the tail. Otherwise, it's been a great round to watch. The dented Oxa, State of Qatar fence goes as the second error out on the course for a very nice round otherwise for Haya Osama El Borai for Egypt, and she will have 1 for time as well. Just see how intimidating this ring can be, just holding her breath at the end of the round. Understandably, big course from Bernardo Costa Cabral. And a big atmosphere for riders that are just making their way up the show jumping ladder. This man started this morning and I thought he rode really well. It's a tough start, but let's see how Mohamed Abu Hamour copes for Jordan with Mandela out on the early part of the course. Irish sport horse, brilliantly bred Plot Blue, cruising son that is his own horse, bred by Austin Broderick in Ireland. You can see a real partnership. Saw that this morning. They just get the job done. Mandela down through the treble again, very quick-footed. Okay, the one early error, but plenty again to build on here as we go into day 2 and day 3 here. Week 2, and no doubt we'll be here next week as well. That is the great advantage of the tours, the ability to find a little moments of insight or to just quickly improve. Opportunities coming thick and fast. It is a good round, quick round 779 with just the one down. Very good effort from Mohammed Abu Hamor and his very nice Irish sport horse. That is Mandela for 4 penalties. Turkey Al Sa'awi comes forward now for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It's great to work alongside some very talented Arabic speakers last week and kept precise pronunciations that would have flown right on by the double A, the sort of drag. Quisandro jumping away from the delicacies of Middle Eastern pronunciation. Quintero across to Gaspari, owned by Pavel Grelkek, number 54 jumping. Quisandro for a hang time out over the vertical at 5 will just throw him a little bit away from 6, but still has got the stride length and the power to emerge over a very big Liverpool without a back rail going, which would be your suspicion when you're a long way away from takeoff. Of course, Sandro still powers on, 15 years of age. It's going to be time penalties. The clutch is 6 for time and the 4 jumping penalties. Good round overall. Turkey Al Sa'awi comes home with Quisandro. And again, I don't quite trust the information that this is Pavel Vingralkek's horse, because yes, Sara Vingralkova, I'm pretty certain Pavel's daughter, top rider for Czechia, former rider of this horse, but I doubt is still in ownership. But these are things we're trying to iron out as commentators, and apologies for any misidentifications. We are slightly the slaves of the information we're provided with to some degree. There's only so much we can get off the cuff or out in the competition halls or hotels. The new starter, we get back to Serene Sharif, and she's had a very good couple of weeks. She was impressive in the 4-star opening class for 3rd with TT Calamando Blue. Serene van Galatana Z is on the course. This is the Vagrant Z, Glasgow Van Het Merrill's Nest daughter, owned by the Ajvad Horse Trading Company. For Serene Sharif, but they flatten the exit of 7A, B and C. This chestnut powerfully built. It's a very chunky type of a jumper. Trying to find that perfect body type is always the great game that breeders are looking for, that top riders are looking for. Enough blood, but enough muscle bulk to be able to clear 160 plus at championship level. This is always the dilemma. There's going to be a couple down for Serene Sharif this afternoon. 8 penalties, and promising round starts to go a little bit the wrong way out of the treble. Just 5 to come, and Roberta Previtali is sitting very comfortably In fact, I got to correct the information from earlier because on our sheets this was not allocated as a Grand Prix qualifier, but now I look closer at the system and the website, absolutely spot on from a keep. It is a Grand Prix qualifier. And the new starter, this the man in great command of this class, Roberto Previtali. Chico, 64.47, will stay as his winning prospect because Qashqai SB trails legs over 5. The stallion, Arezzo Vidiel, crossed to Ramino, owned by Chino Grossi. I'm left in a bit of a bind really because I must mention the owners, but yeah, we can't go silent, otherwise the owners would be discouraged, but also the wrong owner doesn't like to be misnotified, so it's a rock and a hard play situation. Roberto Previtali now rounds the home corner as he's just got 4 now to sit and survive outside to see whether he can claim his first win on the Doha Tour 2025. It is going to be a 4-penalty round and he will go into 22nd with his second ride. So just to give you the complete picture, with just now 4 more to start, it's a very good lead for the man who exits. Hashiko, 64.47, leads by 0.8 of a second of Ellen Whittaker, formerly but now Gerfried Puckers, nudged ahead of Ellen. Equestrian Melody van der Smitshover for the winner of the 4-star Grand Prix here on Saturday, 65.27. Is a 0.8 deficit. Ellen Whittaker now third, 66.02, trails by 1.55 seconds of Roberto's time. But now we sit tight because I've called a Previtali win, but that's a brave move. Maybe foolish, because 4 wins for this man, and his great Chalou is on course. This is the pair that won the 2-star Grand Prix qualifier, the same equivalent class, although that was on Friday last week. Emanuele Gaudiano, yeah, is quicker, 0.48 of a second. As he tries to nudge out here Roberto Previtali, as he did in this class last Friday. Chalou, 3 fence to go, and still 64.47. He's got 10 seconds on this homebound turn. Jumps the penultimate, and this is going to be a Gaudiano affair. Yes, 0.32 of a second quicker. Brilliant. And Emanuela, I apologise for doubting not only a 4-time winner, but the legendary Chalou, who is now 16 years of age this time. Great moment between the Italians. Roberto just finishing his round, and congratulates Emanuela on the potential victory with just 3 more to come. 64.15, and yeah, the margin so tight, 0.32 of a second is Emanuele Gaudiano's lead as he eyes up very intently win number 5 in just 4 days, and still 2 classes to come today alone. Quite extraordinary. He was dominant last year here on the Doha Tour again, Emanuele Gaudiano, and that is a very much repeat affair. But now this is promising here. Jennifer Hochstadter turns back to 5 after a really good run through 4A and B. She's having a very tough run with her horses, sad to see today. Tinker's Hero Z grinds to halt off the turn back to 5. It was positive, but this young rider for Liechtenstein is struggling. Some wonderful horsepower, some new horses. Clearly just needs to take a little bit of time to get things set up after this second week. It's very hard as a rider not to panic and take the onus on yourself. You start to look at some very funny angles introspectively, and that is what Jennifer now has got to just quietly work through. It's a very demanding sport, and a number of new horses. Yes, wonderful as a privilege, but just to get up to demands on her entire approach. And I'm afraid it is an elimination for Jennifer Hofstetter at number 58 with Tinker's Hero Z. We wish her well in regrouping. But yeah, bizarre moments as Tinker's Hero Z drops his shoulder and will not go forward. Two more to come, and Nasser Al Ghazali will be the last for the home nation. Great effort from Qatar in the two-star class today, with the top 3 places all for the home nation. Nasser is aboard Etna du Chateau. This outstanding mare, Caprice Bamois, go across to Royal Foot. I'm pretty sure Royal Foot is the, I think, dam sire of King Edward. This was bred by Jean Grandjean. But another one's fallen into early troubles. The vertical at 2 goes, the Doha Tour fence. So the story continues this week as of last week that, well, we've had some great wins for the likes of Geoffrey Puck, the likes of Philip Weishaupt in the 2 major classes, but Emanuele Gaudiano keeps his winning streak more than likely intact. Duarte Sabra will have the last say as to whether it is a 5th win for Emanuele over now 4 days of competition with 2 classes remaining. Brilliant. And Roberto Previtali was 2nd behind Emanuele in the equivalent class of this one last week, and that again looking more than likely to be the carbon copy, same picture. 4 down soundly for Nasser. Etna du Chateau struggles home with 16 out on the course of Bernardo Costa Cabral. No, it's close. It's not correct, though. Royal Fur, the dam sire of Etna du Chateau. It is Fio, the dam sire of King Edward. I had an instinct. I think I've made that error before, but haven't delved into it. But yeah, Fio is the dam sire. Edward 28 is the sire of King Edward. The last of the class away from the intricacies of world breeding and muddled minds. We welcome to Aunt Sabra this beautiful Genial Star Curvec, last out of the 2-star Grand Prix qualifier, and Duarte makes a solid start, but the Italian 1-2 looks safe as houses. Duarte Sabra takes the penultimate, I'm afraid, for a late 4 penalty. It was a shame. Good round from the Portuguese Matador. 67.08 was a great time. It was going to be, again, just to give you an idea, I don't like the ifs and buts, but it would have gone just ahead of Nadia Peter-Steiner and behind Philip Weishaupt into 7th position. 4 penalties, though, for our final rider, the anchor round of the 2-star Grand Prix qualifier and world ranking class, with a superb prize fund of €28,200 here in the Al Shaqab Arena. This to confirmation, it is another Italian 1-2. Geoffrey Puck gets another podium, and Emanuele Gaudiano, he wins his 5th class with the legendary Chalut 6415. And Chico came early, and given the early draw, he couldn't have done much more. I don't think if he'd seen more horses, it was just blisteringly quick. But the long-striding Shaqab can power home ahead of Hachiko, the top two, and Geoffrey Puck. It's another podium. Ellen Whittaker keeps her good run of form continuing, having been third in the four-star Grand Prix behind Geoffrey Puck and Abdul Said. It is fourth place for Quainton X rated, and Khaled El Mobti is the best Arabian result in fifth place. The World Cup winner back on Friday has another strong round. Philip Weishaupt and Corraldo, they are sixth. And the Welcome to Doha present of Mila for Nadia Peter-Steiner is seventh. Antoine Herman, and the winner of the first four-star class last week, Pegasus Dawson's Flex, is eighth. Out of France, this impressive, great round for Nebraska. And in the Jolie, it's a young stallion, Como Fo's son, Crack Dagui Z, rounds out our top 10. We take a short break. We will be bringing you the prize giving up here in the mighty Al Shaqab Arena very shortly. Hope you've enjoyed the class. And from myself, Ed Holloway, thank you for your company. And we'll broadcast the prize giving in just a few moments. Thank you, and we'll see you again very soon.
Award ceremony in a really short moment with the best riders of this Longines ranking competition against the clock here on day one, week two of the Doha Tour 2025. The pleasure to welcome our guests. It will be Dr. Ayman Al-Ansari, Public Affairs Advisor, who will be joining us also with the name of Al Abdul Ghani Motors.
إذن لحظات قليلة ونستقبل إن شاء الله الفائزين في هذه الجولة على ارتفاع 1.45 سنتيمتر، جولة واحدة ضد عقارب الساعة تصنيف النجمتين. تقوم بتتويج الفائزين أصحاب المراكز الثلاث الأولى الدكتورة إيمان علي عبد الله الأنصاري، مستشار الرئيس للشؤون العامة بآل عبد الغني موتورز، فلتتفضل مشكورة.
Just a short moment of patience for the top 3 to join us to leave the warm-up arena and follow on for the award ceremony. We can already, of course, give you the finest details of the afternoon session. At 10 to 5, we follow on with the first 4-star competition of week 2 on a height of 1 meter 40. Will be a table A 2 phases competition with a total of 37 starts at 16:50.
إذن هذا الشوط هو ثاني أشواط ثاني جولة الدوحة الدولية لهذا الموسم 2025. متبقي لدينا شوطين تصنيف الأربع نجوم في انتظار دخول الفائزين المتوجين الثلاث أصحاب المراكز الثلاثة الأولى. الصدارة والمركز الثاني إيطالي والثالث من أستراليا.
Welcome back to the award ceremony to crown a 5th brilliant win from Manuela Gaudiano. He is in sensational form. He won the 2-star Grand Prix. That was win number 4 on Saturday last week. Win number 5 on day 1 of week 2. He was the predominant rider here last week for the inaugural, last year in the inaugural Doha Tour. And Manuela, well, we talked to him 4 times. The winners interview last week, it was like a little coffee chat, morning, afternoon, whatever, with Manuela. It was very impressive. So 5 wins now over 4 days. And the brilliant Chalou enters to claim another huge world ranking class of victory for Manuela Gaudiano. He had to be brilliant to defeat Roberta Previtali. Hashiko was so quick, came early, 64.47. The Italian pair split by just 0.32 of a second. And Gerfried Puck, winner of the 4-star Grand Prix here on Saturday with Equestrian Naxel the 5th. I can tell you, this is his 5th podium over the 4 days of competition. He's had a 4th as well as those now 5 podium finishes and the 4-star Grand Prix win on Saturday. Quite extraordinary form from the likes of Manuela, of Roberta Previtali and Gerfried Puck. And bear in mind just the generational gap between Manuela Gaudiano and Gerfried Puck. Manuela himself a double Olympian, and Gerfried Puck's record dates back to Hickstead, the Europeans, back in 1999. Quite extraordinary. He rode at 6 Europeans between Hickstead and Milan last year for the team, bronze with Austria. He was past the World Equestrian Games in Aachen with 11th and Blica in 06 and the Paris Olympian as well. Congratulations to Roberta Previtali on another outstanding second, having been second again behind Emanuela and Chalou in this equivalent class here last week, but now 5 wins for the brilliant Emanuela Gaudiano and the equally impressive Chalou. The anthem we are getting to know very, very well here in Doha. We stand for the national anthem of the winning combination, Italy.
vince la gara per l'Italia, Emanuele Gaudiano.
There's your champion. He wins another class, 5 wins in 4 days, and we're not completed yet on the opening day of the second week. Our congratulations to Emanuele Gaudiano. The world number 50 picks up world ranking points this afternoon for the super victory. Rio and Tokyo, his Olympics. World Equestrian Games came twice for Emanuele, Caen 2014 and Tryon in 2018. And 4 senior Europeans. His best individual finish was 26th in Henning. That was in 2013. The year Roger Yves Bost lifted the individual European title. That was with Koko Shinsky. And also we overlook it, but the individual silver he won in Auvers for the young rider Europeans in 2007. Again, an incredible career he has assembled. I'd love to know how many international wins Chalou has enjoyed. I will do some counting over the next days and bring you that updated information because it's impressive. I enjoyed counting the wins of Donatello Dorge, who's just struck another World Cup win with Julien Bayard in Basel, but that count at Geneva, I think, was 25 in late December for Donatello Dorge, so there are some prolific champions, of course there are. And this venue at Shaqab is brilliant, and we say another big well done to Emanuele Gaudiano, his 5th win, and Roberto Previtali is closing in on his first victory. We very much hope it comes, and now 5 podiums, a 4th, and the 4-star Grand Prix win for Geoffrey Puck, whose great career goes on and on from strength to strength. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will speak to Emanuele Gaudiano. Philippe Lejeune Jr. will be down with him in just a few moments' time. We say a short farewell because the intervals here are not long. It's 45 minutes until the first 4-star class of the opening day of this second week. It is a 1m40 4-star 2-phase competition. And as I say, starting at 4:50 p.m. in 3/4 of an hour, pretty much on the nail. And then 7:30 p.m. will be the next start time for the last class of this opening day. That is a world ranking class over 1m45. So, all smiles for the Italians. They storm to another 1-2 here on the Doha Tour. From myself, Ed Holloway, good afternoon. We will see you later. Do stay with us, though, as we will bring you the interview live with Emanuele Gaudiano in just a moment. He's had a lot of practice.
We're here with our winner, Emanuele Gaudiano. 5th victory, 5th interview. What can you add on this tour in Doha? You must be really happy.
For sure I'm happy, and I think also my horses are happy to be here. They are fantastic at the moment. Chalou won already 2 classes, and Quirinus also 2 classes. Today he had 1 down, but jumped very good. And yeah, I was too slow last week in the Grand Prix, 1 time false, but I hope to be better this week.
Tell us about this amazing place here, the Longines Arena in Al Shaqab. Your horses are jumping very well. Did the ground quality helps you out? That the fence? Tell about something about.
I think everything is perfect here. The ground, the warm up, the jumps, everything is good, and we can see from the result. And yeah, I'm very happy to come back here again. I'm coming now many years. I don't remember when it was last year, but years ago, yes.
One more question. You come back for a sixth interview?
I hope. We will see.
Thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
نصنع الأصالة، نصنع الثقة، نصنع راحة البال. نحن لا نصنع سياراتنا كغيرنا، نصنعها لك دون سواك. لكسس بطابع شخصي.
Thank you for that smile on your face, Sunny. Thank you for that beat that flows with grace. Now the dark days are done and the bright days are here. My sunny one shines so sincere, Sunny.
يسيرون، هكذا يتحدثون، هكذا يقودون، لكنها ليست مثلهم، إنها لكسس، ونحن لا نصنع سياراتنا كغيرنا، بل نصنعها لك دون سواك. كل خط، كل تفصيل، كل زاوية ومنحنى، كل رحلة هي ليست مجرد سيارة، بل دعوة لتمضي بها إلى أي وجهة، لأن دربك غير دربهم، قوانينك غير قوانينهم، وهذه السيارة ليست لهم بل لك أنت دون سواك. لكسس بطابع شخصي.
Thank you for that smile on your face, Sunny. Thank you for that beautiful grace. All the doctors are done, all the right days are here. My sunny moon shines so sincere, Sunny, I'm so true. I love you. Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I just to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond.
Good afternoon to all of you. The arena has just been closed by our officials. We're getting ready for some four-star action today here at the Doha Tour 2025 Week 2. We start the four-star competition with the 1m40 Table A, two faces on a height of 1m40. A total of 36 riders are entered into this international competition. The course is designed by Bernardo Shaqab, our level 4 course designer coming up from Portugal. We have a competition with a length of 250 meters, a speed of 375 meters per minute, and will become a total time allowed of 56 seconds for the first part. 8 obstacles for the first phase. Second phase will be starting on fence number 9, finishing up on fence number 13. Length this time stands up at 250 meters, time allowed 40 seconds. That's the mission, that's the questions for the 36 starts announced in this competition. And of course, to lead you with the lovely Arabic voice of Madam Salmi. Good afternoon, good evening, we're ready for some four-star action.
Thank you بيرو. إذا كل من يحضر معنا في هذه الأمسية دقيقة 11 جزءا منها تفصلنا عن 3 أشواط. أول أيام ثاني جولات دوحة الدولية هنا على هذا الميدان الذي كان شاهدا السنة الماضية على إنجازات أبطال وبطلات قفز الحواجز. 35 فارس وفارسة سيتنافسون على ارتفاع متر و40 سنتيمتر. جولة واحدة تتعقد بالساعة من مرحلتين. تصنيف الأربع نجوم، نتمنى التوفيق للجميع مع السلامة التامة إن شاء الله.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Delighted to have your company. This is the first four-star class of week 2 here. Doha Tour's second edition in 2025. This is the mighty Al Shaqab, fortress of equestrian sport. Really, this is the Longines Arena. It is a stunning venue. The picture from last week, I can tell you the biggest prize, the Grand Prix on Saturday, was won by Gerfried Puck. It was such a tight podium. There was literally 0.16 of a second between Gerfried, who won, Abdul Said second, Equestrian Naxel the fifth, one for Austria, Abdul Said with Arpège de Roue for Belgium, second, 37.1, so a tenth only split the top pair. And Alan Whittaker for Great Britain was dazzlingly good. That is Kolensky, who was third. 37.16 was the third place time. And the World Cup was a superb win for Philip Weishaupts with Kobe to lead, Roberto Prevetali in second. And Abdul Said, another very good top-class placing for Abdul Bonami. His Estonian mare was third. The first four-star class last week was a win for Antoine Herman, Claire Millie Allen and Serene Sharif. That was a French-British podium. The World Cup qualifying class went to Mariano Martinez Bastida and Jup, ahead of Abdullah Al-Shabatli and Abdul Rahman Al-Raji. Abdullah Al-Shabatli won a very good speed class, a world ranking class as well. That was with Lord Petsy, so he's in form. Just to update you, for those of you who weren't with us last week, as to the picture that is emerging here in this wonderful Arabian nation of Qatar. It's my second visit, and I must say it's brilliant here. It is the third safest nation globally, according to a recent survey. And we all feel very welcome. It is wonderful. Al Shaqab as a venue is unrivaled in terms of scope, capacity. The facilities here are jaw-dropping. Welcome to the four-star opening class on day 1 of week 2 and 36 combinations. We will welcome this one over 2 phases. Phase 1, 50 meters, and the time allowed 56 seconds. Fences 1 through to 8. 8 is the very large Liverpool down towards the in gate. The first phase looks substantial, straightforward, as you'd expect for the opening class. No hidden little incisors from our course team to catch out combinations. It walks big, but very, very fair. "17 nations come to battle, and just one in this class for Denmark. Rikke Belinda Barker shows us the way into the second phase. 56 seconds the time allowed, so she is the best part of 4 seconds, 3.75 or so to the good of the clock. This ride from the Milan Europeans late last season. And the horse she debuted her first 5-star Grand Prix was at Hickstead. Fearsome venue, talked to Rikke early last week. And then the great win in Monterey. La Silla, 5-star Grand Prix win late in 2023. She was also reserved for this, or with this horse, for the Olympic team for Denmark into Paris. And looking like it's a retirement for the first out in the 4-star this afternoon. No, in fact, Rikke is going to go on. So yeah, bizarre moments at the final fence, and I thought she'd just drop out of the competition, but electing to take a big score on Tabalou's record. From the north of Copenhagen. Initially, she's now based locally to Brussels at the ST Stables, Rikke Belinda Barker. Disappointing opening round for the one for Denmark this afternoon. Philipp Weishaupt is on the course. He will turn the ripe old age of 40 in late July. Brilliant Olympics, 12th individually with Zunadeh, who has been sold overseas out of the saddle of Philipp Weishaupt, sadly. Individual silver came with Zunadeh in the Milan Europeans just mentioned for Rika Belinda Barker in the autumn of last year. Kokomo B is on the course for Philipp. Kobe won the World Cup here on Friday in beautiful fashion. The grey coat of the Beerbaum stable, superbly sported by Christian Kukuk to the Olympic title, which was quite breathtaking. My wife Helena actually learned to ride on ponies at their base. A beautiful pony off Georgenbruck in Evers Winkel, not far from Warendorf, and Chrissy was part of the same group that learned to ride ponies as my wife Helena, so that is some interest. And I'm afraid one down Philipp Weishaupt, and the great German gladiator is out of the second phase in this opening full start. The next to come, Germany fields 7, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia 5, France and Qatar 4 each. 3 for Italy, 2 for each of Austria and Great Britain, so 17 nations, 7 multiple nations in terms of representation, and 10 with just single riders and horses in this first full start. And so this is the first of the 4 for Qatar on course. Rashid Twaim, Ali Al-Mari getting away. This is Valenzano, the stallion, the son of Vagabond de la Pomme, Le Creu's former top horse. Leader horse who was second in the World Cup finals some years ago in Las Vegas with Penelope. But I'm afraid 2 in succession will bow out of the second phase, with Valenzano toppling 4A for Rashid Twaim, Ali Al-Mari. This horse owned by the Qatar Equestrian Federation. Certainly it is a tiger economy that is starting to boom here in the Middle East. The riders are really becoming forces to be reckoned with. Equitation has taken centre stage for many years with the Arabian horses that have been at the focus of Al Shaqab's development. Started this brilliant facility back in 1992, but their show jumping riders are becoming very elegant. Just on down into the double. 4A is the low mistake, but it's enough to exclude them naturally in this traditional 2-phase format, unlike the special we saw earlier, where come what may, you can proceed barring elimination. This man, like Emanuele Gaudiano, is having a wonderful Doha tour. He won the Grand Prix on Saturday by tiny margins, and he has now enjoyed, because of the very good results the class before this one, he has enjoyed 5 podium finishes, a 4th place, plus the 4-star Grand Prix win. Quite brilliant form. Geoffrey Book is on the course, joined by his son Tobias here in Doha. Tobias Fingstel. Mum and Dad did not marry. He told me at breakfast this morning, hence his, I assume, mother's surname. Quite a fair assumption, I think, to rely on. Not too many variables. Geoffrey Book. This is Equestrian Maxwell the 5th, who won that 4-star Grand Prix. Just having a little release of lactic acid, get back into the competition. Well, that lactic acid will of course ebbed away, but to get some early mileage in here in week 2 and try and continue the great form, but down on the time. But I don't think Geoffrey Book was coming to really compete this afternoon, just to get his Grand Prix champion back in this impressive arena. It really is mighty I haven't got a square meterage size for the venue, but it is quite enormous. The man of Doha Tour, our second edition, 2025. He was the leading rider here last year as well, so he has made this place his own. And Manuel Gaudiano is on the early part of the course with his very exciting Nikolai de Music. Belgian son of Canan, he is 12th this time. Nabab de Rev, the dam sire, owned by Gaudiano Sport Horses. 5 wins, including the 2-star Grand Prix. That's with Krinius here on Saturday with the double header of 2- and 4-star Grand Prix. I said 5-star Grand Prix, but it feels like that a little bit when you've got the likes of Scott Brash rattling on and Philip Weishaupt, etc. So it is the exit part of the double. I'm afraid the back of 4B that uncouples win number 6. The attempt from Manuel Gaudiano. This was the moment. Yeah, just a long way away and can't quite get out over the back bar. But his form looks very threatening as we go into week 2. This man is a master jockey, Kamel Abdullah Bahamdan. We welcome to centre stage here in the Longines Arena, number 6. This lovely gelding takes an early rail. It is the Elector van der Bishop Nabab de Rev son, so same dam sire exactly as Nikolai de Music, who faltered at this combination. Kamel Abdullah Bahamdan with Popeye van der Bishop, number 6. The bell tolls, I'm afraid, for Popeye van der Bishop and Kamel Abdullah Bahamdan. The brilliant results, team bronze, it was with Saudi Arabia, and the individual 4th place. Bear in mind that in Paris just now, that was Gilles Paillard, 4th with Dubai du Cedre, so some very good 4th place finishes we have seen over recent Olympics. That was exceptional. Behind Steve Gertin and the brilliant gold medal with Nino de Buissonnet back in London 2012. The next to come, this lady is another Olympian, and again she was in London with the Germans, and in 2011 she won the most coveted Grand Prix outside worldwide, I venture to say, that is Aachen in 2011. Jan-Frederik Meyer-Timmerman getting started. This is Can Hope. I've watched this horse this week. I think he's precociously talented. He is 10 years of age. He's the son of Cascadello, crossed to Lord Z, owned by Elm Gestut Drei Eichen for Jan-Frederik Meyer-Timmerman. Her husband and little son Friedrich here this week, enjoying some Doha winter sun. Can Hope runs down to the big Liverpool at 8. Quite a high head carriage as he runs down into the turn now snaking line towards home. There's massive talent, compact, back end right underneath him in prime time for secure balanced takeoffs. I think this horse is a real superstar. Jana, I talked earlier this week of similar mindset, just can't quite get necessarily the form she would like out of him at the moment. But he's a beautiful big horse, and it's a very nice opening double clear 33-1-1. And the London Olympian will lead us here in Doha, Qatar. First 4-star is in German hands. I think they will go a lot quicker. That's why my enthusiasm is fairly muted, but what a jumping display from Can Hope. Tara Bleicher, delighted to be here for the Doha Tour. And she is a very good younger rider for Germany. Otto de Calvary getting started. Based with Simon Widman, and seems like a very secure, balanced rider as her approach to 4A and B is meticulous, it's really balanced, it's spot on. Otto de Calvary, her stallion, he is the 11-year-old son of Jensen van der Molenhof, cross to For Pleasure, owned by Nicola Januszka Bleicher. I'm assuming mother, but I'm not certain. The Dun turns 7, flowing line to this monster exit fence of the first phase. And jumps it very well, but the hand goes straight up in the air, and she will retire. Judges haven't spotted it yet, must be discussing another match of importance, but certainly it is a retirement for the young German. And it's not easy because the judges' box is situated in this vast glass tower. It's a long way down to the arena. So Stefan Ellenbrook and Christopher Joplin would have to have their binoculars out to necessarily have caught sight of the German paw raised airborne.
Last week he did 2-star Grand Prix with Amy and the Boss and Egor Shibrik.
Alors, les événements de Bruxelles, de Bruxelles,
I like this rider. I think he's very, very consistent. He's got a lot of feeling, and excited to watch Egor Shibrik's career unfold. Just the one for Palestine this afternoon, number 9 of the 36. So precisely a quarter of the way through the action. Aimé de Montharcourt, Saint-Français, gelding son of Hurlevent du Paris, cross the Papillon Rouge. Yeah, beautifully down through 4A and B. Secure start for Egor Shibrik. Sadly, it's a very big oxer. Plum square at 5. That is the Achilles heel for the rider for Palestine. Swing is left-handed, little dog leg. Break towards the Liverpool at 8, and the bell goes again. Good round, but another one we say farewell to. But he looks like a very natural horseman. And I don't know a lot about Egor. He's regularly travelling in the minibus we take from the hotel to the venue, so I must catch up and find out his story, because I'm blind as a bat, I'm afraid. It's a beautiful round, but Egor Shibrik exits with 4 penalties. But now this big talent, she is becoming a force to be reckoned with. French senior scored very hard to break into. Perrault's just done that after the great results in Milan and onto the Olympic team. He duly went into the bronze in Paris, but in his Jolie we welcome winner of the Longines Global Champions Tour Grand Prix in Monaco, June of last year. Ambassador Z makes a secure start. He is son of Agnes du Seigneur, crossed to Illustro, owned by the Jolie horses. Full strides in between 5, very level fall, certainly, as I noted earlier. Bernardo Costa Cabra, who designed in London in that great Grand Prix, the win for Mariano Martinez Bastida in December in the Excel Arena. Very fair, straightforward distances he's setting on this opening day. Not that he'd ever set deceptive distances, but these are certainly very clear as to what is required or what he wants to get from horses on this opening day into a good flow with some big tracks to come, no doubt. Our Portuguese designer's sleeve, as he starts to flex his biceps as we go on with 2 days to come. So trouble on the home stretch for Inés Jolie. But a nice round to watch again. Just the vertical at 11. That is the Doha Tour vertical. The 4 penalty for Ambassador Z and France's exciting talent Inés Jolie. This young man seems to have a great work ethic. His mind seems beautifully balanced. He's got a bright temperament, but he's gritty and determined, all in one package, which is a great set of attributes for a top-class rider in the making. He won the very first 4-star class here Thursday last week with Pegasus Dawson's Flex. That's when I had man set sail. This time it is Delirium Zoentadel Z. 9 years of age, son of Diamantissimi, crossed to Desenat III, that is owned by Cheval de Sadron. Equine business. Olivier, a food magnate who supplies airlines with plated meals that, as commentators, certainly eat regularly, maybe not in economy class, certainly. The vertical sadly is 7, I'm afraid. Top balls, and it's a late mistake for Antoine Herman and Delirium Zoentadel Z. 4 penalties late for this very exciting upcoming young rider for the French. The Sadron family base is near Toulouse, Écurie Cheval, as we've just referred to. Business and Economics at University for Jeanne Sadron, and away she goes. Trained now by Simon de Lestre. Formerly it was Julien Paillard before his competitive requirements just got ahead of him. Nations Cup regular now for the French team, and brilliant in the Riyadh World Cup finals, 15th place with Dexter de Kerglen. Here in the Middle East, they had Riyadh, Saudi Arabia last spring, and this is looking, yeah, until that point, very solid. Jeanne had a very good opening week. She was 4th in the World Cup behind Philip, and was 6th in the Grand Prix behind Geoffrey Puck. Both results for Dexter. It's a good round, though. 1 down out of the double. 9B, the mistake prior to that. 9-stride turn back to the Zabajad Diamond vertical at 10. Just 1 down for Jeanne Sadron this afternoon. That was Gloire Gravelot, forgive me for not looking up the horse for you, or not mentioning the name, but her story is fast evolving. And she's a rider who's really come into the limelight, bearing in mind that she still is only 23 years of age. She'll turn 24 in late July, so she's precociously young. Now the brilliant Australian, five-time Olympian and fellow Casterfielder, Edwina Thompson-Alexander's right in Paris. Behind that extraordinary podium, Christian Kukuk, Steve Gerdin, and Michael van der Vleuten. Again, another Olympic bronze for Michael and Bo Vilzet. After Tokyo, after the bronze in Herning at the Worlds. Because Michael is one of the most consistent championship riders, if not the most, actually, when you look at it. At the highest of levels. Edwina is on the course, and this is Coralie de Mies, this beautiful Calvaro FC 14-year-old Damsire Centaur Z that is co-owned by Top Sports Trading, Edwina herself, and the Victory Equestrian Sport Company. The horse we don't forget is Ito du Chateau. So good he was at the Aachen Worlds back in 06. I'm going to check this, but I'm pretty sure off the top of my head, 4th place for Ito in Aachen, behind Jos Lansing and Cavallor Cumano. Now the home turn as the time comes under inspection. That leads the way down the time. So Edwina Thompson-Alexander, again, a clear policy just to come out and get Coralie de Mies into this brilliant amphitheatre. It's a very nice clear round. I'm going to just check that placing. Try and have as many facts on top of our heads, but we will see. Doha Bank, that is the beautifully flanked royal blue vertical that has featured in all classes so far today. But now we go to Millie Allen. She's had a brilliant couple of weeks with us. Her form last week was unrelenting. Second in the 4-star opening class last week, so trying to go one better this afternoon. This horse she rode up into 7th place in the World Cup. Imatres TVHZ is on course for Millie Allen. Daughter of Emerald, crossed to Quidams of Rubin, owned by Carol Cox horses. Millie Allen tears down the relative distance between 5 and 6. She seems like such a natural horsewoman. Just gets the job done. There's no fluster, there's no stress at all. It is just beautifully fluent. Just a little roll of the knee flaps there on approach from Millie, just to get the distance she wanted. But I'm starting to think about British Nations Cups. And I'm thinking about championships. I'm thinking, why not for Millie Allen? It's just a stunning display of horsewomanship again. I am mighty impressed with this lady. It's the first time I've seen her competitively, and yeah, why not anything? She's brilliant. 36.69 is the time. Millie Allen cruises home. She will go 3rd, but her clear round rate is just alarmingly good. 3rd place for the outstanding talent for Great Britain. Extraordinary to have Harry Charles on the same team as Scott Brash and Ben May, who've both been alongside Dad Peter as they romp to the London Olympic gold. And once again, father handed to son the mantle. Peter was pivotal to the mental support of both Scott and Ben, and of course son in Paris, that was stated. But Millie Allen, I think we must watch with bated breath as to what her future holds. And yes, happy to say no, but the horse I got wrong, it was Iso Vlas Pialotta, 4th in Aachen. Ito du Chateau was 13th in Kentucky, 4 years later. So right result, placing the wrong horse. Into the Chateau came to the world 4 years later in 2010. The new starter, Qatar's Faleh Suwaid Al Ajami getting started. Second of the 4 only for the home nation. Lighter numbers in this opening 4 start, having had a brilliant podium. Entirely Qatar, the opening 2 starts today. Quick Nick is on the course. He's a Quick Star son, San Patriano Corrado here, the dam sire. Bred by Jan van Hammond. Faleh Suwaid Al Ajami plucks a stride out of thin air. Beautiful, decisive approach into 9A and B. 4:30, the sun starts to drop. It drops very low and feels very near in the Middle East, and us Western Europeans, it's a different experience. We're under lights and it's just after 5:20 here local time, and that is a very good result that the home nation will hope can continue onwards as they search Qatar for their first 4-star win here at home on the Doha Tour. 31.69. Faleh Suwaid Al Ajami goes out into first place with a great display. Confirmation. 2 big scalps, of course, not going for breakdown. Afrika Maya Timmerman and Adrina Tops Alexander, but Faleh Suwaid Al Ajami won't worry. This is competition, and he is out in first place for Qatar. 31.69 is the new leading time. The next to come, we welcome for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This is the second of the 5 for the Saudis after Kamal Abdullah Bahamdan. And this very exciting young man, Abdurrahman Al-Raji. He was 13th, just down 1 place below Philip Weishaupts in the Paris Olympics. With this horse, Ventago, it was a dazzling Olympic debut in Versailles. He was superb to win Major League Show Jumping's Grand Prix. That was in Greenwich, Connecticut. That was an all-star cast just after the Olympics that he led to claim his first Major League Show Jumping Grand Prix. Ventago, this bold, yet blood type of horse who has got great ground cover. Of course, incredible athleticism and scope given his Olympic top results. But boy, when Abdurrahman Al-Raji wants to go, he can operate. This, I don't think, the time or the place quite yet for this horse, because he will surely target the big class to come later. Days ahead here on the Doha Tour, and he retires. The World Cup here last week and the Grand Prix, just to tell you, looking ahead into the days lying tomorrow and the next day. The programme will have a big world ranking class tomorrow night. That's a jump-off class. We'll conclude a busy day with 3 world ranking classes. And then on Saturday, the Grand Prix will be the big finale to see who or whether Geoffrey Puck can retain his mantle and win 2 4-star Grand Prix here in Doha on the trot. We will see. Starter out over the big state of Qatar Oxer, and 3 little 7-stride left-handed line to 4A and B. The 1 stride did double combination. Bjorn Kuvert is our new starter. This is a very nice Castlefield Apollo. This a gelding son of Casalco crossed to Chaco Blue, Bjorn's own horse. free-flowing attacking style. Good to criticise the horse at all. Occasionally not there, but at 7 he was a little bit dangling in front, but then kicks the commentators. Early observation into touch. Out over fence 8. Bjorn Kuvert sees a really good stride to 10. It's a very good round that the German is assembling here. Super round for Bjorn Kuvert. He cruises home. He won't race Castfield Apollo just yet, but it's a very solid round that he completes. And 39.48, he will go into 5th place, just ahead of Jean Saint-Laurent. That is the 5th double clear, only through the 2 phases of the 4-star opening competition here in Doha, Doha Tour's 2nd edition. Prize purse this afternoon, €9,400 is the prize.
Next to go, we go to Great Britain, the world number 61, and starts with
The new starter, Scott Brash, recently crowned Olympic champion. Harry Charles and Ben Mayer alongside in the games. It was just breathtaking. Almost felt like a procession towards victory. And we all well know Olympic competition is never like that, but that was the confidence, the pure brilliance of Britain in Paris. And this mare, Hello Folly, looks like a brilliant talent for Scott. They were 5th in the World Cup qualifying class and behind Mariano Martinez Bastida last week. She combines blood and scope in equal measure. She's the daughter of Guidam's son. The other brilliant chestnut, Rotherham Bankston's Hong Kong Olympic medal winner, the silver, Angela Silla in Hong Kong or Beijing back in 08. Hello Folly, owned by Lady Pauline Harris and Lady Pauline Kirkham.
the rider who retires.
Full owners of Hello Sanctos, who lifted the Rolex Grand Slam of show jumping those brilliant days of 2014 and 15, but a decision early. Scott clearly targeting some very big classes to come. Just dusts off any cobwebs that Hello Folly may have collected. Of course, if you can always get a horse back into this arena, just bring them, show them, let them feel out this impressive amphitheatre. We've seen some horses today just have a long look. Certainly get a feeling they feel it right into their equine bones. The next to come, this man was cruelly denied his first victory, but the uber consistent Emanuele Gaudiano guided Chalut to his 5th win to again give Roberto Previtali bridesmaid's position. He was 2nd last week again behind Emanuela. Chico looked wonderful this afternoon, but Roberto brings Esteban Hus to the start. This, the horse that was very good, and again it was another near miss in the World Cup. 2nd in behind Philip Weishaupt. Esteban, 11 years of age, son of Corner Zablensky, crossed to Balubé de Roy, so they don't come much better. Sire and dam sire. Roberto number 20. As we just come up over the halfway point with 36 on our start list this afternoon. So 31.69. Qatar still out in 1st place, and one time penalty for Roberto Previtali. Surely he'll target the Grand Prix here on Saturday with that horse, who showed how good he is in behind Philip Weishaupt in the World Cup. One it is in the 4-star opening competition this afternoon at Al Shaqab. the new starter. Just one for Norway this afternoon, and this is that very one, and a very good one. Marit Hore, Scholar Cox is on the course. Number 21, Artists gets away. He is the son of Indoctro, owned by Igor Nesterenko for Marit. Turns back to this angle vertical of 7. Time not influential, so you don't have to angle it, but maybe just opens up the line quite nicely into 8. So now Artist getting sort of half shift on. He's in about 3rd gear, but a beautiful leggy bay for Marity. Amples down to the penultimate. Shows again his enormous scope. Was a long way off 12, but still. And the last fence as well, way away on takeoff, but Marita Hore Cox comes home impressively well. It's a very nice 2nd place for her at the moment, 32.26. So come in quite close actually this time. We are getting closer to Fali Suwaid Al Ajami's leading time. Quick mix though. Our top horse in a time of 31.69. Good round though to watch for the world number 623. France with the quartet, and this lady showed her skills in this equivalent class here last week. They were 3rd and behind Lily Allen and Antoine Achman. Serine Sharif it is on course. This is Triple T Calamando blue jumping. Number 22, Olderberg, son of Calamando, bred by Paul Schockemüller's Gestut Levitz up in the northeastern realms of Germany. Striking bay. Motto here where nobility meets history. This horse got a noble outlook. This horse owned by the Ajwad Horse Trading Company. I think got a lot of horsepower under the bonnet here because he looks bloody, looks like he's keen to run. Serene just keeps him in her hand this afternoon, understandably. But it's a beautiful round, and still we'll go into 3rd, 32.46, shows just how good that combination is, and that is why they were 3rd in this equivalent class last week. But maybe they've got a big result in them in the days ahead here in Doha. Very nice round. 3rd last week and 3rd again this afternoon. There's a very distinguished group of eventers and show jumpers that combine disciplines, and Samark Todd, very much one Olympian toddy in both equestrian disciplines. Peter Fredriksson, the same, Barcelona for eventing, and the pair of Olympic medals in Rio and Tokyo. Eduard Zebra, not an Olympian in eventing, but now an Olympian as of Paris in show jumping. Mikkel Jung, not an Olympian in show jumping, but a 3-time eventing Olympic champion. Sandra Ofar, now former world champion in eventing, now becoming a very serious threat in world show jumping, as she just proved in the World Cup in Basel in 6th and behind Jeanette Payard. So versatility, eventing, the right horsepower, proving the eventers can go all the way in show jumping as well. Now Could this be one to dislodge a leader or a podium place? Duarte improvises at the penultimate, cuts a good turn. It's a very good round for the rider for Portugal. And yes, 3.17 seconds quicker. Duarte has two pupils here as well, and combining his teaching, mentoring duties alongside his riding, and that is a very good round. 28.52 the time. Duarte Sabra strikes the top of the leaderboard. Great round for this very talented rider for Portugal. The new starter, Shaqab Al-Harbi, getting away from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Two to come, one after another for the Saudis. Khaled Al-Mobti will be next, and promising start as Jovial. Yes, there's Dutch standing, 12-year-old son of Fernando H. Cross to Casal, owned by the Saudi Arabian Federation. It's a big glass town. Not used to commentating in a glass amphitheatre, so just some movement outside can catch your eye. A great turn away from the double. It's very solid opening round. That's very elegant standing. He's got a lovely relaxed disposition. He's not at all bothered by this atmosphere. He's sort of looks almost sleepy out there. It's really cool to watch given the excitement of some horses are feeling out there. He is a very relaxed cookie. It's a lovely clear 32.67 from Mashari Al-Harbi. And that's a very nice reaction to see. He goes up into 5th place in our opening 4-star. This mare came from Ellen Whittaker initially, and she's outstanding. Space Cake is the next to start. It is Khaled Al-Mobti. Khaled rode two horses in the World Cup finals in Riyadh last year, this one of his pair. She's just outstanding. Athletic, bright-eyed, just a cool competitor. Back across to Kenan. She is 13 years of age. And once again, I'll try and be a bit more fluent. Owned by the Saudi Arabian Equestrian Federation for Khaled Al-Mobti. Both these Saudi horses, the same owners, the National Federation. I'm not sure who Khaled trains with, but I would love to know, because his style is pristine, it's polished, it's elegant. It is, dare I say it, Steve Gerdin-like in presentation. It is just so precise. Of course, to match Steve results-wise is virtually impossible, but the style I find reminiscent, and okay, it is going to be time penalties today. No, the 4 penalties, apologies, I was just absolutely bamboozled by the riding style. It was inside time, so 1 fence down, but it's an equitation lesson this afternoon from Khaled Al-Mobti once again. But But now we come to Anastasia Bondaryeva, and Ukraine gets started, number 26. This is Virunga HZ, daughter of Vigano Sui, the former world champion in 2010. Jumvada Vadkastakhova is the dam sire. Anastasia, part of the Nations Cup for Ukraine in Prahuchle, summer of last year. That was where Poland, one of the two nations to qualify for the Olympics in Paris. Anastasia. I met her at the Children and Horses Europeans back at Mill Street in 2016, and she's a superb rider. Sadly, the FEI database thinks I'm a robot again and can't access the results at the moment for you, so apologies for my computer robot-like appearance. My database is huge, but I haven't got all the riders up to date, so I'd rather not broadcast inaccuracies. But it's a very nice round for Anastasia Bondaryeva, and she glides home and into second place. That's a very good finish. Virunga HZ 30.63. And the lights fire off here in the Longines Arena to welcome home this exciting young rider for Ukraine. Goes up into second place, and Duan Sabra, he maintains his lead, but comes under a very good round from Anastasia Bondaryeva that trails by 2 and a bit seconds. The new starter, Marco Monet, is out of the start. This is the Qatar Equestrian Federation's horse, Sheikh Ali Khalid Al Thani, number 27. This is the son of one of the foundation stallions of Swedish breeding. Those two, namely Eko Marco and Eko Mina. Eko Mina, whose side Vega, sorry, August Osthold's silver medal winner in eventing the Olympics in London. And this side by the other foundation stallion of Swedish warm blood breeding. Turns back to the double, 9A and B having entered the second phase beautifully. This horse got a great way of going again. You kind of expected a 4-star level onwards, but not always a given. I guess some horses that are unique, sort of unconventional jumpers that don't have a sort of traditional way of going, but this horse has got a lovely balanced frame. Super round for Sheikh Ali Khalid Al Thani here, going to 8th place, 33.4, with his very smart Marco Monet. Swedish horse goes up into the top 8. Joined by the one for Jordan this afternoon as away goes Hamza Kiswani. This is number 28, King of Diamonds Z, gets started. This gelding, he is the son of Kanan crossed to Balubé du Roy, co-owned by Hamza himself, Musab Al-Najafi and Mohammed Hattab, the trio of co-owners. scuttles into the first, through the finish line, down towards the first fence of the second phase, and clearly going to have a cut here. 28.52 Duan Sayabra, Portuguese Paris Olympian, to beat. Now, just under 10 seconds here. I'm afraid the penultimate goes. The time was going to be just in arrears. Yeah, really just in arrears. 900ths of a second only, the deficit, and yeah, a little curse at the late era to visit Qatar penultimate. It's designed narrow to allow or to encourage a bit of both, really. Good sharp turn in and a quick turn away, not having to straighten up to a big wide fence is the design allowance. Very good round, just missing out on the time, but 4 penalties on the card. The new starter, big jump out over brown, white and gold oxer alongside the in-gates. Sergio Neukman Jr. gets away, just one for Brazil, number 29. And really powerfully down through the double Corina Blue. This is the Chaco Blue Sandro mare, bred by Kurt Heinrich Butcher, owned by Sergio, and turns now back to 7, meets that on a awesome forward distance that will just encourage. Yeah, good shot down at 8. Just terminology. When I say shot, I mean good distance found. For anybody who just unfamiliar with some of the commentary parlance, we'd like to be accurate, but also we've got to allow things to flow. So I hope you'll forgive me the odd like twist on literal meanings, but sadly it's a retirement because Sergio clearly has got things to come, a bigger agenda, not to diminish this evening's class in any shape or form, but we'll see this time and time again with horses and riders not wanting to burn rubber and then exhaust good performances for the days ahead. The next to come, we go now to Simon Widman. It is number 30, 36 in total in this 17-nation confrontation. So Duarte Sabra out in first place for Portugal. Brilliant win late last season, the Grand Prix of Mechelen. Rodrigo Gastel Almeida's exciting end-of-season results. But I'm afraid Cloella D'Enfer will not be progressing after fence number 8. Early mistake for Simon Widman. There's a man who trains the rider we referred to earlier, Germany's Chiara Bleicher, who jumped a very good first phase and went quickly up to quickly withdraw or retire, but withdraw from the competition. Actually the same end result. Well, just one down for Simon Widman. Early rail down for the German, number 30. There will, though, be 2 to come in succession for Germany. The next to come, this is the great pair that won the World Cup here Friday last week. Philipp Weishaupt gets Kobe into action. Looking for another big class victory. No World Cup this week, but the Grand Prix will be our centrepiece here on Saturday evening. It was a brilliant occasion last weekend. The big guns are starting to fire here, and calling a winner this week is going to be even harder than last week. That was already a tall order. Philipp just going to give Kobe a little look around the course. Told me yesterday he'll be flying home to his family because his son Shaqab has just turned 2 years of age, so he'll be going back to celebrate with his baby boy. So Weishaupt calls it a day. Kobe's mission accomplished and retiring from the competition. The next to come, we are into the last 5 combinations, and Rashid Twaim Ali Al Mari, we welcome for Qatar. This the last for the home team this afternoon. Navarone, Belgian mare, daughter of Deauville van TNL, cross to Coriander. .28.52 still Duan Sabra's leading time. Powerful bay, beautiful outlook as well. Just quality. Love the bright eye, I love the conformation. Just a really nice type of horse. And again, quick-footed out over the white 3-rail vertical because it came fairly deep into 6. You wouldn't look at her and say she was like particularly quick full-foot action, but she certainly is careful-minded and she can snap that undercarriage out of the way. Quick enough, you just see what I mean, just dangles a little bit, but boy, her brain will not allow her to contact a fence by the looks of things. Navarone comes down to the last 2 fences here, and this is a great round here, 28.52 for the home nation to overtake Duarte Sabra, and it's on, and it's real. Yeah, a second quicker. Well done. It's been a great day here for the home nation with the entire podium for Qatar in the opening 2-star. Faraz Al-Qahtani won that one with Hidien. That is a very good round that takes over the lead, 27.53. Rashid Twaim Ali Al Mari goes out into first place. Duan Sabra drops into second. Geoffrey Puck enters, and well, he has been simply a superstar. The 4-star Grand Prix win on Saturday, the 5 podiums, with the 3rd this afternoon, 5 podiums in 4 days, plus a win, plus a 4th place as well. And the Grand Prix won the biggest class thus far. That's in the World Cup, shoulder to shoulder. Geoffrey gets away. This is Equestrian or Nat, the 5th for the man based locally to Salzburg, not far from the German border. Beautiful Salzburger land. I'm lucky to live in the heart of Austria myself, in Bad Aussee, that is about an hour and 20 or so from Geoffrey's base in Steiermark. Geoffrey Puck just in this beautiful, confident flow that great seniors of our sport. Still, we marvel. John Whittaker, the story never stops evolving. Pierre Schwitzer, again in his 60s. It is quite brilliant to watch the effortless horsemanship that, well, a lifetime in the saddle can produce. Geoffrey Puck is going for another one. Another podium. Maybe a second win here on the card. He added a stride, I think, down to the Zabajad vertical, and now actually de-accelerates, so not going to challenge here for the win, but still Great to watch a master work as he spins back to the final fence to secure a very nice, easy round. Jeffrey Book and Equestrian all now at the 5th. They go 12th, and 39 seconds flat is the Austrian time. Win number 6, potentially. Emanuele Gaudiano is having an absolute blaze at the start of 2025, as he did here last year for the inaugural Doha Tour edition. Chalets Love PS makes a very smooth, confident start, and then just a buoyant flying change, as if to say this is very much in my comfort zone. Emanuele, who won the 2-star world ranking class and the Grand Prix qualifier, to secure his 5th win ahead of Roberto Previtali, who was so good with Hachiko. I thought the winning round, although I knew Emanuele was coming, I somehow thought Hachiko could not be beaten. Chalou proved the deep unwisdom of my prediction. Aha, but it's going to be 3 times, so Emanuele Gaudiano decides that this is not the time to press Chalets Love PS for a 6th win. He will wait with this very nice grey for the likes of the Grand Prix here on Saturday. Just 3 days of competition. Sunday being a day for worship, not for competition. Two more to come, and they are both Olympians. They were both in London, and this man was 4th in Greenwich Park, and behind Steve Gardin. Kamal Abdullah Bahamdan, we welcome for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, number 35. This is Cascadello Boy RM, Rhineland Stallion. Cascadello cross to Balou de Roy, bred by Josef Reuter. I'm already doubting a winning surge here. You can just feel the energy. I may be proved sorely wrong, but it just feels like Kamal's going to show this horse the way around. I don't mind being wrong. I like to say my impression. And then it's a bit of an interesting question as to whether it's sorely inaccurate or whether my gut has trusted it, but we will find out now. Kamal Abdullah Bahamdan turns back to the combination 9A and B. Yeah, not so slow actually, but I don't think gunning for the 27:53 leading time with 10 seconds now, time ebbing away. So yeah, confident round, not a flat round in terms of speed, but a round to build on for the days ahead here. Week 2 of Doha Tour 2025. It will go 5th in any case. 32.07 is the good round for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. No sweat for Kamal Abdullah Bahamdan this afternoon here in the Longines Arena.
Victory for Qatar, Russia from Aliadari, 27.53,
but one combination to come, and this is the extraordinary Iron Dames Dubai du Cèdre, the anchor horse with Jana Fredrika Meyer Timmerman. They are a new combination. This, the ride of Gilles Paillard in the Paris Olympics for 4th place. The list of titles that this horse has secured on the global stage is quite breathtaking. Have a look at the FEI database, because if you're not a robot, that is, because this horse has done some extraordinary things, and now under the German flag we will see whether this could be the moment. I don't know, I'm sitting on the fence here. Certainly more energized than the Saudi combination moments ago. Named by Du Cedre, 11 years of age, Balubé de Rouet, Diamant de Semi, owned by Pegas Equestrian for Iana. There are some horses of a generation right now, the likes of King Edward, the likes of Dubai du Cedre, that are the very best of their generation, quite simply. Of course, King Edward, hard to topple, but this horse very much in the same elite echelon. But it looks like Jana Fredrika Meyer-Timmerman is going to retire. Eindame by Du Cedre. So, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a confirmed result, and it is a superb first four-star win in the 2 weeks so far on the Doha Tour. The confirmation, the Qatari home victory, Rashid Twaim Ali Al Mari wins with Navarone 27.53. He's the best part of a second clear of the Paris Olympian. For Portugal, Duarte Seabra, his best finish so far, second with Van Halen Z. And Anastasia Bondareva not here last week. She impresses for third place for Ukraine. Delighted for her, met her mum early prior to coming to the arena in the swimming pool to do a few lengths, and Anastasia's mother, I wish them good luck, and I'm very happy for the Bondareva family that Anastasia has podiumed her first week here in Doha. Millie Allen, again, brilliant. Retirements, of course, coming quite a high number because it is the opening class. That is the nature of the huge show jumping world stage. We must preserve our horses, or the riders must preserve their horses for classes that will come. No point going flat out every time, because your top horses will simply at some point give up the ghost. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we take a short break from the action. We will be going down to the award ceremony in just a moment to welcome in the home victory, which is very, very exciting. So from myself, Ed Holloway, it's a short break, and we will bring you that prize giving very shortly. Great to have you with us here in Doha, and congratulations, it is a Qatari win. Rashid Twaim Ali Al Mari wins the first four-star class this week with Navarone. to the prize giving for the opening 4-star of week 2 here. Doha Tours. Big opening afternoon. The big class to come later. That will be very, very good. Starting in just under 1.5 hours at 7:30 p.m. is the 4-star world ranking class with 40 on our start cards. But this one has been brilliant. I'm delighted to welcome in Rashid Twaim Ali Al Mari, who wins the first 4-star class over the 2 weeks here. For the home nation, Qatar, it's a wonderful home victory. Navarone, the Belgian mare, wins. Daughter of Deauville Van TNL, across to Coriander 7. And the property of the Qatar Equestrian Federation. The winning time, 27.53. Our hearty congratulations. He beats a world-class field this afternoon. There are 2 mares on the podium because Virunga HZ, the other podium placed mare with Anastasia Bondaryeva for Ukraine, is third. 30.63 the time for Anastasia, within 3.1 seconds precisely of the winning time. And the Portuguese Olympian from Paris, that was Durados, his ride in the Summer Olympics last year. Duarte Seabra, he is second with Van Halen Z, 28.52. Duarte started his eventing alongside Carol G, and I can tell you it's brilliant. This horse he co-owns with Carol. Quite extraordinary business woman turned into the Fernhill stud, which launched so many, including Laura Collett, part of the Olympic Gold for Great Britain on Laura's career. Fernhill Socks won the Junior European title for Laura some years ago now, but Carol G has been an incredible lady to develop horses out of Ireland all across the globe. But Anastasia Bondaryeva, our huge congratulations. It is an outstanding podium for Anastasia. She is third with Virunga HZ, 30.63. A fascinating podium. Duarte Seabra, a hybrid eventer, formerly now has focused on show jumping to Olympic level impressively. 2 senior Europeans for Duarte in eventing in his former career. But our congratulations, it is a home victory, and congratulations go to Rashid Twaim Ali Al Mari. He wins for Qatar with Navarone. 27.53 the winning time. The first 4-star victory for the home nation, and we stand and enjoy the national anthem of Qatar.
الحائزة على الصدارة والامتياز دولة قطر.
Your winner from Qatar, Rashid
Congratulations to Rashid Twaim Ali Al Mari Navarone, the beautiful Belgian mare. She wins the first 4-star of this second week in fine style. And we are delighted to welcome Captain Khalid Issa Al Hamadi, the Senior Vice President of flight operations for Qatar Airways to award the winner's trophy, the Golden Horsehead Trophy, to our first four-star champion of week 2. And he wins by the best part of 1 second, which is a big margin. Duan Siabra, our congratulations. He is the reserve champion. He starts week 2 in a very positive vein of form. That is with his wonderful Van Halen Z that he co-owns with Carol G and Anastasia Bondaryeva. She will be over the moon her first week here in Doha, and that is a very good third place for the young rider. For Ukraine, Virunga HZ, she's got her top horse Calder here as well. Well done to Anastasia. 30.63, the third place time. The interval 1 hour and 20 between the 2 4-star classes on this opening day. The start time for the next 4-star, final 4-star and final class of day 1 is going to be at 7:30 p.m. That is a world ranking class. It is going to be wonderful 40 combinations. And the start list, I won't give you a rundown ahead of time, but I tell you, it is very, very strong. As you would well expect, Olympic pairs going to come in that final class this afternoon. But the home nation celebrates, and our warmest congratulations to Rashid Twaim Ali Al Mari. He guided the Qatar Equestrian Federation's Navarone into first place in fine style. He's trailed by an Olympian from Paris, Duan Siabra. That was at Dourados at the Games this afternoon. It's a lovely horse that he co-owns with Carol G, Van Halen Z and Anastasia Bondaryeva. Our podium, that is Ukraine. Well done to Anastasia in third place. So, ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set for a big opening evening later in 1¼ hours. Thank you very much for your company. Do stay with us, because we will go down now to catch up with Philippe Lejeune Jr., doing a brilliant job in the stadium here. He was on the television last week, and he will be bringing us the reaction from the home victor, Rashid Twaim Ali Al Mari. We'll see you later. Join us back here at 7:30. Until then, goodbye.
this week here in Doha. A few words about your ride with Navarone today.
First of all, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you so much. It was a nice class, honestly, for the start of the 4-star. Nice technical everywhere. Everyone can take one stride off. I was a bit lucky. She was in the shape to jump really clear, and she was fast. I would like to say thanks for the course designer for this good class.
Would you have also a few Arabic words for our Arabic people, Qatari people following you, all your supporters, a few words for them?
Arabic horse? No, I don't have. I'm just sticking to show jumping, mostly KBNW horses for show jumping. But no, I don't have any Arabian horses.
Okay, thank you so much. We leave you. You need to go to the other arena to walk the course for the next class, from one arena to the other. But first of all, one more time, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
huge light show to start the evening and to get ready for the main competition. 1 hour and 5 minutes to go. So take your seats, enjoy the food, enjoy the drinks around the arena, and we get ready for some 4-star action here on the Longines Arena in Al Shaqab. Week 2 of the Doha Tour 2025. See you in a short moment for the course walk and many more interviews coming up.
No time to regret. Kept easy way. We wish them all safe back. Me and my head and my tears dry. Get on with it. Oh my God. You're right back to what you know. So far removed from all that we went through. And I create a drop-out track. My hopes are stuck, and I go back to back. We only say goodbye with words. I died 100 times. You go back to her, and I go back to. We only say goodbye. I died 100 times. You go back to her, and I go back. Oh, I love you much. It's not enough. You love blood, and I love birth. And life is like goodbye, and I'm a tiny penny going up the walls inside. We only say goodbye with words. I died 100
she say?